Good morning and welcome to New Road in Worcester for the first day of this county championship match between Worcestershire and Sussex. I'm pleased to say it's a bright sunny morning here at New Road, and the toss has been won by Sussex, who have not surprisingly chosen to bowl first, and they are taking the field now as I speak. The weather is fine this morning and bright and sunny, but alas, the forecast for the rest of the game, particularly for tomorrow and Saturday, is not that good. Alongside me, I'm delighted to welcome back to New Road from BBC Radio Sussex, Adrian Harms. Good morning, Adrian. Lovely to have you here.
Yeah, and lovely to be here. I have to say, I say this every year. I sound like a broken record. This is my favourite away trip of the season. I absolutely love it here. I think it's a beautiful cricket ground. Dominated, of course, by the wonderful cathedral away to our left-hand side as we look out of the commentary box here. So the news is here that Sussex won the toss. They're going to bowl first. And Ollie Robinson is going to open the bowling for Sussex. In terms of Sussex, a couple of late changes that we hadn't foreseen. Tom Haynes misses out of this game. He's got a knee problem. Jack Carson also misses out. We understand he's got a crack in a finger. Steve Smith plays. James Coles retains his pace. And here we go with the first ball of the match. And it's Ollie Robinson running in over the wicket bowls to Pollock, who all edges past third slip. The ball runs away down to the boundary rather slowly, I have to say. The outfield is very lush. Is it going to go for four? We can't see because the sight screen is away to our left-hand side. In fact, he does run away for 3 runs. I think they thought that they are going to run 4. They're going to all run 4. Well, we're not going to see too many of those. I don't think Ollie Robinson was that impressed with that. It was a long chase down to the third-man boundary. And Pollock is on his way with an all-run 4 off the first ball of the match, which isn't something that you see very often. So there are 3 slips in place. A gully, point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg as in comes Robinson. Over the wicket bowls and Pollock is forward, plays straight back down the track. Robinson fields off his own bowling and there is no run. So no Tom Haynes, misses out with a knee problem, which we understand isn't a long-term problem, so that's good news. And no Jack Carson. We understand he's got a crack in a finger, has Jack, but again that's not anything that they're considering is too bad. A change in the field already. There are now 4 slips and a gully, so clearly Ollie Robinson has seen something that he thinks is good news for him as a bowler. As in comes Robinson, bowls, and Pollock lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Carter, low to his left, and there is no run. In terms of Worcestershire, well, I'll give you that full Sussex side actually. So Tom Clark comes into the side to open. Tom Clark, who's had an ankle injury, but they're hoping that that's going to be okay. So Tom Clark, Ali Orr, Tom Alsop, Chechishwa Pujara, Steve Smith, James Coles, Ollie Carter, Finn Hudson-Prentice, Ollie Robinson, Sean Hunt and Henry Crocombe. For Worcestershire, openers are Ed Pollock and Jake Libby, as in comes Robinson. Running in with his lovely rhythmical approach. He's in and bowls to Pollock and he's caught at a wicket in the first over. Brilliantly caught by Tom Clark in the slips. That went like a rocket. So Robinson back in the groove straight away. Thick edge by Pollock. Really well taken by Tom Clark in the slips corner. He doesn't drop many. He wasn't going to drop that, although it went very, very quickly. So the first wicket of the go goes down and Ollie Robinson, just playing his second match of the season, picks up a wicket in the first over of the day. And Worcestershire are 4 for 1. And Pollock with that all-run 4 off the first ball of the match. But Ollie Robinson straight in the wickets. Yes, thanks very much indeed. Actually, Frank and on at the moment, this is Adrian Harms from BBC Hereford and Worcester. Just to say that Worcestershire lost the toss here this morning, so they are batting first. And a wicket has gone down in the very first over. The wicket of Pollock. Ed Pollock, who was caught in the slips by Tom Clark off the bowling of Ollie Robinson, the England bowler who's back in the Sussex side for this match. The other notable team news here is that Steve Smith, the Australian, makes his debut here for Sussex. Sussex winning the toss, Worcestershire batting first. They're already 4 for 1. So, the new man coming in is Azhar Ali, who's coming in to bat. Frank will be back with us in a couple of moments' time. So a change in the field as far as Sussex were concerned, bringing in another slip. And now there are 5 slips for the right-handed Ali.
I'll get a survey sorted soon. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Alsop, Smith,
Thank you very much.
Clark,
Bye.
Coles and Hudson Prentice. So wicket down in the very first over of the day. I've done your update, Frank.
Oh my goodness!
It's all
You're
been
a
done.
star. I've had a very traumatic morning for various reasons.
In comes Ollie Robinson, running in bright sunshine, comes in and bowls to Ali, who's forward, plays that into the offside. All they think about a single, now they do go for a single. Hudson Prentice, if he'd picked the ball up cleanly, might well have run out as a Ali. It was a very hesitant single. Hudson Prentice hit the stumps. It's all happened here. There was an all-run 4 off the first ball of the match. Then Pollock is caught in the slips off the bowling of Ollie Robinson, and there, had Hudson Prentice gathered that ball cleanly and hit the stumps, which he did, I think Ali would have really been struggling. 5 for 1, Worcestershire. I don't know if you saw the catch.
I did. It was a good catch, wasn't it?
It went like a rocket.
Tom Clark.
Well, he is very, very good in the slip coordinates, Tom Clark. We thought he was out for a couple of weeks, Tom. He's been struggling with an ankle injury, but he's back in the side.
Yeah, good catch. It really was sharp.
In comes Robinson, bowls down the leg side, taken by Libby, and it's a no ball given against Ollie Robinson. You said, Frank, in your introduction that Sussex have won the toss. You're not surprised they're bowling first. Is that because there's been a lot of rain here? And
yeah, there was. I mean, not just recently, but in the previous 2 months or so, been a lot of rain, and it was quite late in the day when the ground staff were even able to get out and really start, preparing the square for the season. So I'm not surprised.
In comes Robinson, bowls to it. Libby's forward, plays down the onside of the track. There is no run. So an eventful opening over here at New Road with Worcestershire 7 for 1. They've lost the wicket of Ed Pollock, who was really well caught by Tom Clark off of the bowling of Ollie Robinson. Lovely sunny day. We think the weather is set fair until certainly mid-late afternoon, so we'll make the most of it. And your commentary team here, Frank Watson, Adrian Harms, and we're going to be joined by Chloe Brewer from the Central Sparks as well, who's going to be joining us throughout the day here as well. I have to say, New Road looking an absolute picture, Frank.
Yeah, it certainly is. So Sean Hunt to take up the attack from the New Road end. And he'll be bowling to Azhar Ali. Hunt, left arm over the wicket, paceman. I haven't seen him before, I don't think, Adrian. You have to tell us about him as the over goes on. Comes in now, 4 slips in place and bowls, and that one climbs quite steeply outside the off stump. Azhar Ali having left it alone to go through to wicketkeeper Ollie Carter.
So 21 years old, began his career at Surrey. Played his club cricket around the Guildford area. Made his debut a couple of years ago up at Old Trafford. He's worked incredibly hard on his fitness, Sean. He's lost quite a bit of weight. Moves the ball around. Picked up 3 wickets down at Bristol last week in the second innings.
In again now. Bowls full. And Azhar just sort of digs that one out of the block hole. And back to the bowler.
He was Sussex's leading wicket taker last season. Now that sounds very grand, and without being in any way disrespectful to Sean, Sussex's problem last year and for the last couple of seasons has been taking wickets in matches. Sean was the leading wicket taker for Sussex in the Championship last year with 18.
Right.
So he picked up 3 last week at Bristol.
Comes in again now and bowls and hits Azhar Ali on the pads. Big shout for LBW as the right-hander fell over that one a little bit. Does get out LBW quite frequently, Azhar. Just tends to play round that front pad a little bit, but once he's in, he doesn't usually miss it very often. But early on, you always feel that he is a bit of a candidate. I think on that occasion it pitched outside leg anyway. That certainly appears to be the view of umpire Chris Watts. And they kind of cut the appeal off, didn't they? They didn't really continue with it. Comes in again now. Bowls and full again, and Azhar just squeezing this one out on the onside, and there's no run. So Worcestershire in a bit of trouble. 5 for 1, 7 for 1, I should say now.
Yeah, he bowled a no ball.
7 for 1. Azhar, the only batsman to get off the mark Well, no, he's not, is he? Because Libby isn't off the mark, but Pollock, of course, got that all-run 4 off the edge in that first over, which took us by surprise. Here's Hunt again in, down the leg side to Azza, who's inside this one, looking to tuck it away off his hit, misses it, taken by Carter down the leg side. Bright sunshine this morning, decent crowd in, and they're spread around the ground. We're playing over on the sort of pavilion side of the square slightly, so we've got a really good viewpoint from here. We're sort of long on with Hunt bowling from the New Road end, and here is Hunt again to bowls to Azza, and he drives up to mid-off, but Pujara is fielding there, and there's no run. End of a tidy over from Hunt, bit of a loosener really. Worcestershire remain 7 for 1. I'll just say for the first time, what I will say probably about 20 times during the game, we are commentating from long on, or third man now, with Robinson about to bowl from the Diglis end. We are not looking at the stream that you can see if you're watching us on YouTube. So if we do say something like, oh, that's going down the leg side or something, and you can see it isn't, please don't think we're idiots.
We wouldn't think that, Frank. In comes Ollie Robinson, in and bowls, and he works that one down to fine leg and picks up a single, footed there by Sean Hunt. So Jake Libby is on his way with one. Worcestershire 8 for 1. Of course, much of the press attention ahead of this game has been on Steve Smith, Frank, and and rightly so. But Ollie Robinson as well. He's just played the one game for Sussex so far against Yorkshire, but now, the Ashes is looming large, and there's a lot of competition around those England fast bowling places. So Ollie Robinson will be very keen to make an impression here as well. Yeah. As he runs in towards us and bowls. Oh, that's a terrific delivery. Does he pick up a second wicket? No. Well, a couple of things there. First of all, I thought he may have caught the outside edge of Ali's bat. No, I don't think he missed the off stump by very much either.
Well, I think the fact that they appealed, kind of because it moved so far, they couldn't believe it hadn't come off the bat, really. It's a huge leg cutter. And it's doing a bit, I would say, out there from what I can see at the moment.
Yep, I would agree with you.
And that was a good delivery.
5 slips in place as Robinson is on his way again. The Diglis end bowls. Hits on the pad. That is a good shout, even from where we are. We're looking over about third slip, maybe slightly high, but
going down. Actually, looking at the replay,
and he's asking a lot of questions. Here is Ollie Robinson. He looks to be.
Yeah,
he looks to be in the groove.
It's not comfortable exercise out there at the moment, is it, batting? And it hasn't been really at New Road for Worcestershire in the last game against Gloucestershire. They were up against it, against some good bowling, and it looks like a repeated scenario here this morning.
In comes Robinson again in sort of milky sunshine. He's in and bowls, and up on his toes, and he clips that one away, and that's going to run away for 4 runs. There's a very, very short offside boundary. For those of you who know the ground here at New Road, the Graham Hick Pavilion is away to our right hand side. They've got some bunting for the coronation up on the balcony to our right hand side, but the boundary, well, I don't reckon it's much more. It's probably, I don't know if there's a minimum amount, Frank, that a boundary can be, but it can't be far off.
No,
it's almost a little push through the offside for 4 runs.
There's probably one more strip this way that they do use for first class cricket. Of course, they have the rope in these days as well. In the old days, they would have played up to the fence.
Robinson in bowls and clipped away by Ali down to finally did not play particularly comfortably, but he picks up a single and goes to 5, a total to 12 for 1.
That's the one that Azza plays so late, and that the arms are going up, aren't they, both in front and behind the stumps, because they think it's going to be an LBW shout, and then he just gets the bat down on it at the last minute. Very, very typical of Azza.
Robinson. So there's now a leg slip in place. There are 5 slips, a leg slip, as Robinson is on his way. In and bowls, and he's in behind this and plays confidently to mid-off. There is no run. End of the 3rd over of the morning. Sussex will be very mindful, because they lost 4 points in their game against Yorkshire for a slow over rate, which Hall Farbrace, the head coach, was not impressed by that. So we can see a lot of sort of movement, players collecting bowlers, jumpers. I mean, it is inexcusable, but 4, you might think you might lose one, but 4 is a lot of points to lose.
I mean, it's the difference between Leicestershire and Sussex in second and third, isn't it, that 4 points?
Yeah.
It's a tough morning for the Worcestershire batsmen, this, in prospect. I think you've just got to get through each over. I would imagine that's what they're saying to each other. Just dig in, get through each over if you possibly can. This Hunt again from the New Road end, and Hazard tickles this one away off his pads down to long leg for a single. Gets up the other end, moves to 7, and the total to 14 for 1.
Is it right, Frank, that Worcestershire now don't schedule to play their first couple of matches of the season here at New Road because of the problems, or is that not correct?
It's not. I don't think it's right to say that they don't schedule it. Just break off as Hunt comes in again and bowls, and that one's left alone by Libby. But I think it's probably fair to say that had they been at home in the first round, they would have been looking to play the game at Kidderminster.
Right, okay.
Because it had been so wet, and there was quite a late flood actually this year. And I don't know what the stats are, but certainly as I remember it back in the 70s and 80s, Hunt again in to bowl, and Libby gets a streaky couple of runs off the outside half of the bat, all along the ground through the gully. Total goes to 16 for 1, and he goes to 3. But as I remember it, it used to flood once. You used to think the ground will flood at some point during the winter. Now, it's not uncommon if it floods 3-4 times.
Wow.
And of course, there have been some summer floods as well.
Yeah.
In recent decades, notably 2007, I think. There's Hunt again in bowls. Yorker dug out by Libby, squeezed up to mid-on, and fielded there by Ollie Robinson. So it's the ground stuff here are, cricket groundsmanship in my opinion is a tough job anyway, but I think here it's extremely tough, and they work very, very hard. Hunt again, he's in. He bowls, good length, Libby just in behind it, pushes out on the offside. Pujara comes in from mid-off to do the fielding.
Yeah. 2
great batsmen out there in that Sussex side, Steve Smith and Cheteshwar Pujara. 2 really great players in my opinion.
Last week down at Bristol, Gloucestershire bowled really well at Pujara, and he spoke about that after the game, how difficult it was. He made 100.
Hunt again is in, bowls, and Libby is forward, pushing out on the offside, thinks about a run, sends Azhar back as the Pakistani, who's also a great player, advances down the pitch. End of the over, 16 for 1 off 4, the man out, Ed Pollock for 4.
Yeah, he made 151 last week, Cheteshwar Pujara, down at Bristol. And it was a wonderful innings, but he really, really had to work hard, and he spoke about that. And I guess that's a mark of a good player, because for a long time he was really struggling. Tom Price, Ajit Dale, who was at Hampshire, now at Gloucestershire, bowled really well at him, and he had to, he was summoning up all his powers of concentration and skill. Once he got in, and you thought once he gets through that, he's going to make a big score, which he did. But it was a really good contest. In comes Robinson and bowls, let go by Ali outside the offside. Good carry through to Ollie Carter. He took that almost shoulder high, and there is no run. So 5 slips in place. Tom Alsop at first. Steve Smith, who's ranked number 49 at second. Tom Clark at third. James Coles at 4th. Finn Hudson-Prentice at 5th. Then Ali Orr is at leg slip. Cheteshwar Pujara at mid-off, Henry Crocombe at mid-on, Sean Hunt at fine leggers. Robertson wheels around the far end of the ground, the Digley's end of the ground, and runs in towards us and bowls, and off the back foot. That's a nice looking shot by Ali. Little short from Ollie Robinson, and Ali onto the back foot, that very short offside boundary. And once it beats the infield, that's going to race away for 4 runs. There's only one fielder in front of square on the offside, and that is Cheteshwar Pujara. And that was nicely played through mid-off, and he picks up a boundary. Does Ali? He goes to 11, and Worcestershire to 20 for 1. Lots of blue sky around. Some high level colour, quite breezy it has to be said. The trees swaying around the ground as Robinson makes his way in again. Bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery. Is he caught behind? No, he's not. There was no appeal from Ollie Robinson, but again there was real movement there. And good carry again, Frank, through to wicket keeper Ollie Carter.
Testing the little spell, isn't it, from everybody concerned? Really is. And Robinson's it's a fine bowler, and in these conditions, well, they're both asking a lot of questions, as you say. It's just over by over, ball by ball, as far as the batters are concerned.
Robinson in again, bowls, and that's time let go by Ali outside the off stump, taken by Carter. There is no run. You can probably hear on our effects microphone there's a nice buzz around the ground here at Worcester today. Would a few more been put on the attendance by Steve Smith?
I think so, and we might have a few more listeners, Adrian,
yes,
because of
might have some down under.
Because of that, let us know if you're watching the stream or listening to our commentary because of Steve Smith. It would be interesting to know, wouldn't it, if that's the case. You can contact Adrian and myself on Twitter. Just break off as Robinson's in again.
In and bowls, and good leave by Ali outside the off stump, taken by Carter.
Adrian is at Adrian Harms, HARMS on Twitter, and I'm at Frank Watson 58. And it'd be interesting to know whether people have tuned into this game when they might normally be watching or listening to another one. Because of Smith, he's in the slips at the moment. Probably grateful he's not having to bat out there.
No, he's going to bat 5 when his turn comes. Ollie Robinson in bright sunshine now. Runs in and bowls. Ali again lets that one go outside the Australian. He can't get his radar in that over, did Ollie Robinson. You can see he's frustrated with himself. End of the over. 20 for 1. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. And we have got an email address once the emails are up and running. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. So please send your emails through to there. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. Sets himself very high standards, does Ollie Robinson. And he spoke before the season, Frank, about wanting to play as many of these matches as he could before the test series gets underway. Whether he's picked or not, we'll have to wait and see. But Ollie always feels he's better off when he's bowling, and he's going to get his chance over the next couple of games, we understand.
Sean Hunt is in, big, tall left armour, a little bit short and wide, and a nice punch off the back foot from Jake Libby through extra. When he gets a couple, as Pajara chases it back from mid-off, but the most authoritative shot that Libby has managed so far this morning takes him to 5, and the total to 22 for 1. He's a big man, Hunt, isn't he?
He is.
What is he, 6'4",
yeah,
I would imagine?
He's a tall
broad
fella.
Shoulders.
Yeah.
Quite hits the deck quite hard. Not express pace, quick enough. He's in again now and bowls, and he's fuller, and Libby drives nicely, but sadly for him, picks out the man at cover. It's Finn Hudson-Prentice, I think. There
it is.
Square on the offside.
I think Finn might bowl well on here.
Yeah, it looks...
I think it's a little bit of...
well, you'd be disappointed if you didn't, wouldn't you, if you're a professional seam bowler in these conditions?
Pajara tends not to leave things too long.
Yeah. Here's Hunt, in again. Bowls. And Libby is beaten. That's not a very good shot. Jake Libby will be annoyed with himself at that. Reached for it a bit. Didn't really get out to it with his front foot. Ended up fishing, and probably grateful that he didn't nick it. And Hunt will feel that he very nearly got his reward for just throwing that one up a little bit wider, a little bit fuller. In he comes again now, and bowls, and Libby is more circumspect on the back foot, dropping it down on the onside, and fielded by Ali Orr coming in from mid-wicket. Doesn't seem that long, Adrian. Well, in terms of time it does, but not in terms of cricket, since we were sitting at Hove in that rain-affected game towards the end of last summer.
Absolutely.
Yes. Hunt again, and that's the first really bad ball he's bowled. A leg stump half volley, and Jake Libby picks it up for 6. Over square leg, down towards the marquee. It's not the longest boundary, but it was a little drop kick shot, as they call it, and he just picked it up with his bottom hand and flicked it over square leg for the first 6 of the game. So the total moves on to 28 for 1 Worcestershire, with 1 ball left in the 6th over, and Jake Libby joins Azhar Ali on 11. And the stranglehold has been broken just a little bit. Hunt again in to complete the over, and much better delivery. That one genuinely beats Libby outside the off stump as he pushes at it. So just watching the replay of that 6, it was actually quite wide down the leg side, and Libby just clipped it really. So end of the over from Hunt. Disappointing from his point of view. That one 8 runs coming from it. It's 28 for 1.
Yeah. And the ground looks an absolute picture. A friend of mine just sent me a text. He's here today and says, "What a beautiful cricket ground." It really is. Ollie Robinson. It is the Diglis end, isn't it, Frank?
Diglis, D-I-G-L-I-S. Yeah.
Diglis. The Diglis end of the ground.
Yeah.
Where the Basil D'Oliveira stand is, as in comes Robinson and bowls for. That looks
close.
That's close. That's out.
That's out.
Absolutely pinned in front was Azhar Ali, and he didn't even really bother to turn around and have a look at the umpire. Trapped in front by Ollie Robinson. Good delivery. Difficult to see whether it did anything from here, but he was absolutely trapped in front, and I think everybody in the ground knew that was out just by the reaction of Ollie Robinson, who didn't even bother looking at the umpire himself. That was absolutely plumb in front. Ali is on his way for 18, and Worcestershire are 25 for 2.
Yeah, I just watched the replay, and I don't think anybody's arguing with that one. One of the easier decisions that Peter Hartley will have to give. So Worcestershire in trouble against this impressive attack, particularly from Ollie Robinson, who's bowled very, very well. And it's 28 for 2. Had some response to my request. Yes, we are listening because of Steve Smith. Love from India. Cheteshwar and Pujara and Smudge in the same. Around in 5 minutes, Adrian, when my next update comes. How grateful I am to have had a pro like you alongside me who could step in when I was indisposed.
They probably thought, who the hell was that?
Yeah. And anyway, we go to Frank Wilson. Frank doesn't sound very well. But yeah, I was dealing with a technical issue. Jack Haynes is the new batsman who's come to the crease. Had the pleasure of hearing his dad, Gavin, addressing the Worcestershire Cricket Society on Tuesday night, talking about his career and various aspects of his coaching career, and he's talking about his son's progress as well. Tough time for him as he comes in now with these 5 slips waiting.
Comes in and bowls. He nudges that onto the onside. Robinson's in one of those frames of mind that you almost feel every delivery he's going to pick up a wicket. Ollie Robinson, he's picked up 2 already this morning, but nonetheless, Haynes is on his way. Was that a leg by?
Got a single, I think.
It is a single. He's just gone up on the scoreboard. 29 for 2.
Yes, Gavin Haynes, who played here as an all-rounder, and he was telling us that he's coached Jack all through his career and how nervous he is when he watches Jack and that kind of thing. If you're listening, Gavin, good morning. I know you often do.
Here comes Robinson over the wicket, bowls to Libby. He's back on his stumps. That's a slightly dangerous game. Plays it onto the onside, picks up a single, fielded by Crocombe, who fields well, but then sends in a very wild throw, which draws a stare from keeper Cart. He had no chance of stopping that, but Hudson Prentice was backing up.
And of course, Gavin was an all-rounder who I think he made 300s for Worcestershire. Obviously, he took quite a few wickets as well. And he said that when Jack got 100 the other day, I think it was at Durham, he said he rang me, and he said, "I've got more than you now." And he said, and I said, "How many wickets have you got?" And he said he didn't ring me last week when he got a pair.
In comes Robinson, bowls and attempted drive by Haynes with the offside, doesn't time it at all, the ball gets the inside edge of the bat, bounces out into the offside, fielded by Robbins, who looks suitably unimpressed, does Ollie Robinson, he wanders back to his mark.
But yeah, I think that it sums it up, doesn't it? A young player, Jack Haynes, gets 100 in one game and then a pair in the next, and there you go, that's life, isn't it, as a professional batsman, especially on these sort of pitches this time of year.
Oh, absolutely.
Only as good as your next innings, really, rather than your last one.
Robinson. 5 slips go down. He's in bowls to Haynes, who's beaten outside the off stump. Beaten, or would you say pulled the bat inside the line?
I'll have a look at the replay in a minute and let you know. Might just have dropped his hands, mightn't he? But it's a testing line, isn't it, from Robinson? Just outside off. And, you know, he would expect to bowl well in these conditions.
Oh, absolutely.
To be fair. I think if you're a seam bowler and your captain says, I've won the toss, we're in the field, you think, yeah, let's get out there. Outfield's very lush, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks beautiful. Looks absolutely lovely. Robinson in. Bowls. Oh, nudge caught low down. Really well taken by Tom Alsop. That's a terrific catch. Low down to his left-hand side, centimetres from the turf. And Ollie Robinson has picked up 3 wickets in the opening half hour. And Haynes is on his way for a single. Really good catch low down. That's the second good catch of the morning. Haynes has gone. 3 wickets for Robinson. And Worcestershire are 30 for 3.
Yeah, really good catch by Tom Alsop. Low to his left. Good catch earlier on by Clark. Third slip, Clark, when he caught Pollock high to his right. And as Robinson continues to bowl this very, very tight line, top of off, making the batsman play, it's a real test for the Worcestershire batsman. And Adam Hose is the new batsman. Testing time for him. Came to Worcestershire from Warwickshire. Well known as a white ball attacking batsman. He's come here with the opportunity to play some red ball cricket, and well, he'll have his technique tested here. It's the end of the over, he won't be on strike. That update for BBC Hereford and Worcester coming shortly, and have you got to do half-hour ones?
I've got to do half-hour ones. What I'll do, I'll disappear while you do this, and we'll bring Chloe Brewer in for the first time today.
All right, thanks very much, Adrian. Speak to you later. And Sean Hunt to continue from the New Road End bowls to Libby, who's on the back foot, pushing this one out on the offside. And there is no run, 30 for 3. And I am joined for the first time by Central Sparks all-rounder Chloe Brewer. Good morning, Chloe.
Good morning, how are you?
Welcome to Worcester. Very well, I was better off an hour ago, I'll be honest with you. Here's Hunt in again from the New Road End. Bowls, and Libby on the back foot pushes back up to mid-off. Pujara the fielder. And there's no run. 30 for 3. Testing time, isn't it, for these batsmen out there?
Yeah, absolutely. Sussex have got off to a flyer with a ball here, so Worcestershire have a little bit of work to do to get themselves in a position.
Update coming for BBC Hereford and Worcester FM listeners. It's been a very tough first half hour for Worcestershire after they lost the toss and were put in, and the man who's done the damage as they've slumped to 30 for 3 is the England seam bowler Ollie Robinson. He's picked up all 3 wickets to fall. Pollock out in the first over, caught at third slip for 4. Azarali in the 7th over, LBW for 11, and a moment ago Jack Haynes in the 9th over, caught low down at first slip by Tom Alsop, and he was out for just 1, so a really tall order for the Worcestershire batsman. It's sunny, but the ball is seaming around out there. It was a good toss to win for Sussex. Jake Libby is on 12. He's been there since the start. He's just been joined by Adam Hose. We're in the 8th over, and Worcestershire are 30 for 3. Yeah, tough, isn't it, Chloe, out there? Robinson asking a lot of questions, and well, you just want to get through the first hour, I suppose, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's what you'd be saying to your partner. Just next over. Hunt bowls. Libby squeezes this one out on the offside. Fielded by Hudson Prentice at backward point, and there's no run. It looks lovely, and the pitch looks a sort of straw colour, but I'm pretty certain, even without going out there, that there's quite a bit of moisture in this surface, and there's been quite a bit of sideways movement, and they've caught well, 2 good slip catches as well, and it's not been at all straightforward for the batsman. Here's Hunt again. He's in and he bowls, and Libby is beaten by this one. He does occasionally pull the bat inside it, Libby, when he
Have just been on top this morning. This isn't what Worcestershire want at all. To be 30 for 3 already, but opener's gone. It's just not a great start, but we'll see where they can go from here. Ollie Robinson to continue. He's done damage so far, taking 3 wickets. He's bowling to Hose, who this will be his first ball for his innings. So, quite a task to do here.
Yeah, I was just saying before you came on, Chloe, you know, Adam Hose has come from Warwickshire. He's a fantastic white ball player. Got the opportunity to play a bit of red ball, but not the ideal time to be tested.
Robinson in full, and that's just squirted out towards fine leg, and he's off the mark, so he's got his single.
Yeah, pushing it out on the offside, inside edge down to long leg, but that won't bother him, as you say. Big sigh of relief. It's always a relief. Always nice.
It is always good to get off the mark, for sure. As Robinson's just turning at the top of his mark, he's on to Libby, who's stuck in there a little bit so far. Running in full of length, that's just beating the outside edge. Gone through to keep. It just looks like he's doing a little bit off the pitch. Libby's just going down and doing that routine bit of gardening. Just
a little bit. I mean, he bowled one. I think it was in his second over that went miles off the pitch. But you don't want it to go too far, because you know you can make the batsman look silly if you move it a foot.
Yeah.
But what you really want is just to get enough movement to take the edge, as he did with Jack Haynes in that last over.
Yeah, Ollie Robinson turns running in from the Diglis end, and that's full of length, defended back to him by Libby there. So he's just returning to the top of his mark. There's quite a big crowd in today. This is quite a little ground, and as I was driving in I saw people coming in.
Yeah, and you know, most of them will be at this end of the ground here and down in front of us, so we can't see them quite so well. It's a little bit chilly, but that Basil D'Oliveira stand at the far end will fill up if the temperature raises a bit, really, and that's the sort of sunbathing part of the ground.
Robinson in again on the left, defended by Libby there towards cover, and I'll just take a little single there as cover is vacant because of the amount of slips in.
We were just saying that people can get in touch with us on Twitter, Chloe. I know you're on Twitter as well. It's not the slickest Twitter handle, though. It takes a bit of remembering yours. Is it at CHLO3_? Is that you? Yeah.
That's me, yeah.
At CHLO3_6.
Yeah, I think I made it when I was 12.
Yeah,
and I don't really use it.
People might find it difficult to remember that one.
Robinson again. Oh, that's a bumper this time. He's just dropped his hands, let it hit his chest. And
he's not rubbing his forearm, is
slips. That's a don't rub it kind of situation.
Yeah, he's lobbed up to slip, isn't it? But yeah, it's not very comfortable. No, I was going to say, we were saying, because I'm at Frank Watson 58, Adrian is at Adrian Harms, and we were saying, if you're listening just because Steve Smith's playing, let us know, because we were wondering whether that would have boosted the numbers of people that were listening or watching the stream. And I've had a couple of responses from Australia saying that listening or watching because they want the opportunity to see him bat. You'll have to wait an hour or two.
Robinson again, full of length, defended by Libby Van. We've taken a cheeky single from it. As Robinson's returned to the top of his mark. Yeah, I can see Steve Smith just in front of us. He looks quite chilly. I've seen him get his hand warmers out of his pockets. I'm sure this is a proper temperature drop from Australia. Robinson just at the top of his mark now. As you see, a slight breeze going across the ground as he's running in. And just a short outside off, left alone by Libby Van. That brings the end of the over. So Worcestershire now 35 for 3. Hose is on 2 and Libby's on 13.
And good morning to listeners from BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra who are joining us with the news that here at New Road, Worcester, Sussex, who won the toss and chose to field, have made an outstanding start, and the main architect of that is the England seam bowler Ollie Robinson, who's picked up all 3 wickets to fall in fairly short order this morning and has the figures at the moment. Robinson of 5 overs, no maidens, 3 for 24. The men out: Pollock well caught at third slip by Tom Clark for 4, Azhar Ali, who was LBW for 11, and Jack Haynes well caught low down at first slip by Tom Alsop for just 1. So Robinson asking lots of questions on a surface that is offering substantial lateral movement and backed up by good catching in the slip cordon. But it's Sean Hunt at the moment who is continuing the attack from the New Road end. The burly left armer is in and he bowls this one just short of a length to Hose, who is struck on the glove and it runs out behind square on the leg side. They take a single. Adam Hose somewhat ruefully shaking his right hand as he makes his way down the pitch, and the total moves on to 36 for 3. It's a bright sunny morning, but Sussex, I'm sure, had little hesitation in choosing to bowl. They've justified that decision and it has been uncomfortable for the Worcestershire batsman this morning. Here's Hunt again. He's in, he bowls, and Libby, who's been there since the start, leaves this one alone, lifts the bat well clear and allows it through to Ollie Carter behind the stumps. Steve Smith in the slip cordon, as Chloe Brewer alongside me was saying, just keeping his hands in his pockets, just occasionally taking them out to give them a shake and keep them warm. It is a slightly chilly morning. He squats down now and waits as Hunt is in again and bowls, and that one climbs outside the off stump. Libby lets it go and then it goes through at sort of chest height to Carter behind the stumps, and umpire Chris Watts turns to the scorers and signals that was a no ball. The 4th extra of the day. 36 for 3, 38 for 3 now. And as we've been saying since the start, the Worcestershire batsmen, I'm sure, getting together between overs and just saying, let's just do it ball by ball, over by over, and just see if we can battle our way through this early period. Hunt has decided to go round the wicket for the first time, moving away from us now, number 21 on his back, and he bowls to Libby, who is completely squared up by this one and gets an outside edge which runs along the ground to backward point where Finn Hudson-Prentice does the fielding. But I think, Chloe, it really is almost ball by ball, isn't it? Yeah. Just get through the next delivery, don't look any further ahead than that.
Yeah,
lunch seems a long time away, I think, when you're a batsman in these circumstances. There's Hunt again. Round the wicket. Left arm bowls outside the off stump. This one Libby is able to leave comfortably alone as it's quite wide. And it's taken by Carter. 4 slips in place. 5 when Robinson's operating from the Diglis end. Just wondering how many more overs he will bowl. He's had 5. He might have 1 more. Adrian Harms, the Surrey beg your pardon, Sussex correspondent, saying that Cheteshwar Pujara's captaincy tends to be fairly dynamic, as Libby forces this one away off the back foot. Typical Jake Libby shot, up on his toes, punched away square, and he picks up 2 as Hudson Prentice fields. Yes, Pujara tends to be quite proactive, doesn't allow his bowlers to have spells that are too long, likes to ring the changes, from what Adrian's seen so far this season anyway, so I would imagine we're not far away from the first change. But with Robinson on such a roll, I would also imagine that the temptation is to let him go for just maybe 1 or 2 more. 40 for 3 with those 2. Here's Hunt again. He's in, he bowls, and Libby is in behind this one and turning it on the onside. Ali Orr moves around to his left at mid-wicket to do the fielding. And there's no run. It's a glorious morning here at Worcester as we look across from our vantage point at Long On. Cathedral looks as splendid as ever. Trees just finding their full leafy quality over on the riverbank alongside the second scoreboard. And Hunt in again, bowls Yorker, and dug out by Libby. All fields at mid-wicket, and that is the end of the over. And Worcestershire are 42 for 3. Hose remains on 3, and Jake Libby has been there since the start. He's on a very circumspect 15.
Yeah, I'd say from the Worcestershire batters, they just don't want to keep on looking up at the scoreboard right now. With 3 down within the first 10 overs, so we're just having a little bit of a rebuild here.
Yeah, add 20 and it doesn't look so bad. Add 40 and it looks almost par, doesn't it? But add 2 wickets, as the bowlers would say, and it looks disastrous.
Absolutely. Robinson in from ridiculous and full of length, defended. They're just beating the 1, 2, 3, 4th slip there. And I've taken a little single from that ball. They're doing well here just to push it out towards where cover would be. There's a lot of 4 in. I keep on miscounting here.
Hose is taller than anybody we've seen so far, and that might just allow him to, and he likes to sort of, get down the pitch a little bit, might just for the first time this morning be making Robinson think about his length, whereas he was in a nice little rhythm before.
Robinson again just back of the lap, defended by Libby there. Yeah, he's quite a tall man, is Robinson, so he gets a little bit of extra bounce from his delivery. He's bowling that heavy length, I'd say.
Yeah. He's bowled really well this morning. I mean, I can't think of, I think maybe one bad ball that Azhar Ali cut away for 4 very early on, but apart from that, he's hardly got one wrong. And it's that consistency, making the batsman play, that has been so testing.
Robinson again full of 11. That's been bowled. His middle stump has gone flying. And that's a 4 for Ollie Robinson there. Worcestershire 43 for 4. Libby, the batter who's been bowled. Worcestershire in a bit of a sticky situation now.
Yeah, middle stump extracted. Absolutely brilliant sight for any bowler, and Ollie Robinson is really enjoying himself here, and any doubt about the decision to bowl first has been dispelled. 5.3 overs, no maidens, 4 for 25 for the England man. And Jake Libby, who looked solid to be fair, probably the most solid of all the batsmen we've seen, has gone for 15. So Pollock first to go in the first over, caught at third slip by Clark. Azhar Ali in the 7th over, LBW for 11. Pollock made 4. Haynes then out for 1, caught at slip by Allsop. And now Jake Libby comprehensively bowled by Ollie Robinson for 15. And Robinson is absolutely ripping through the Worcestershire batting this morning as Brett D'Oliveira, the captain, comes out to join Adam Hose. And the New Road faithful, pretty silent this morning, not surprisingly. They saw Worcestershire get dominated. in the last home game against Gloucestershire, mainly by Tom Price, despite the fact that Worcestershire had Gloucestershire in a similar position to this, even worse than this on the first morning. But they haven't had much to cheer about from a batting point of view here at New Road this season, and it's been tough again this morning for the home side, and that's not to point any finger of blame at the batsman. I think it's been difficult conditions against good bowling on both occasions, the Gloucestershire game and this one, and well, Ollie Robinson really is on fire this morning. Here he comes again.
Robinson in full of length, defended big LBW shout. Just looked to play back towards a square. He's just shaping it all a little bit off the pitch. That previous delivery just nipped in, I saw on the replays. Actually started on off stump.
Yeah, it was a good delivery, wasn't it? And the length was exactly right, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
4 slips, 5 slips and a short leg now for D'Oliveira. Just too many in run-saving positions in front of the wicket.
Yeah, but
it really is surviving one ball at a time at the moment.
Absolutely, taking it one ball and another from Robinson here, just short of length outside, off, left alone by D'Oliveira there. It looks like a man in kind of gully region is doing a bit of a warm-up.
Yeah, Finn Hudson-Prentice, I'm pretty sure we'll see him coming on at the New Road end. He likes this ground. He's had decent performances here in the past for Sussex and for Derbyshire, and I would imagine, and Adrian was saying this earlier, that these conditions will suit Hudson-Prentice. Nips the ball around off the seam.
Okay, Robinson again full of length, defended there by delivering out towards cover, and looking for a second. Shout of no, slight misfield there, as that brings the end of the over. So another load of damage done in that over. Worcestershire now 44 for 4. Hoses on 4 and D'Oliveira is on 1.
And it is Finn Hudson-Prentice who will come on at the New Road end, and he'll be bowling to Brett D'Oliveira, the Worcestershire captain, who was a doubt before this game with a hand injury sustained in the game against Gloucestershire, but past fit, and he lost the toss this morning, and I wonder if when that coin came down he did actually feel a little drop in spirits and think, this might be a tough first hour. Well, so it has proved. 50 minutes in, and Worcestershire have lost 4 wickets in the 11 overs that we've had, and they've all fallen to Ollie Robinson. So Steve Smith at second slip, getting a first-hand look at Robinson, somebody that he might well end up facing later in the summer in the Ashes series. Here's Hudson-Prentice, moves away from us, right arm over, bowls to D'Oliveira, and he pushes up to mid-on where Robinson does the fielding and there's no run. There was a lot of talk, wasn't there, about Smith coming to Sussex, and a school of thought which said, why should we allow Australian players to get used to English conditions in the run-up to an Ashes series? But I saw an interview with Steve Smith recently where he made a very good point about that, which I'll just expand upon after this next ball from Hudson-Prentice, who's in and bowls, and that's an absolute beauty. Just short of a length, climbed outside the off stump. D'Oliveira dropped his hands, didn't play at it, but it was a real threat, that one. And what Smith said was, well, you know, I've played long enough now, and I've played in England many, many times. There isn't really much about English conditions that I don't already know, so it's not exactly going to be an unfair advantage. And I thought that was a very good point. Yeah. He played here, you know, briefly. A lot of people have forgotten that. He played here at Worcester, I think it's 11 seasons ago, for a very short time. Hudson-Prentice bowls, and there you go. I thought the conditions might suit him. He's picked up a wicket. D'Oliveira pushing at it and edging it to third slip, and it's taken very, very comfortably indeed. Beautiful piece of bowling from Finn Hudson-Prentice. It's settled down almost immediately, and That is another lovely, lovely piece of work in the slip cordon. And Brett D'Oliveira is the 5th Worcestershire man out. And he's gone for 1. And, well, they've caught everything that's come their way in the cordon this morning. And just watching the replay of this one. 3rd slip, sort of diving to his right. A very, very nice catch by Tom Clark, his 2nd of the morning. And Worcestershire in utter disarray now at 44 for 5. And, well, again, I wouldn't attach a great deal of blame to the batsman on that occasion. He had to play it. It bounced, it left him, and it was a pretty regulation outside edge. Sharp catch by Tom Clark, and Worcestershire really, really staring down the barrel here as Gareth Roderick comes out to join Adam Hose.
Yeah, they've had some really sharp catches in the slip cordon this morning. They haven't dropped anything, which we had a very sharp catch down here. Was it Tom Clark?
Tom Clark caught the first one. Tom Alsop caught a good one. Yeah. What's impressed me about Hudson Prentice is how he's come on and just hit that there's no such thing as a loosener. He just comes straight on and hit that length straight away. He's a good bowler. It's a nice, easy approach, really rhythmic approach, and he moves away from us now and bowls to Roderick, who's off the mark nicely, getting in behind that one and tucking it away off his pads. Takes one, thinks about 2, but a good sliding stop by the big man. Hunt moving back from mid-wicket, and they settle for a single, and Roderick, like many a batsman before him, is probably best off at the non-striker's end in these conditions. And Adam Hose, who is on 4, will take strike against Hudson Prentice. Lovely start from Hudson Prentice, wicket in his first over, and he stands at the end of his mark now, hair up in a little bun. Number 33 on his back moves away from us, right arm over the wicket, bowls, and Hose lets that go outside the off stump, and having gone past the stumps it moves back in and is taken by the wicket keeper Carter, moving across to his left. Not surprisingly, it's quite subdued around New Road this morning. We've got quite a press contingent here, haven't we, for this game? I can't imagine why that might be. Busy press box. Sometimes only 2 or 3 of us, you know. But no, we've got quite a few here today, both inside and outside. Hudson Prentice in, bowls, and Hose gets a run, turning this one down to fine leg for a single. The end of the over from Hudson Prentice, his first. He picks up a wicket. 12 overs have gone, and Worcestershire 46 for 5, having been put into bat.
Yeah, Worcestershire in a right pickle now. They saw this with Gloucestershire a few weeks ago, but they were on the flip side of it, so they were getting through with Gloucestershire batters, whereas today they're definitely on the worse end of this, for sure. Robinson to continue. He's bowled ever so well this morning, taking 4 wickets in his 6 overs for 26 runs. As he's running in from a digless end. And that's just short of enough. Pulled there. And that's will find its way to the boundary. It's quite a slow outfield this morning. It's just potentially a little bit damp out there, so not running it away. Short leg there, definitely saw his life flash before his eyes. He stuck half a hand up, but was making sure to get out of the way of that one. That's the last thing you want to see if you're in short leg. You've got a helmet on, not that much protection. If you've got shin pads, I see something halfway down the pitch, you know you just need to get out of the way of it.
Interesting change in the field here from Robinson. He's taken Hudson Prentice out from 5th slip and put him out on at backward square, suggesting that he might try that again and see if he can get Hose with the top edge.
Robinson again, bumper this time, ducked underneath it. Looks like that will be his approach as he has stuck the man out on deep square. Looks like he's just going to bowl slightly short here to Hose.
I reckon this might be his last one, Robinson. Not sure, but in his 7th over, 4 for 30. Impressive stuff from the England man. And now he's set the trap for Hose.
Robinson in big swish there from Hose. It looked like he might just do something off the seam there. So he's doing that, going down, patting the ground down. Just chatting to Roderick at the non-striker's end as he's just returning to the top of his mark. Crowd in Worcester here today on the quieter side for sure, as Robinson's steaming in from the Diglis end for the length, left alone by Hose this time. That sails through to the keeper.
Yeah, that was wide, wasn't it? I just sense he might be tiring a tiny bit, and it might be his last one. Not for sure, but little bit wayward, and that short one in this over. I think we might see Henry Crocombe at the Diglis end shortly, and he's another man, Henry Crocombe, who's done pretty well on this ground in the past.
Yeah, Robinson in again, just that
Again,
same
wide,
outside off. That's not the wicket taken delivery yet. You can see he's possibly slightly tired now. He's bowled ever so well for his first 6 overs. He's been hitting the mark all the time, and you can see that as he's taken 4 wickets for not too many runs. As he's just returned to the top of his mark. Turning and running in from a Diglis end. That's much better line. That's same heavy length and is just defended to mid on, and that brings it end of the over. So Worcestershire now 50 for 5. Hose is 9 of 12 deliveries, and Roderick is 1 off 1.
And you're listening to Live Cricket, BBC 5 Live Sports Extra, and on the BBC Sounds app. I'm Frank Watson of BBC Hereford and Worcester. Alongside me is Chloe Brewer of the Central Sparks, and we'll also be hearing from Adrian Harms from BBC Radio Sussex. And it's been Sussex's morning in the first hour here at New Road, no doubt about that, and in particular the morning has belonged to England's Ollie Robinson, who's picked up 4 wickets for very few runs. His Hudson Prentice bowls and almost picks up his 2nd wicket. This one outside the off stump. Roderick reaching for it, missed it, and again then it seamed back and was taken by wicketkeeper Carter, moving to his left. So Robinson 7 overs, no maidens, 4 for 30. And the other bowlers used Sean Hunt, wicketless, 5 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 18. And Hudson Prentice, currently in his 2nd over, has picked up 1 wicket so far for just 2 runs. And he looks keen and busy and eager, not surprisingly, as he comes in again now and bowls. And Roderick is in behind this and pushes up to mid-on where Robinson fields. Bright sunshine here at New Road this morning, just a little bit of wispy cloud above the Basil d'Oliveira stand at the far end of the ground as we look out from our position at long on, with Hudson Prentice bowling from the New Road end of the ground. But the forecast not great for the rest of the game. It's okay today, but rain due tonight, and a fair amount of rain in the forecast for the next 2 days. His Hudson Prentice is in again, past umpire watch, down the leg side. This takes Roderick on the pad and runs away fine down to fine leg. They go through for 2 leg byes. This is a decent bit of fielding down there. Good sliding stop by Crocombe, I think it is, down there. And it may well be that he's the man that we see coming into the attack shortly to replace Robinson, if that is what we're about to see. Just the 4 slips now. I say just the 4 because Robinson had 5 and a short leg when he was at his best and most threatening this morning. Hudson Prentice in again, bowls. That's a lovely shot from Roderick. One of the few bad deliveries that we've seen today. Over pitched on leg stump and punched beautifully straight down the ground on the onside of the stumps for 4 runs. And although we saw Libby pick one up off his pads over the short boundary behind square on the leg side early on, I would say that for me from Roderick just then is the most impressive, authentic cricket shot that we've seen today. It really was glorious, and it takes him on to 7. Hudson Prentice in again, bowls, gets his length right on this occasion, just outside the off stump, and there's no run. Update for FM listeners coming now. Well, it's been a very torrid first hour for Worcestershire here at New Road after they were put into bat, and they have been reduced to 56 for 5 in the 14th over. The men out: Pollock for 4, Azhar Ali for 11, Jack Haynes for 1, and Jake Libby for 15, all falling to England seamer Ollie Robinson, who's taken 4 for 30. The other man out, D'Oliveira, who was out caught at slip by Clark off Hudson Prentice for 1. So Sussex bowlers absolutely on top after their captain won the toss. Hose is on 9, Roderick is on 5, Worcestershire off 56 for 5. And after a few more words from Chloe, she'll be joined by Adrian Harms of BBC Radio Sussex, who will be with us in a couple of minutes. He's just indicated to me because he's about to do an update. And I'm right, I think, and Henry Crocombe is going to replace Ollie Robinson at the Douglas end.
Yeah, Ollie Robinson did some serious damage through the Worcestershire batting lineup this morning. He's taken 4 wickets in his 7 overs. He's really just hit the line in length there. He's just nibbled off the surface a little bit. So we'll see if Crookham can continue from what Robinson started, as Worcestershire are on 56 for 5. He's just going through a couple bowl throughs at the start of his run up. Just a couple swings of arms. He's got 4 slips in no short leg, which was there in the overs before. And he comes with first ball left outside off as that goes through to the keeper, as that's been sent back around. Giving it a little bit of a shiner, looking after his ball, keeping it up, as that's what will do the damage. The moment the shine comes off the ball, that's when batters will have a slightly easier time. And at the moment, again, that's outside off, left alone with very high hands where it looks like it just kicked off, almost a tennis ball bounce. As I've been rejoined by Adrian.
Yes, hello Chloe, good to see you again.
Yeah.
What a glorious day it is here at Worcester. Have you been to this ground before?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's now a home ground.
Yeah, I was going to say, so how often have you played here?
Well, we played our first game here on Saturday.
Right, so you played at New Road, right?
Yeah.
Okay. It's beautiful, isn't it? I mean, it just looks magnificent today.
Yeah, definitely. And again, from a digger stand outside, off, just looking to get Hose playing at it here. He's just teasing that line wide outside, off stump. It's a tempting delivery there, especially with cover completely vacant.
Do you play all the matches here, or because early season I know it's so wet here?
Yeah, we've got a mix of it here. Edgbaston. We played one at Wormsley Estate actually.
Oh, how lovely!
Which was really nice. Crocombe, that's short outside. He's looked to cut that away. It's to no avail as Point picks it up and it's a dot ball. It was my first time at Wormsley as well.
I've never had the pleasure of going, but I'm told it's beautiful.
Such a picturesque ground. It's not quite the cathedral here, but we've got all this rolling, hills really. Some lovely landscapes around there. As Crookham in again, playing a miss. It's just outside off. He's really teasing Hose here with that. Just outside off. It's, to be fair, it is there to be hit, but with 4 slips in play, you probably don't want to be playing at that at all.
No, absolutely. But Henry Crocombe coming into the attack for his first. It'll be very key to carry on the Sussex attack, taking over from Ollie Robinson at Digley's end of the ground.
Yeah, in comes Crocombe again, and that's just outside off. It hasn't got up as much, and it's a big swish at that, but it's to try and cut it away, but again it goes through for a dot ball, and that brings the end of the over. So Worcestershire now 56 for 5. Hose is on 9 and Roderick is on 5.
And you're listening to BBC 5 Sports Extra, also BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester, Adrian Harms and Chloe Brewer on commentary. If you're on the most lovely day down here at Worcester, the ground dominated by the wonderful cathedral on the banks of the River Severn. Lovely blue sky. We're hoping it's going to stay like this for the rest of the day. The local forecast suggests we may get some rain a little later, but not so far. And a good crowd in. I think that's got a lot to do with the fact that Steve Smith is playing in this game, but he's currently standing in the slips. As in comes Hudson Prentice, right arm over the wicket, bowls to Adam Hose, who's forward very correctly, punches the ball to mid-off, and there is no run. For those of you just joining us, Sussex winning the toss here this morning, deciding to bowl first, and it's been very much the Ollie Robinson show this morning. He's picked up 4 wickets already, those of Ed Pollock, Jake Libby, Azhar Ali and Jack Haynes. Only Robinson's second championship game of the season. But he looks in fine fettle as in comes Hudson Prentice again, and bowls and punched into the offside. Nice looking shot by Roderick, fielded at mid-off by Cheteshwar Pujara, and there is no run. 4 slips in place. There's a point mid-off, mid-on, a mid-wicket and a fine leg all the way down in the distance as Hudson Prentice makes his way towards us. He's got long hair, Finn Hudson Prentice, but he ties it up in a bun above his head to keep it out the way when he's playing cricket. But he's on his way now, racing away from us in bowls, and that's down the leg side, and that's going to be a bye. Ollie Carter diving away to his left-hand side, and that was a wayward delivery, and Hudson Prentice raises his left hand and acknowledges to Ollie Carter that wasn't a great bit of bowling, and Carter probably did well to get a hand on that, to be honest, Chloe.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a very good dive. He's done well to get a hand on that. So,
give you the other scores in the other county championship matches as we go through the over at Chelmsford. And Essex have made a good start against Surrey. Surrey have won 2 of their 3 matches, but Essex batting first are 61 without loss. Alistair Cook, or Sir Alistair Wishay, on 33. In fact, Essex have just lost a wicket as in comes Hudson Prentice. Bowls let go outside the off stump by Hose, and there is no run. 57 for 5 taken by Carter. Nick Brown, the man, out for 16. A wicket there for Gus Atkinson. So Essex now 62 for 1 at Chelmsford. Hampshire 51 for 1 against Warwickshire at Southampton. Hampshire winning the toss and deciding to bat. Felix Organ, the man, out there for a single. A wicket there for Chris Rushworth. In comes Hudson Prentice again, bowls, and again slightly wide of the off stump, and who's able to let that go through to keep her Carter, and there's no run. I think he'd be a bit disappointed here, Hudson Prentice. He's picked up a wicket, but you know the ball's doing a little bit. You've got to make the batsman play here, Chloe.
Yep, absolutely. You need to get that line and length where the batsmen need to play at it. That just kind of off stump, fourth stump kind of line where you put a little bit of doubt in the batter's mind whether to leave it or not. Or if something happens off a pitch, it's a wicket taking ball.
Hudson Prentice in and bowls and clipped away nicely by Hose, and this is going to be at least a couple of runs. The ball comes out towards the Graham Hick Pavilion. Ollie Robinson in hot pursuit, and Ollie Robinson has to run through the little gate here and up the steps of the pavilion. He can't cut the ball off. It's run away for 4 runs. No way was Ollie Robinson going to injure himself trying to just cut off a run there. It was clipped away onto the leg side. Nice looking shot by Adam Hose. He goes to 13 and the total 61 for 5. Hudson Prentice's 3 overs. No maidens, 1 for 10. And just to rattle through those other scores in Division 1 of the County Championship, Lancashire 91 for 2 at Trembridge, having been asked to bat. Josh Bohannon was already 47 not out, so plenty of runs at Trembridge this morning. There's a rain delay down at Taunton, which doesn't augur particularly well for here, where Northamptonshire are 53 without loss. and it's going to be Henry Crocombe who's going to carry on from the Digley's end of the ground.
Yep. He's two continues, got 3 slips in the gully as he's running in from Digley's end on a length, and that's defended by Roderick there. These 2 batters are doing well to just dig in here. They're not in an ideal situation. 61 for 5. Worcestershire bowlers have really hit their mark this morning, making it incredibly difficult for the Worcestershire batters to get off to a start.
Just coming up with another scores in the second division. Chloe, Leicestershire 47 for 3 at Derby.
Crocombe again, that's just outside off, kicked off the surface there. He's done well to get his hands out the way of it. It just looks like there's quite tennis ball bounce here at Worcestershire.
2 wickets there for Henry Brooks. And the other game in Division 2 is at Headingley, where Glamorgan are batting first against Yorkshire. Yorkshire having won the toss and decided to field first, and a couple of wickets there for Ben Code, Glamorgan 34 for 2. Marlon Slabbershane on 10.
And Crocombe comes again outside off, and it's just left alone. I feel like Crocombe here could maybe make his line slightly tighter.
Yeah, I think you're right, and I certainly think that one thing that you saw from Ollie Robinson, and maybe that's the difference, is that Ollie Robinson makes. You have to play at pretty much every delivery from Ollie Robinson, and in the last couple of overs, it's been noticeable that both bats have been able to let the ball go past outside the off stump. Yeah,
absolutely. You want to keep the batsman playing here for sure. Crocombe again. That's much better line, slightly tighter, and that's just been left alone. He was tempted by it to play at it. He's just dropped his hands at the last moment, and there's that routine bit of gardening, just patting a patch down, making sure the pitch is all flat, minimising the amount of sea movement it can do off the pitch. And it's been passed back to Crocombe from the Digley's end, and he comes steaming in again, and that's a short of length punch there, and that will be a boundary for Roderick.
Lovely shot, wasn't it, Chloe? I mean, it was short of a length, it was slightly wide, but as you say, it was punched away off the back foot through backward point, and the ball raced away for 4 runs. It's a really short boundary on this offside for the right-hander towards the Graham Hick Pavilion. Probably no more than 50 yards, I would say.
Yeah, no, it's quite
very short
boundary.
But nonetheless, that was a beautifully played shot.
Crocombe coming in again, full of a length, and he's half played it. That's a dangerous one where you just don't commit to it, and that brings the end of the over. Worcestershire is 65 for 5, Hose on 13, and Roderick is on 9. Yeah, they are quite small boundaries today, actually, over towards.
Yeah, I mean, certainly as we look out towards, from our commentary box, the cathedral is to our left.
Yeah.
And that's where the River Severn is, but the rope is probably pulled in 20 or 30 yards on that the leg side for the right-hander. But on this offside, where you got the old pavilion and the Graham Hick Pavilion, the boundary is really very short.
Pretty short, yeah.
Well, very good morning, or very good afternoon, I should say, wherever you're listening to 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester, with the news here that Worcestershire, as Chloe was saying, 65 for 5 as Finn Hudson-Prentice runs away from us, comes into bowl to Adam Hose, who's forward to a ball of good length, punches that ball to mid-off, fielded by Chetishwar Pujara, and there is no run. So the news here that Sussex winning the toss, asking Worcestershire to bat first, though those who came to the ground hoping to see Steve Smith bat aren't going to see him this morning, but the way this game is developing, it might well we see him bat later on today, because Worcestershire have already lost 5 wickets this morning, 4 of those taken by Ollie Robinson, who seemed to be doing some limbering up in front of us again, as in comes Hudson-Prentice over the wicket, bowls, Hose forward, plays it into the offside, and that's a well taken single to the left of Chetishwar Pujara, who has to run around from mid-off to field. One more to Hose, who I think has played very correctly.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what they need here, really. Someone to come in and just dig in a little bit. They're doing well to build somewhat of a partnership, an early partnership here.
He goes to 14. Worcestershire at 66 for 5. Hudson-Prentice right arm over the wicket, bowling with 4 slips. Runs away from us in bowls, and forward comes Hose again and played very correctly. A bowl of good length. He's forward and plays it into the offside, fielded there by Pujara. Apologies, that was Gareth Roderick. And there is no run. 4 slips, a backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg. A couple of changes for Sussex from the side that played at Bristol last week. Tom Haynes, the opener, missing out. We understand he's got a knee problem, so he's been replaced at the top of the order by Tom Clark, who took a terrific catch in the slips to dismiss Ed Pollock in the first over of the day. Hudson Prentice in again, bowls, and forward comes Roderick, plays to mid-wicket, fielded there by... who's that in there?
Hunt.
Sean Hunt, and there is no run. The other change for Sussex, Jack Carson not in the Sussex side today. We understand he's got a small crack in his finger, which I'm told is not too serious, but he's been left out of this game. So no Haynes and no Carson for Sussex, as Hudson Prentice is in again, bowls and driven away in the offside uppishly. Nonetheless, going to be a couple of runs here for Gareth Roderick. Pujara is in hot pursuit out towards the cathedral side of the ground. Picks up a couple of runs, didn't quite time that. Nonetheless, he goes to 9. And I think the score was just going to click over. Yeah, well, he goes to 11, 68 for 5. So both of these two into double figures.
Yeah, they're doing well just to rebuild here. Slightly, I feel like the ball's not doing as much as it was this morning.
Hudson Prentice on his way, bowls and defended by Roderick down the offside of the track. Some keep yappy by Finn Hudson Prentice. What's impressive, Chloe? Look at that. That was probably about 10 times. And he kicks the ball to Chetish or Pujaras. That was impressive from Finn Hudson Prentice. End of the over, 68 for 5. Ho's on 14. Roderick is on 11. If you're just joining us, you're listening to live cricket on the BBC. Every ball of every match of every county right throughout the season on BBC Local Radio. You're listening to 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Chloe Brewer. I was looking out for you actually the other day, Chloe, because you opened the... I mean, are you always opening the batting for Central's marks? Right. Is that your preferred position?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, definitely, absolutely. It's quite fun, isn't it? Ball's brand new and they've
you like that?
2 fielders out. Yeah, it's quite good fun. Cookham in again, full of length and defender there. Good dive there to get a hand on it, but it's stopped by mid-on there. And that's just been passed back around the field. As he's returning to the top of his mark. Yeah, talk about short boundaries. So you see the wicket over there, which is kind of like half on the edge of the pitch.
Yes, is that where you were,
where we were
on Saturday? Wow, so you're right across the other side of the square.
And I remember there was a ball that was hit for 6 and I wasn't sure if I could get it or not. So I've obviously dived over the rope and landed in the very wet covers. Crookham in again for the left alone there. And that's gone through for a dot ball. Yeah, it wasn't fun landing in a puddle.
So, in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Pro, so you've played 3 games, won 1, lost 2, 5 points. The Blaze are blazing a trail at the top. They've got, they played 3, they've got 12 points.
Yeah, it's been interesting so far. Crookham in, and that's full of length, driven there to mid-on, another dot ball. So the first game of the season was Sunrisers, which have been the underdogs for the past 3 years, actually beat the Vipers, which, if you're not sure, have won pretty much most things within the women's regional competition. So it's been a very mixed bag at the start of the season.
But I think that's good for the competition.
Absolutely. Yeah, you never know what the results will be. Crookham running in again from the Douglas and full of length defended back to him. That's a much better line and length now. It's just making a batsman play a ball. It's what you want as a bowler, just to keep on hammering the stumps really. If they miss it, it's your wicket.
And you've got a trip. When do you travel? Because you're at Old Trafford on Saturday.
Yeah.
So do you travel up tomorrow? How does that work?
Yeah, we travel
up
tomorrow, which would be a good old trip up to Manchester.
M6 on a Friday.
Come again, short of length. There we go. Punched off the back foot. A diving attempt there. Oh, and he stopped it on the boundary. That's an excellent piece of fielding and saved 4. They've just taken 2 from it. So that's another 2 for Hose there.
I've got to say, that's pretty brave diving to stop the ball going for 4 runs, because there's only a couple of yards between the boundary rope and the advertising awning. There's a lot of equipment there, photographers as well down on the boundary edge.
Yeah.
And you really do risk injury doing that.
Yeah.
I saw Henry Crocombe, who's bowling now, injured himself diving at Durham last year. And you might save a run, but you've got to be so careful.
Yeah, absolutely. Crookham in again from a digger stand, full of length, worked into the leg side. And they've taken a single. They're looking for a 2, but no, it's a throw back in from a man at mid wicket, and that brings it end of the over. Worcestershire 70 for 5, Hose now 17, and Roderick for 11. There was one player who got injured in the IPL. It was like the first game. I can't remember.
Reece Topley got injured.
Yes, and he was complaining about how all the stuff on the side, or it was a peg or something.
Yeah, and I think these Toblerone boundary markers and things. So I think Reece Topley injured himself in the World Cup, where he injured his ankle, and then again in the IPL. So he's had a rotten time with injuries.
Yeah.
You're listening to 5 Sports Extra, where Worcestershire are 71 for 5. Adam Hose on 17, Gareth Roddick on 11. Adrian Harms and Chloe Brewer with you here on commentary. So you're up to Manchester on Sunday, Chloe. Then you're down at Hove next week.
Yeah.
Against the Vipers.
Yeah, what a delight. Which should be good. We get to go again against them, because we played them on Monday. So hopefully we won't come second this time.
Ollie Robinson is warming up down in front of us, so I wonder if we're going to get a burst of Ollie Robinson before lunch. It's Finn Hudson-Prentice, though, for the time being, running away from us. Comes in and bowls to Hose's forward to a ball of good length, plays it down the ground, fielded by Hudson-Prentice off his own bowling, and there is no run. Lovely sunny day here at Worcester. Quite a breeze. You can see the trees around the ground, particularly at the Diglis end of the ground, swaying in the breeze. The ground bathed in sunshine, and people sitting down below us. It's t-shirt weather. T-shirt and white floppy hat weather.
Yeah, make sure you get your sun cream on in the crowd.
No, definitely. Well, we need some of this, as in comes Hudson-Prentice bowls, and Hose again very correctly forward, punches to mid-off, footed by Pujara, and there is no run.
Yeah, we absolutely need some sun after the April that we've had.
Well, it's been shocking, hasn't it? I mean, the locals were telling us here the forecast here for later today isn't the best, and
Really?
apparently not great for the rest of the week. But let's hope that's wrong. In a couple of moments' time, as in comes Hudson-Prentice running away from us. He's in again, bowls. Hose lets that go outside the off stump, and there is no run. It looks very much to me as if Ollie Robinson is getting ready to bowl again, Chloe.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like he'll just have a little spell before lunch, see what damage he can cause, really. He's already torn through the top order of Worcestershire. So see if they can get a couple more before lunch, and then that'll be in a prime position, really.
He picked up Pollock for 4, Libby for 15, as Ali for 11, and Haynes for a single. The other wicket taken by Hudson-Prentice, that of Brett D'Oliveira, as it is Hudson-Prentice with 4 slips. He's in and bowls right up in the block. Clipped away, lovely shot, and that's going to be 4 runs. Over pitch by Finn Hudson-Prentice. And I've been impressed by Adam Hose. That was a nice shot, just clipped away off the legs for 4 runs. He goes to 21, and the total 75 for 5. A loose delivery, but he put it away.
Yeah, but he's doing well to just hit what's there. He's not searching for anything. He's just letting the ball come, letting the bowlers bowl well, which, as a batter, it's hard to actually let the bowlers bowl well. You see in the modern game now, you don't really see bowlers just get into their swing, so he's just doing well to respect for good ball.
Hudson-Prentice was annoyed with himself that he'd overpitched that mid-wicket. The ball whistled away to the boundary. Hudson-Prentice in again, bowls. That's slightly shorter of a length. Hose in behind it, plays it back to Hudson-Prentice, who fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. Apart from the 4 slips, wheels around in front of us, and runs away from us. Number 33 on his shirt comes in and bowls. That's a good delivery. That's the best delivery that he's bowled in this over. Just left the right hander. Hose was playing forward. The ball whistled past the outside edge, through into the gloves of Ollie Carter. It's the end of the over. 75 for 5 are Worcestershire. Adam Hose is on 21. Gareth Roderick is on 11. And indeed, Ollie Robinson is getting stripped for action. He's already taken 4 wickets so far today, and he's going to be bowling the next over. And I would imagine here, Chloe, he's probably going to bowl through until lunch. I'll make way for Frank, who'll be with you, and I'll leave you with Chloe Edwards.
Yep, Robinson to continue again from the Diglis end. He started off his spell of 7 this morning. He went for 30 runs but took 4 wickets. So he's bowled incredibly well this morning, really hitting that line of length as he turns from the Diglis end, and he is powering in, full of length, driven back to him, and he's back in a swing after that short break, but I'm sure he appreciated having a little bit of time to chill as I've been rejoined.
Yeah. Good afternoon it is now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Be doing out my update for BBC Heaven Worcester shortly. Yeah, Robinson back in and looking to re-establish the stranglehold.
Robinson just short of length now. It's been just, well, he's punched it, but it's ended up just going past Gully's right hand van. It's a boundary. Just returning to the top of his mark as the ball is being sent back to him. Roderick for batter on strike as Robinson is just at the top of his mark, giving the ball a little bit of a shine as he's powering in from the Diglis end, and that's just outside off, defended by Roderick. Quite soft. Smith has his hands firmly in the pocket still. I'm not sure if they'll come out today. Not quite warm enough.
Not between deliveries anyway. No.
Robinson just at the top of his mark again, running in from the Diglis end, and that's just full of length, defended by Roderick there. These two have done well to rebuild, haven't they?
Yeah, they have, haven't they? I mean, it's 35 they've added so far. I mean, it's relatively small beer, but given the circumstances, they've played well. They've not missed any opportunities to put bad balls away, and they've had a little bit of fortune, like that one earlier in this over where Roderick sort of steered it down to third man, but it looks a bit better, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Robinson in full of a length, defended there by Roderick, and that will be another dot ball for Robinson's over. This is his 8th over, so he's done.
Here's that update coming.
Worcester playing their county championship match against Sussex at New Road. It's day 1 and it's been a fraught morning for the pairs, I'll tell you. But don't let me tell you, let's go to the ground now, live to New Road, and join our reporter Frank Watson.
Yes, you're right, Malcolm. It has been a fraught morning. It's improved slightly, dare I say, in the last 20 minutes or so, because we've got something of a partnership developing for the 6th wicket between Adam Hose, who's on 21, and Gareth Roderick, who's on 15. They came together when the score was 44 for 5. Ollie Robinson, the England seamer, doing most of the damage. He picked up the wickets of Ed Pollock for 4, Azhar Ali for 11, Jack Haynes for 1, and Jake Libby for 15. Finn Hudson-Prentice picked up Brett D'Oliveira for 1. Not much blame attached to the batsman. Difficult conditions, good bowling, good catching too in the Sussex slip cordon, but something of a recovery underway in the New Road Sunshine. Just a case of whether Worcestershire can get through to lunch without further damage. It's 79 for 5 off 21 overs. And Henry Crocombe is coming to the New Road end, having bowled 3 overs from the Diglis end. Tidy, only conceded 7 runs, but Robinson has returned at that end, and Crocombe replacing Hudson Prentice at the New Road end. Hudson Prentice having bowled 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 17. Crocombe, who has had success on this ground and from this New Road end in the past, moves in now and bowls to Hose, who pushes this one firmly back up the pitch. Tall man Adam Hose, and using his reach, likes to get on with it. To be fair, 21 off 30. Worcestershire at Edgbaston last year in the Blast for Warwickshire, or I should say the Bears. Gets a run here as he tucks this one off his pads out to Hunt on the mid-wicket boundary, and that takes Hose on to 22 and the total to 80 for 5. But given the opportunity coming to New Road to play some red ball cricket, Hose, and well, I suppose it in some ways quite unusually for a young cricketer these days, he wants to play red ball cricket when he's actually got a pretty serious career travelling around the world playing white ball cricket. Here's Crocombe in to bowl to Roderick, who pushes up to mid-off, and there's no run. There are many players these days who, not surprisingly, I'm not making a value judgment here, but if you're a young cricketer and you're a white ball specialist and you're able to travel the world playing franchise cricket and earning good money, Ollie Robinson, I don't know if I would. But if you're an aesthete and somebody who cares about that sort of thing, Crocombe bowls to Roderick and there's no run. If you're somebody who believes that red ball cricket is the real test and you genuinely love the game, then maybe that is more important to you. Or maybe you, like Adam Hose, you feel you can have a career that balances both. But you know, there are some. It's an interesting stat. A lot of people might know this, but I remember I was quite shocked when it was pointed out to me that Tim David, the Australian white ball cricketer, Crocombe bowls, Roderick gets a run off the inside edge to square leg, takes him on to 16, 81 for 5. Tim David, Singapore born, I think raised in Australia, and white ball specialist in franchise cricket all over the world, has never played anywhere. It's incredible, isn't it? Here's Crocombe again in bowl to Hose, short. Hose goes for the pull shot. He's a bit of a compulsive player of the short one, Hose, and he went for that. If he'd have connected with it, we'd have been looking over the ladies' pavilion somewhere. He missed it, and it went through to Ollie Carter, the Sussex keeper. End of the over. I must say, it looks a bit of a different game when anybody other than Robinson is bowling at the moment, doesn't it, really?
Yeah.
And Worcestershire, 6th wicket pair, still together, 81 for 5.
Yeah, they've done well to rebuild here. Ollie Robinson is continuing by he's bowling his 9th over, so he's gone 34 runs, taken 4 wickets. So he's been on fire this morning, really, hasn't he? He's just hit his lines, his lengths, and I'm sure he'll be rubbing his hands together for another one before lunch, as he's returning at the top of his mark from the Diglis end. He's powering in for his first delivery, full of length, defended there to my
just let Chloe finish this over, and then Adrian Harms will be back in alongside me till the lunch interval.
Robertson just moving his field slightly wider to extra cover. as he is running in again, and that's full of lamp defended there out towards a vacant cover, and Deep Point comes around to pick it up. He underarms it to extra cover. He's just passing it round, which would be interesting on replays if the ball's doing as much as it was initially this morning. We saw the Sussex bowlers were really on top of the Worcestershire batters in the first part of the morning. They weren't.
Might change the ball. I think we'll take this opportunity to bring Adrian back in, Chloe, if that's all right with you, and we'll hear more from Chloe later. That's Chloe Brewer, the Central Sparks all-rounder, who's been joining us today for this one. Adrian Harms from BBC Radio Sussex coming back in alongside me. This is the scenario we saw so many times last year, didn't we, with the
ball being changed.
But I think on this occasion the umpires have found that it fits through the gauge and they've said get on with it.
We've got a number of emails have come in, Frank. Perhaps I could read them as we go through this over from Ollie Robinson. Thank you everybody for getting in touch. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Ollie Robinson, the Digley's end of the ground, those 4 slips still in place. He's racing in to bowl to Adam Hose, who's on 22. He's in on bowls and Hose is forward. He's hit around the 5 pad. The ball bounces down in front of him. There is no run. So hi Adrian and Frank, says John Malone. Hello John. Good to hear you back on the stream rather than the separate communications we had at Gloucester last week. With a little bit of luck, Mr. Smith will pass on some of his experience to our younger lads. He says it's cloudy in Bexhill-on-Sea. Another interesting 4 days ahead at New Road. Thank you, John, for that. Peter Turner's been in touch. He says, good morning. It seems to me that this is the most open Division 2 for ages. That's a trolley just goes.
Oh, you get used to that.
Yeah. Robinson in bright sunshine. Is in and bowls. His forward plays to mid-wicket. There is no run. In recent seasons, there's been an obviously dominant team like Nottinghamshire last year, but I think all teams look very equal this time. What do you think, and who are your favourites for promotion? Thank you, Sam. That's from Peter. Well, we'll talk about that as we go through, because it is very open, I think. And
yeah, I think Durham have made a solid start, haven't they? And they look quite dangerous. I think they've got quite a bit of depth. But I agree with that. It's probably a little less between the other teams than there has been in the past.
Martin Weiss has been in touch from Twickenham. Hello, Martin. As in comes Robinson over the wicket bowls. All Hoses been. That's a good delivery. Success chances of chasing promotion this season. The tide may finally be turning on the south coast. Everything seems a lot happier and fresher after a grisly few years. Says,
it's turned quite quickly,
Martin.
isn't it?
David has been in touch. David Sharp. Hello, David. Robinson in and bowls. Hose plays this. Well, a lot of conviction, but nonetheless he gets it through square leg. Alior in hot pursuit towards the cathedral, and it's a couple more runs. And Robinson's over. Hose goes to 24. I think that's going to go to the total 84 for 5. And these two have battled away. I have to say I've been impressed, Frank. So David says, I'm watching the YouTube feed and commentary from the balcony from our apartment here in Marbella. The wonder of YouTube. I missed Ollie Robb's first wicket, but saw his second. Sadly, says I'm flying back tomorrow evening for the coronation. Who else have we got here? Steve O'Brien about Jack Hayes. He says, hello from Australia. Just letting you know I'm watching your YouTube channel today from Sydney, Australia. Looking forward to seeing Steve Smith bat and our local favourite Jack Haynes, who played for our local club, Sydney Cricket Club. Unfortunately, it looks like I put the mock on him by tuning in.
Here's Henry Crocombe from the New Road End. Beats Roderick outside the off stump with a good delivery. And just wide of off stump, Roderick just launching at it a little bit. And grateful that he missed that and it went through to Carter. I agree about the open second division, and I just wonder if it is. If you take Yorkshire out, then you've got none of the real big boys, have you, in terms of... I mean, I know Durham's a test ground, but I wouldn't put them in the same category. Crocombe again in, defended this time by Roderick. You know, the Notts, Warwickshire, Middlesex, Surrey bunch, the guys with big bucks. And maybe, you look at Durham, Leicestershire, Sussex, Worcestershire, Glamorgan, Gloucestershire, Derbyshire. It looks a bit more of an even playing field, shall we say. Crocombe is in again and bowls, and Roderick plays this one nicely, gets on top of it, rides the bounce and pushes it out square on the offside. Ali Orr comes in to field from backward point, and they get another single. Roderick moves on to 18, 85 for 5, Worcestershire in the 24th over.
Good partnership this, Frank, because Worcester are in all sorts of trouble in 44 for 5. I'm not saying they're not in trouble now, but these two have batted really sensibly.
Yeah, they have. They've taken what opportunities they've had to score. Crocombe is in bowls, and Hose falls over. Well, he puts the lie to what I just said, really, with that one, because it was an opportunity to score. It was over pitched on leg stump, maybe just outside, and he just fell over it, didn't he, and played round that front pad, and he's a bit annoyed with himself. I suspect if he'd stood a little bit stiller, he would have smacked that away to mid-wicket. Big gap on the leg side. Got a man at long leg and a man at mid-on. Nobody else fielding on the leg side. As Crocombe is in and bowls, and that's
Shot.
4. Lovely shot from Hose. That's a really nice cricket shot. Over pitched again. Ran about middle and leg, and he just leaned on it and stroked it straight down the ground between the stumps and mid-on, and a very, very nice shot, and he moves on to 28, and the total to 89 for 5. Yeah, Jake Libby played one similar, didn't he? Very similar off Hunt, just before Hunt went round the wicket. Commented at the time that it was the best shot we'd seen of the day. That one from Crocombe is outside the off stump, left alone by Adam Hose. 89 for 5 then. Worcestershire at the end of 24 overs, and this after Sussex won the toss and not surprisingly chose to bowl. Robinson has been the destroyer in chief, 4 for 37 from his 9 overs, about to start his 10th, and the other wicket taker Finn Hudson-Prentice 1 for 17.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC. BBC Hereford and Worcester, BBC Sussex, and 5 Sports Extra. Here from the lovely ground that is Worcester. A little more cloudy now. The forecast is for some rain later on today, and there's some sort of high level thin cloud just drifting towards New Road, with what we've got 15 minutes to go before lunch. I'll just pick up on that Jack Haynes email from Steve O'Brien, who was listening over in Australia. There's Ollie Robinson. He's on his way over the wicket and bowls. Oh, and he's caught behind, and that's his 5th wicket for Ollie Robinson. No, it's not. Well, they were convinced he got his man. They're all up in the slips. Carter was up. But he's given not out by umpire Hartley. And the total remains on 89 for 5. They were so convinced with their appeal, I thought that was his 5th wicket. Frank, but it's not given. Steve actually says that with no disrespect to Ollie Robinson, he looks a different bowler to the one that was bowling in Australia. It just shows the different conditions. He's on his way again. Over the wicket, bowls, and played into the offside by Roderick. Nice shot to the fielder at backward point, who's Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's out on the boundary. So it's an easy single, and the total goes to 89 for 5. So Steve was saying, watching the coverage on your channel, I'm looking forward to seeing Jack Haynes bat, who played for our local club, Sydney Cricket Club, a few years ago as a 16-year-old. He dominated the under-16 Green Shield competition, helping the team win the competition. He then played a few grade games. A terrific player, and more importantly, a fine young man. And a big shout to his father, Gavin, who became a favourite among the parents for his continuous laps of the ground throughout the day. So there you are.
I was talking about Gavin earlier today because 2 nights ago he spoke to us at the Worcestershire Cricket Society here in the pavilion, and we had some amusing anecdotes.
Robinson in bowls, and a curious shot from Adam Hose. I think the ball came off the thigh pad, and Carter chases back to short fine leg from behind the stumps and fields, and there is no run.
Well, Jack's a player I know very well. A lot of people will have heard me say this before, because the club where I was involved as a coach until 2 or 3 years ago, Ombersley, is the club where Jack grew up and has come through the ranks. And I've had a message from somebody at Ombersley this morning. Chap good. There's one of the Ombersley players, Jake Howell, who's had serious knee injury and is making his comeback on Saturday for the seconds. And I know everybody at the club wants to wish him well. So all the best, Jake, on your comeback.
Robinson in bowls, let go by Hose through to keeper Carter, and there is no run. Phil Pennicott has been in touch. Hello Phil, he says, hello Adrian, Frank and Chloe. Good to see the stream again from lovely Worcester, and great to see Robbo and the Sussex slip cordon in excellent form. He says, I'm listening irrespective of the Steve Smith factor. As a Sussex exile living among Essex and Middlesex fans, commenting on Stuart Hunt's pace, and it caused me to wonder whether it's beyond the wit of man to have speed guns. And comes Robinson and bowls, let go. That kept a little low, taken by Carter. Behind the stumps, let go by Hose, and there is no run. Is it beyond the wit of man to have speed guns as a permanent feature at cricket grounds? You see them at the test matches. Your views are much appreciated.
There were speed guns on some of the streams, weren't there, last year at various grounds? I'm not sure which ones. Never sure how accurate they are.
Yeah, and I don't know the cost of them either. Teddy in New Haven has been in touch. Hello Teddy, as Robinson wheels around at the Digley's end of the ground and comes running in towards us. Bowls to Hose. Hose drives into the offside and picks up a single. I'm not entirely sure. I mean, Sussex are protecting an offside boundary, but it allows an easy single, just a little nudge into the offside, fielded by Hudson Prentice coming off of the boundary. Hose pinches the strike. He goes to 29 at the end of the over. Worcestershire are 91 for 5. It represents something of a recovery, having at one stage bowling from the Sussex boys, bearing in mind dodgy weather from tomorrow.
Yeah,
we may have a chance of a positive result. Looking forward to watching Steve Smith as enjoying the commentary, so thank you very much. And Dean Tully's been in touch all the way over in Cambodia, so
wow.
Lovely to hear from you over there. So listeners in Cambodia, on Australia, New Haven, Twickenham,
Cheshire Pajora about his field. They've decided they're happy with it. 3 slips and a gully, the close fielders, as Crocombe moves away from us and bowls to Hose, who drives through mid-off. Just get a couple. No, he'll only get one, because I think Roderick slipped when he got to the down the second. So good shot for one. Won't bother Hose too much. The important thing is that these two are still together. 48 now, the partnership for this 5th wicket. What have we got? 12 minutes to go till lunch. Probably another 3 overs, and they will really be keen to get through without further damage. And now there is a change in the field. The gully is coming out to extra, and the backward point alley-or is coming in off the rope to a more conventional one saving position, I think. So just the 3 slips as Crocombe comes in to bowl to Roderick and bowls, and Roderick lets that go outside the off stump. Yeah, they've played well, these two, because when D'Oliveira was out 44 for 5 in the 12th, it was Finn Hudson Prentice's first over. Ollie Robinson was absolutely enjoying himself at the other end, and it was hard to see where the next run was coming from. And we commented at the time that their mindset would have been just to literally play one ball at a time and dig in, and they have battled well. As Crocombe is in again and bowls, and Roderick on the back foot plays defensively out on the offside. No run.
Ben has been in touch, Frank. He was in touch last week when we were at Bristol, because he was pushing his 7-month-old son around Saltdean, which is on the outskirts of Brighton, trying to get his son to go to sleep. And he says, I'm once again walking around Saltdean, trying to get my 7-month-old son to sleep, and I'm enjoying the coverage. I was born in Worcestershire, but I'm a Sussex fan. Hope the injuries to Haynes and Carlson aren't too bad, and we get a result before the weather turns, says Ben.
Crocombe in, bowls, and again Roderick leaves alone, extravagantly this time, swivelling his bat round behind his body and allows that through to Carter.
Ashton's been in touch from the Wirral. I'll read your email at the end of the over, Nigel.
Crocombe again. Bowls. Roderick defends up to mid-on. Robinson the fielder. And it stays at 92 for 5.
He says, good afternoon, gents and lady too. With regards to the discussion this morning about the value or otherwise of letting Australians play in England prior to an Ashes series, surely this or should be a two-way street, and at the same time as the Australians are learning about English conditions, English players should be learning about how the Australians cope with English conditions, which is interesting.
As Crocombe finishes his over with a full one outside the off stump, let through to the keeper, and there's no run. I thought he was going to say it should be a two-way street, and England players should go over and play
in the Shield.
In the Shield, but then you'd probably get the Australians saying they're not good enough.
Well, do you know, interestingly, Steve Smith was asked that very question at the press conference on Tuesday about whether he would mind if English players went over and played in the Shield, and he said he would have no objection whatsoever.
Yeah.
So
if they were good enough, I suppose, is the rider, isn't it? So there is a change. Ollie Robinson is coming out of the attack, so he's not picked up a wicket in his second spell. 10 overs, no majors, 4.
Lancashire 111 for 4 at Trent Bridge against Nottinghamshire. Northamptonshire 87 for 1 at Taunton against Somerset. As in comes Sean Hunt around the wicket. He's in and bowls. Clipped away onto the leg side by Adam Hose to mid-wicket, fielded by Orr. There is no run. Leicestershire in a bit of a pickle at Derbyshire. They've had a good season so far, Leicestershire, but not today. They're 65 for 6 with 4 wickets there for Henry Brooks. So Leicestershire struggling, and Glamorgan 77 for 2 at Headingley against Yorkshire. Marnus Labuschagne on 19. Sam North East going nicely. He's 44 not out as Hunt is on his way. Bowls cut away. That's going to be 4 runs. Too much width from Sean Hunt, and cut away by Adam Hose. Very fine down towards third man. There's a deep backward point, but not a third man, and a comparatively short boundary, and the ball rattled away for 4 runs. Good shot by Hose. He goes to 34 on the total, 96 for 5. Too much width, wasn't it? And it was very. I mean, the outfield is lush. It looked beautiful, Frank.
Yeah.
But
you give him width, he's going to go for it. He's that kind of player. Ball short at him, he takes it on as well, I think.
Hunt is in, bowls and driven firmly, and this is more runs. That's a lovely shot, driven through mid-off. Ollie Robinson in hot pursuit. I don't think he'll cut it off, and he won't. Over pitch by Sean Hunt, I think trying to compensate there, and Hose onto the front foot and drilled the ball through mid-off. That was a lovely looking shot. He goes to 38, and the 100 up for Worcestershire, and this has been a really good recovery.
It's
by
interesting,
this pair.
you know, Adrian, I think we said it before. I mean, Finn Hudson-Prentice bowled pretty well, picked up a wicket in his first over, but it's looked a different game when Ollie Robinson's been bowling from when anybody else has been bowling, isn't it, really?
And that's a concern for Sussex, because clearly Sussex aren't going to see a huge amount of Ollie Robinson, although we understand from Paul Farbrace that he will play the next 2 games as well, at Leicester and at home against Glamorgan. In comes Hunt on bowl. Short, pulled away. That's going to be 4 more.
He doesn't mess about with those.
That's not a great delivery. It was short down the leg side, and Hose just tucked inside the line, pulled it through square leg for 4 runs. He goes to 42, 104 for 5. So 3 successive boundaries for Adam Hose. And that was, with due respect, that was waiting to be hit for 4 runs. It was a long hop down the leg side and pulled away for 4 runs. 106 for 5. Ollie Robinson has a natter away to Sean Hunt at the Digley's end. Still the 3 slips are in situ. This would be a good delivery to pick up a wicket for Sean Hunt as he comes in and bowls, and that's a much better delivery, pitching around middle and off, drawing Hose forward. He plays it to mid-off, and there is no run. Still those 3 slips in place, a deep backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on. There's now a deep mid-wicket and a fine leg. wanders back to his mark. For those of you just joining us, Sussex winning the toss this morning, electing to bowl, reducing Worcestershire to 44 for 5 with 4 wickets for Ollie Robinson. In comes Hunt and bowls. That's a much better delivery. Let go though by Hope. This 6th wicket. Hunt back to his mark in the 27th over of the morning. He's in around the wicket bowls, and again Hose lets that one go through. A good 3 balls to finish the over from Sean Hunt. The first 3 balls disappearing for 4s. End of the over, we'll probably get at least one more, maybe just the one more before lunch, which will make it 28 overs in the morning. The reason I mention that is because Sussex were deducted 4 points for a slow over 8 against Yorkshire. I'm sure Chetishwar Vijara is very well aware of that, and they won't want to be losing any more points for slow over 8s, and certainly I won't want to be facing Paul Farbrace if that was the case, because he was none too impressed.
Be the last over before lunch in bright sunshine, as it has been all morning. He moves in, he bowls, and Gareth Roderick just flicks this away off his pads wide of Robinson at mid-on and takes a single.
In the press conference that he had a net the other day and Ollie Robinson knocked out his off stump, so he didn't enjoy that very much, he was saying.
Crocombe in, bowl short, Hose cuts, 4 runs. Gimme, that was really absolute long hop outside the off stump, and Hose flees it away to backward point to move on to 46 and take the total onto Nelson. 111 for 5.
Good shot, wasn't it? I mean,
it looks a lot better.
Delivery. Yeah,
looks a lot better than it did at 44 for 5. Just to run you through the wickets that have gone. Pollock was out in the first over. He'd had an all-run 4 down to third man, and he drove at 1 from Robinson and was well caught by Tom Clark at third slip. This one's short. Hose looks to pull it, taken on the thigh pad. Stops left at first slip, again off Robinson, and Haynes gone for 1. And then in the 11th over, Jake Levy losing his middle stump to Robinson, he was out for 15. Crocombe again bowls, it's left alone by Hose. Had Brett D'Oliveira well caught at third slip, to his right this time by Tom Clark. D'Oliveira out for just 1, and since then we've seen this watchful and more latterly fairly fruitful partnership between Jake Libby and Adam Hose. Hose it is on strike at the moment, leaves this one alone outside the off stump from Crocombe, and these two so far have added 67, I think, for this 6th wicket, and very much needed progress it has been from the Worcestershire pair. Hose, the more dominant partner, is on strike. He's on 46. Here comes Crocombe to him, bowls now, and he lets that go outside the off stump. That is taken by Ollie Carter behind the stumps, and that is lunch. 28 overs bowled. Worcestershire 111 for 5, and a few words from Adrian Harms, and then I'll hang on to do my update for BBC Hereford and Worcester's FM listeners. But that's it as far as our commentary is concerned this morning. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage, and of course we will be back just before play resumes at 1:40.
Well, a really good morning's cricket, Frank, wasn't it? Very much the Ollie Robinson show, as you say, bowled beautifully, picking up those 4 wickets. But he hasn't had quite the support from the other Sussex seamers, but that will be to take nothing away from Adam Hose and Gareth Roderick coming in with
Up beautifully by Adrian. I'll just give you the bowling figures before we go. Ollie Robinson, arch destroyer, 10 overs, no maidens, 4 for 39. Sean Hunt, 6 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 32. Finn Hudson Prentice, 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 17. And Henry Crocombe, 7 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 20. Do join us again at around about 1:37 when we resume. Good afternoon, welcome back to New Road in Worcester, where play is about to resume after lunch on day one of this county championship game between Worcestershire and Sussex. Worcestershire having gone into lunch on 111 for 5, which doesn't sound great, but actually represents something of a recovery. They were at one stage 44 for 5, and the man who did most of the damage this morning, Ollie Robinson, is taking up the attack this afternoon from the Diglis end. His first ball after lunch to Gareth Roderick is chopped down into the ground off the bottom edge by Roderick, and it runs back past the stumps, causing some excitement amongst the slip cordon. It was a busy slip cordon this morning. 3 catches picked up in that area in those 5 wickets to fall. Robinson took the first 4 to go. Pollock out for 4, Azhar Ali for 11, Jack Haynes for 1 and Jake Libby for 15. In he comes now and bowls, and that one's left alone by Roderick. The 5th man out was Brett D'Oliveira. He fell to Finn Hudson-Prentice for 1, and at that point Worcestershire in the 12th over 44 for 5. So a good effort so far by this 6th wicket pair of Adam Hose, who is on 46, and Gareth Roderick, who is on 20. I'm pleased to say that I'm joined for a few minutes by David Townsend. Here comes Robinson in to bowl now, and Roderick is forward, pushing that back to the bowler. So, good afternoon, David. Good to have you here. I know you're on your way up to Yorkshire to do a little bit of a stint of commentary on Yorkshire over the weekend, but stopped off to see us at Worcester, and always a pleasure to see you here. And I know you love this ground.
I absolutely adore this ground, Frank. I really do. I spent the odd moment or two during the winter away just thinking, oh, wouldn't it be nice to be at New Road again next summer with the sun shining as it was this morning, but a little bit cloudy nice, and but it's still glorious.
Here's Robinson. He enjoyed it this morning as well. He's in and he bowls and he squares Roderick up a bit with this one, but keeps it out, does the Worcestershire wicket-keeper batsman, pushing that out on the offside.
Yeah, so I've got a first commentary stint of the summer, so I thought I'd pop along and I think loosen the larynx. Is that what the saying is? Just about, because it's like the cricket is. It does take a little while just to get into it. I mean, people listening think,
yeah,
but it does just take a while.
Yeah. Robinson again. He's in, passed on by Hartley, and this time Roderick is solidly forward and punches that one up to Sussex skipper Cheteshwar Pujara, who is at mid-off.
I think we're a bit like the cricketers themselves. We sort of tend to hit peak form about middle of June, don't we? Sort of fade away perhaps a bit towards the end of August and into September.
Yeah, I know what you mean though. You kind of forget, and then
there's a rhythm to it.
There is a rhythm. There is a rhythm. Robinson in once more, and he bowls, and Roderick leaves alone outside the off stump. So the end of a maiden over after lunch, but safely and fairly comfortably negotiated by Gareth Roderick, who has been pretty much the junior partner in this partnership. Hose has been more aggressive, 46 off 63 balls, and Roderick has faced 48 for his 20. It's 111 for 5.
Bowled really well this morning, Ollie Robinson. A little bit of movement there, as you'd expect in the first hour or so, and he exploited it, challenging both edges, as we say. Get the old one to nip back in like he did to Azhar Ali LBW, and catches to the slips, but they were avoiding second slip, weren't they? One going to first slip, one going to third slip, and all the scribes here waiting for Mr. Smith to be doing something, to be in the game. He looks a bit cold.
Yeah, he's had his hands in his pockets, hasn't he, all morning? Hunt. Are you commentating or am I?
I'm just helping out, man.
Okay. Hunt round the wicket, left arm over. His first ball to Hose is turned down to find leg.
I can do some if you
No,
if
it's
you really
fine.
want.
I'm absolutely
If you really
fine.
want.
Sean Hunt, who probably bowled the least impressively of the four that we saw this morning. 6 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 32. He was actually picked up for 6 over square leg at one stage by Jake Liddy, but didn't bowl badly. Just didn't bowl as well as Robinson, and that's a good one. Goes past the outside edge of Roderick's bat as he pushes at that one. He's gone round the wicket again, Hunt. He started off over the wicket this morning. He's gone round the wicket now. He's slanting the ball into the right-handers. 6 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 32 so far. But as David was saying, it was Robinson who caught the eye this morning, threatening both edges. Uprooted Libby's middle stump, had Ali LBW, and also had a couple picked up in the slips. Here's Hunt again in bowls, and there's a big shout for him this time as Roderick pushes at that, and then as the ball loops off his pad and he's caught in the gully, there's a shout for a catch. Well, we can't have him LBW, we'll see if we can have him caught. Maybe he got a little nick on it. Umpire Chris Watts says no, nothing doing on either score. Going down, I suspect, given the angle of attack from the left arm round the wicket bowler, and no contact with the bat, so not out, much ado about nothing. It remains 112 for 5, and here's Hunt again, and he bowls, and that's quick actually. That's taken Roderick by surprise, hit him on the thigh and run out on the offside, but on him much more quickly than anything that Hunt has bowled previously. He's a big man, Hunt, 6'5", 6'6". Hits the deck quite hard. Broad shoulders. I should imagine he gets it through at a fair old lick.
The last 3 balls, beaten him outside on the outside edge, beaten him on the inside edge, and then whacked one into his thigh. Hit him.
Yeah. In again. Bowls, and nice response actually from Roderick. Doesn't get any runs for it, but it was a sweet looking cover drive, and Pajara at mid-off made good ground to his left to make sure that Roderick didn't profit in any tangible fashion.
Pretty good advert, isn't it, for second division cricket?
Yes.
Steve Smith at second slip, and
Pajara and Azhar Ali as well in the side that's batting. Here's Hunt again, and it beats him again outside of some good over. I'd go as far as to say the best over that Sean Hunt has bowled in this innings, and he gets the reward of a couple of pats on the back from his teammates, and the score remains at 112 for 5. Just 1 run added since the luncheon.
He's got all the attributes, hasn't he, Hunt? He's tall. He's left arm, which is always a difficult. Well, it presents different problems for the batsman to the regulation right arm, and gets a little bit of bounce, and he slipped himself that one that hit the pad. It was
a sharp, wasn't it?
Sharp one.
Yeah. Robinson from the Diglis end. It's clouded over considerably, as David was saying, as was expected. Forecast is for rain, perhaps before the end of the day's play. Robinson is in and bowls, and forward is Hose pushing up to the bowler. There's no run. Some news from elsewhere. I was just going to say, let's find out what else is going on in the county championship. We'll start in this division. Glamorgan are playing Yorkshire at Headingley, and Glamorgan are 87 for 3 in the 31st over.
They've lost one immediately after lunch there.
Essex are 104 for 2 at Chelmsford against Surrey. Robinson is in and bowls, and inside edge from Hose down onto his pad. Ball runs out on the offside. They scamper through for a quick single. Hose goes to 48, and it's 113 for 5. And Leicestershire are playing Derbyshire at Derby. 81 for 6 Leicestershire. They're in a bit of trouble there. Lancashire Notts at Trent Bridge in Division 1, 128 for 5 the visitors. And elsewhere in Division 1, Hampshire are playing Warwickshire at the Ageas Bowl. Here's Robinson bowls. Roderick plays defensively out on the offside. And Hampshire are 97 for 4 in the 32nd over. And then to round it up at Taunton. And that's the one I think we'll keep our eye on weather-wise, because if it starts raining at Taunton it might well be on the way here. But they're still playing at the moment, and Northants going along nicely. 115 for 1 off 30 overs.
Good start, isn't it?
Yeah, not bad at all. Not bad at all. And hope Northants do quite well this year. Here's Robinson in bowls, and that's beautifully driven by Roderick. That's the best shot he's played, actually. It's a drive through the covers for 4, shortish boundary, and it beats the sprawling Finn Hudson Prentice on the boundary. And Gareth Roderick moves very nicely on to 28. Oh, has it already gone up? Sometimes the board is a little bit slower than others here. It might have already gone up. 24, it's 117, yes. 117 for 5. So 24 to Roderick, and that's his best shot to date, as I say. And it was on the up, it wasn't a full half volley. Good shot, that. Here's Robinson again into him bowls, and this one is pitched up on his pads, and that's 4 more. Overcompensation from Robinson, leg stump half volley, and just flicked nicely square on the leg side for another boundary by Roderick, who has this time gone on to 28. So
did that nice little wristy
changing
thing.
Momentum, yeah.
Little wristy thing at the end there, didn't he?
Little
Just
little hockey shot, I think.
Where the bottom hand sort of comes over the top after it finished playing the shot.
Yeah.
Little flourish. I'm not sure Ollie Robinson's going to appreciate that. I think he might.
Suddenly changes things. 121 for 5. Partnership 77. And comes Robinson again and bowls, and he's back onto a good length, and consequently Roderick is forward, pushing up to mid-on, and there is no run. End of the over, so Worcestershire have added 10 since lunch to 121 for 5.
Yeah, going along nicely after the loss of those early wickets. The pitch easier to bat on, it would seem, at the moment, and of course these two are both in. Adam Hose just fancied going to his 50 before lunch, didn't he? Played a couple of expansive shots in that last over. What are you doing? You're only 90 seconds from your lunch, and you didn't want to lose a wicket at that stage. But I think he had his eye on his half century. May well reach it in this over. Interesting little technique of his as well, isn't it? That nearly every delivery is just wandering a couple of paces down the pitch.
Yeah, he's done it right from the start, hasn't he? And it's just that attempt to just put the bowler under a bit of pressure. Well, that could well be it, as he drives out on the offside. He gets 1, he gets 2, and that is 50 for Adam Hose. And it's his first 50 in first-class cricket for Worcestershire. And he's going to get congratulated by his partner, Gareth Roderick. 67 balls, and he's hit 8 fours. So in the circumstances, I think it's a pretty impressive effort from Adam Hose, newcomer here from Warwickshire, but his job is far from finished. As Hunt bowls to him, and he goes for a fairly expansive drive and just gets a bottom corner on it and bangs it down into the ground.
I had the glasses on him there, Frank, and the facial expression was a big "Whoa!" after he.
It's a man out frontier who will know him pretty well, I think, just standing outside our box. Jonathan Trott, who will have played a fair bit with Hose, had a lot to do with him, I would imagine, at Edgbaston at one time or another. There's Hunt again in, round the wicket bowls, and Hose gets another run this time, just turning this one on the onside through the vacant mid-wicket area and picks up a single, so he goes to 51. So Adam Hose is 50, 67 balls and 8 fours, his second championship appearance of the season for Worcestershire. He played in the first game at Derby and made 15 in the first innings, and didn't then play at Durham, I don't think, and didn't play in the game against Gloucestershire here recently either. And that's a lovely shot from Roderick this time from a full delivery from Hunt, and struck it very nicely off the front foot, but straight to Pajara at mid-off. So he only gets one, Roderick, but he goes on to 29, and the partnership continues to flourish. 85 they've now added. Sorry, 81 they've added for the 6th wicket. And it suddenly seems a different game. Hunt is in, bowls, and well, that's that effort ball you were talking about, David. He's just bent his back a little bit on that one, and it's slanted in at the right-handed hose, and he got on the back foot, looked to force it away, but was undone by a bit of extra bounce and
pace, really, yeah.
And the fact that his bat wasn't very straight, I think, as well.
You're all right, old chap.
Yeah, it just went down the wrong way.
Ah, okay.
And yeah, a full shot. Encouragement for Hunt. He's in again now, bowls, and that's a return to more conventional cricket. Decent length, and Hose is very solidly forward, pushes out on the offside. So the end of the over from Hunt, who remains wicketless. His figures 8 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 37, and Worcestershire continuing with this recovery, 125 for 5.
Decent sized crowd in today.
Yeah, I thought so.
Would have been encouraged by the weather this morning. I think it was a lovely morning, lots of sunshine. Clouded over now, but
possibly the crowd is swelled a little bit by the presence of Steve Smith.
So that's what I was going to ask you. Whether you think that's
maybe
we
we put it out this morning on Twitter to see is anybody watching the stream or listening to us that wouldn't normally be if he weren't playing. Who's Robinson again, bowls, and that's let go by Roderick, and a few people responded. Do get in touch if you'd like to. At Frank Watson 58 is my Twitter handle. Adrian Harms is at Adrian Harms, Harms, and we were suggesting this morning that people might be tuning in because of that, and a few people did come back and say they were in Australia, particularly, I think.
Yes.
Where they were hoping to see Steve Smith's bat, and in that first hour I said, well, you might have to wait another 45 minutes or so. Here's Robinson into Roderick, drive straight down the ground for 4, lovely shot, over pitch from Robinson. And Roderick, not trying to hit it too hard, just leaned into it, made sure his bat was beautifully straight, and hit it back past the stumps at the non-strikers end up to the Diglis end boundary for 4. So another good shot from Gareth Roderick. And
oh dear,
he moves on
scoreboard's disappeared.
He moves on to 33, and Worcestershire are now 129 for 5.
Batting nicely, hasn't he, Roderick?
Yeah.
Be bedtime in Australia, Frank. It's about 11
they're
o'clock
keen,
now.
These people, they're keen. Robinson in again, bowls. That's a better length, and a good leave from Roderick. Through it goes to Carter behind the stumps. But yeah, and I think there might be a few people here who were here possibly to see Steve Smith, who of course played here very briefly about 10 or 11 years ago. As an all-rounder he was in those days, you know, you remember? Bowled
he was a
leg
leggy,
spin.
wasn't he?
Yeah. But I don't think anybody quite predicted how his career would go from that point. In comes Robinson now. Smith, the aforementioned, at second slip, waits as Robinson bowls, nearly gets his 5th as Roderick is forward, plays it down into the ground, and then it rolls back past the stumps, and he just about survives. He didn't really know where it had gone, to be fair, but gets away with it.
The thing with Steve Smith as a batsman, even in his early days, when he was doubling as a leg spinner as well, was that he always has that nice balance between playing forward and playing back. He's not sort of predominantly one way or the other way.
Like a lot of Australians, in many ways. Here's Robinson again, bowls, and Roderick gets a single, steers this down to third man. Hudson Prentice does the fielding. And the score goes to 130 for 5.
You do get a lot of even top quality batsmen who are predominantly just always nudging forward, or always looking back, rather than playing the ball on its merits.
He's
good balance about it.
He's got great balance, hasn't he? And he plays the ball very late, doesn't he? That, the way that he moves across his stumps and deflects
He's done
the
that
ball
less.
so-
He's doing that less these days.
Yeah, but he's still he's capable, isn't he? I mean, he's a very difficult bowler to bowl, batter to bowl at, isn't he? When he's playing well. Robinson in bowls. Hose does that little characteristic half stride forward of his before the bowler bowls, and he's taken on the pad. There's a bit of a strangled appeal. End of the over. Hose has 51, Roderick 34, and Worcestershire going along nicely. They've added 19 since lunch, and they're 130 for 5.
He had that prolific spell, didn't he, Steve Smith, when he was shuffling over almost. He was exposing his leg stump. And I think the mistake bowlers made at that stage was they were actually following him outside and looking to bowl where they would normally bowl if he was standing in a normal stance, and that basically took bowled and LBW out of the equation. So he was only going to be out one way.
Sean Hunt bowls to Gareth Roderick, who picks up another single, just pushing this one square on the offside, just behind square on the offside. Ali Orr coming off the boundary to do the fielding, and they go through for another single. Roderick goes on to 35. He's dominated the scoring since lunch, and Worcestershire 131 for 5. Update coming very shortly for BBC Hereford and Worcester's FM listeners. Sean Hunt round the wicket in bowls, and this one is turned by Hose down to long leg, and they pick up another single. Runs beginning to come with a little bit more alacrity, shall we say, at the moment, as these two settle in, and the ball gets a bit softer. Perhaps a little bit of moisture has gone out of the surface. Batting certainly looking a more straightforward exercise than it was in the first hour this morning. There's Hunt again into bowl, and Roderick turns on the leg side, thinks about one, but a very acrobatic stop by Hudson Prentice at mid-wicket, perhaps a bit more acrobatic than he intended. He ran across to his left, got hands to it, and then lost his balance and turned it into a little rolling save. Sort of thing that would have brought you a couple of runs 20 years ago with a seamer fielding at mid-wicket. Hunt round the wicket again, bowls, and certainly 4 runs this time for Roderick. Overpitched on the leg, wide delivery from the left arm round line going across Roderick, and all he has to do is just get inside it and flick it on its way down to fine leg for 4. So another boundary for Roderick, who's really capitalised since lunch. He was on 20 at lunch. He's almost doubled that in the short time since. He's on 39 now, and it's 136 for 5. And here comes that update that I was talking about. Excellent recovery in progress for Worcestershire, either side of lunch, fashioned by the 6th wicket pair of Adam Hose, who's brought up his first class 50 for Worcestershire. That came off 67 balls with 8 fours. He's currently on 52, and Gareth Roderick is on 39, and they're nearing a century partnership, dare I say it, for this 6th wicket after that torrid first hour this morning that saw Worcestershire at one stage 44 for 5. At the moment, in the 34th over, they're 136 for 5. It's 136 for 6 as I speak, because Hunt has got his reward. Roderick getting that effort ball that David Townsend was talking about. It bounced a little bit more, was on him a little bit quicker, and as he pushed at it outside the stump, just took the shoulder of the bat, and through it goes to Ollie Carter behind the stumps, and Worcestershire lose their 6th wicket, and it's all my fault.
It's all your fault, Frank. Excellent recovery going on here, he's told the listeners. Radio Worcester and Herefordshire, or was it the other way around, Herefordshire and Worcester? Yeah, so falling just 8 runs short of the century partnership. They're probably a century partnership they deserve, but that was also deserved that wicket because he's bowled nicely since lunch. The big man, the big left armer. So an ex-Yorkshireman coming out to bat now.
Well, he's still a Yorkshireman, actually.
Well, you know what I mean. Ex-Yorkshire player. Sorry, Frank. Yeah, so there's Often get that when
Matthew
when,
Waite, he's got 100 this season. For Worcestershire.
He's a quality player as a
yeah.
A lower order batsman and a sort of second change seamer. He's the bread and butter of county sides, isn't he? Every side needs a Matthew Waite.
Enjoyed the first game of the season. He got a 4 for and 100 at Derby, and he was a very important part of Worcestershire's performance there. And he comes out now to join Adam Hose. So a couple of relative newcomers to the Worcestershire side come together in the middle, and as David said, that partnership ended on 82 as Robinson starts a new over and beats Hose.
Right, I said 92.
92, I beg your pardon, you're right, 92. Yeah, 92, and a very important partnership it was in terms of Worcestershire's recovery. They'll be hoping now, won't they? I don't know whether they set targets, but if you're 50 for 4, 44 for 5, I should say, and you go on to get something over 200, then I think that's a pretty good recovery.
At this stage, though, I think they'd be looking at a little bit more than that. They'll be disappointed if they're bowled out this side of 200.
Yeah, here's Robinson again. He's in, bowls to Hose. I think we're all ready for a double change, probably. Double change, perhaps, in the next few minutes in the commentary box here. Certainly going to have Chloe Brewer coming back in alongside me in a minute.
I'll let Chloe slip in next to you.
And then Adrian Harms will also come back. But thanks to David Townsend for a little guest cameo appearance there, just as he said, lubricating his larynx before his exertions up at Leeds later in the week. As Ollie Robinson comes in again now from the Diglis end, and Hose again is on the move slightly, moving forward and taking half a stride before allowing that one to go through. Outside the off stump to Ollie Carter behind the stumps. Carter who picked up that catch off the last ball of the previous over from Sean Hunt. To see Roderick sent back, having made a very fluent 39, certainly fluent since lunch. As Robinson comes in again now, 3 slips in play, bangs one in at Hose, who ducks underneath it fairly comfortably and allows it over his shoulder and through to the keeper. So yeah, good crowd, as we've said, many of them at the end that we're at, the sort of New Road end of the ground, and they enjoyed pretty much unbroken sunshine in the first session this morning, but it has clouded over, as we were led to believe it would, and pretty overcast now, although still fairly bright in terms of light, as Robinson is in, and Hose is edging this one all along the ground. Smart stop at third slip by Tom Clark I should say, who picked up a couple of catches this morning. He's very sharp in there, Clark. Tom Haynes not in the Sussex side today. One assumes he's missing through injury. Here's Robinson into Hose once more. And bowls, and Hose is edging this one again, and it's a good save by Clark, diving to his right at third slip. This time he throws the ball at the stumps because he thought Hose was trying to pinch a single, but he wasn't. And it's the end of a good over from Robinson, a maiden, and Worcestershire remain 136 for 6, and it's good afternoon for the first time to Chloe Brewer.
Yeah, good afternoon. It's just clouded over here at New Road. Still got a good scattering of a crowd here. We had just saw the back of Roderick, who made a valiant 39. His partnership with 92 with Hose really put Worcestershire back in the game here after they were 44 for 5 earlier today. And I'm just going to be rejoined by Adrian Harms as Hunt is running in from a New Road end. That's on the length, defended off a back foot, just beaten Fourth slip there, they're chasing it down to a boundary. They've taken 2 from it. They're looking for a third, but the ball was sent back in to Carter with the gloves.
We've got a bit of sunshine, Chloe, breaking out. The locals are saying it's going to rain here later on, and it did cloud up, but I have to say, in the last... raining at Taunton, we're hearing. But it's got a bit brighter, a bit of milky sunshine is coming out, so that's good news.
Absolutely, we've got shadows of the players now, so it's definitely brightening up. That wind still blowing pretty strong though. Hunt in from a new road end full of length. Tried to be worked into the leg side there, but half a shout from a slip cordon, but another dot ball for the over.
Mike Gray's been in touch. He said, just to let you know, when we get the pitch from the side on camera, we lose sound. It's a pity we're missing the commentary from Frank. Chloe. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, but hopefully the club will hear us on the stream, and they may know what to do about that.
Hunt left arm round full of length, driven handsomely through the covers. A tumbling stop from mid off there. They've taken a single from it.
Yeah, good stop from Chetishwar Pujara. He's a very good fielder, actually, Chloe. I've noticed that a lot since he's been over, and he doesn't look as if he's that agile in the field. But that was a really good stop, and that could have gone for much more than a single.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the thing with fielding. You do more of it than any other skill, so you have to be good at it, and you have to really enjoy it. If you don't enjoy it, cricket's a very, very long game. As Hunt is coming back left arm over now from the new road end, full of length, and that's a drive to cover there. I think that was a bum ball because it...
Good stop by James Coles, actually, who's retained his place in the Sussex side for this game. He made a very, his highest first-class score last week down in Bristol. He made 74 and bowled a lot of overs as well. He bowled 16 overs in the Gloucestershire first innings. Just 19 years of age. Jack Carson not playing. He's got, we understand, a small crack in one of his fingers, which has kept him out of this game.
Hunt again, just on a length, that's beating the outside edge. That is a very nice ball there. He's got the angle of being left-hander, just pushing it across the batter, so making them question whether they have to play it stuff, just varying the angles.
Yes, I mean, when you're batting, what problems do left armers pose for you, Chloe?
Because they push it across you, you're not sure what's actually hitting your stumps and what isn't, so you have to be very wary of where your off stump is as to whether you can leave it alone or whether you should be playing at it. And yeah, it's for left-handers that can bring it back into you, which are quite a struggle to get away. As Hunt is remaining left arm over, and that's just a short of length cut there. Point does well to stop that, and that will bring the end of the over. So Worcestershire are now 139 for 6, Hoses 52, and Wait, the new batter, is on 3.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Hereford and Worcester, BBC Radio Sussex. Adrian Harms and Chloe Brewer with you here on commentary at the delightful New Road. I just had a little wander around outside at lunchtime. It's got a bit colder, Chloe, hasn't it? The wind has got up. It's absolutely glorious. I mean, but it's not cold, but it's colder than it was earlier. In fact, I'm just looking towards where the Sussex lads are sitting on the balcony edge. Looks like Ari Cabelos, who's the 12th man. Yeah, he's just putting on his gilet, was it?
Yeah, that's a gilet.
Standing over there, so it's getting a little chillier. Ollie Robinson, who hasn't picked up a wicket since lunch, picked up 4 pretty much in the first hour. So he's having a long spell here, is Ollie Robinson. He's bowling from the Digley's end of the ground. 4 slips, you can see the fielder's trousers rustling in the breeze as in comes Robinson and bowls, and down the leg side, taken there by Carter, and there is no run. Matthew Waite on strike. Number 6 on his back. Right-hander. He surveys the field and he'll see there are 4 slips. A backward point. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. and a fine leg. Sean Hunt in front of the hotel away to our left-hand side. And Robinson makes his way in again, bowls and let go this time by weight, taken by Carter in front of Tom Alsop at first. Slips. That's Tom Alsop at first, Steve Smith at second, Tom Clark at third, James Coles at fourth, Hudson Prentice is at point, Chetishwar Pujara at mid-off, Henry Crocombe at mid-on, Ali Orr at mid-wicket, Sean Hunt all the way down at fine leg. Ollie Robinson in his 15th over, figures of 4 for 53. He makes his way in again, bowls, and Waite again is able to let this one go outside of the off stump, and again there is no run. We'll keep you up to date with the scores in the other games as well throughout the afternoon. We'll start in the second division because that's what we're interested in, where Leicestershire are in real trouble at Derby. Leicestershire have had a terrific start to the season, but they're 101 for 8 against Derbyshire, and very much in the wickets. Let's wait for a moment as in comes Robinson. Bowls and wait, drives, that's 4 runs. Right over pitch by Lee Robinson. It's a short offside boundary. Nothing wrong with that shot, just clubbed the ball away through the covers for 4 runs. The ball races away. And weight goes to 7. Worcestershire to 143 for 6. Yeah, Henry Brooks, who's taken all the wickets there, he's taken 5 for 13 in 10 overs. Wow. So that's a good return.
It's definitely not bad, is it?
Yeah, Derbyshire have had a poor start to the season, but fighting back today. The other game in Division 2, Glamorgan 101 for 3 at Headingley against Yorkshire. Sam North East out for 49. Robinson in bowls. Wait, lets that one go. Taken by Carter in front of Alsop at first slip. And there is no run. Marnus Labuschagne, he's still there on 32. Sussex's next 2 opponents are Leicester next week at Grace Road, and then Glamorgan the week after, where you'd imagine that the 2 Australians who may well be 3 and 4 in the Ashes batting order, Marnus Labuschagne and Steve Smith, will be in action, and that should put a few more on the gate at home for that game. Robinson in and bowls. That's a good delivery. Waite was pushing forward, he was sort of caught on the crease really. Chloe pushing at thin air. Fortunately for him, he doesn't get a little nick. The ball goes through to Ollie Carter, and there is no run. So end of the over, Worcestershire 143 for 6 with Hose on 52. Just looking at the angle from where I'm looking at, and Waite on 7. Elsewhere in the first division of the county championship, Essex 123 for 3 at Chelmsford against Surrey. Hampshire 107 for 4 against Warwickshire in Southampton. Lancashire 154 for 7 against Nottinghamshire at Trentbridge, and Northants 117 for 2 down at Taunton, where they've had a bit of rain and bad light, but they seem to be playing now.
Hunt to continue from the New Road end, just short for length. It's just gone through to the keeper. It's just been the outside edge there.
Ollie Robinson looks a bit frustrated to me. He's standing at mid-off. He's just taken another sweater. He just still looked a little bit irritated with himself. He bowled really well this morning, but hasn't maybe quite got his range this afternoon.
Yeah, no, it has some very good balls, but also some slightly looser balls, which will definitely happen. Hunt again, short of just back of length, is played off a front foot, beating the 3rd slip there. So it's been sent back in to the keeper. We've taken 2 from it, but he's had a big shift today, has Ollie Robinson. He's bowled.
He's bowled. Yeah, he has. He's bowled 15 overs, 2 excellent figures, 4 for 57. I just thought at the end of that over, he just looked a bit annoyed with himself. He would set himself very high standards.
Yeah.
With Ollie. And there's a lot of competition around England for the fast bowling slot, so they'll pick the form players, and he's done his bit today, picking up 4 already.
Hunt again just short of length, defended off the back foot to the man at cover, who gives it the ball a little bit of a shine after that dot ball.
If you'd like to get in touch with us, it'd be lovely to have your emails. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. That's sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. A message for any of us in your commentary team, for Frank, myself, for Chloe, for Dave Townsend. It'd be lovely to hear from you, or you could tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport.
Hunt running in again, left arm over Yorker this time. They've worked it into the gap, and that's a direct hit for a run out. No run out. Umpire's not interested in that one, so they've just scampered a single from that delivery. It seems now that they've got a little bit of an intent change after lunch. They continue from the partnership of Hose and Roderick. My handwriting is really bad.
Well, it was a good partnership, Chloe, wasn't it?
Yeah.
92, and they certainly were getting on with it after lunch.
Yep, absolutely. They've just shifted on a little bit. Hunt's changing angle again. He's coming back at left arm round to weight, and that's just a short length. And a no ball's been called. It's just wrapped him on a thigh pad, and Steve Smith's caught it.
I'm not sure Steve Smith has fielded too many balls in there at second set. That might be the first one, actually.
I think that is the first one.
And I can see he's got his hands in his pockets as well, because it's a bit chilly out there. Ollie Robinson's got another sweater on.
Yeah.
And I think Steve Smith has got a couple of sweaters on as well.
Yeah, but I feel like he'll be feeling them cold more than anyone today for sure. Kept the hand warmers in the pockets. Hunt again,
Shot.
and that's just flicked off the legs, and that'll be 6 runs. That is a glorious shot. First 6 of the day, and that goes to weight. That was a lovely flick off the pads.
Was beautifully played, wasn't it? I mean, it's a relatively short boundary hitting towards his leg side, towards the Graham Hick Pavilion. But it was in the slot, and he just picked it up, and that was beautifully played. Lovely shot.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a don't bowl there kind of shot, isn't it?
Yeah. He goes to 13. Nicely played.
Hunt powering in from the New Road end. That's just got him on the pads and half a shout there.
Good response, actually.
Very good response. That's a very good ball to follow up the boundary for sure. There's not much hitting that into the stand, is there?
Don't know much about Matthew Waite, but he was born in Leeds on Christmas Eve in 1995. So that means, by my reckoning, he's only 18.
Okay.
6 foot tall, right-handed bat.
Hunt again, short of left, defended off the back foot by weight there. And that will bring the end of the over. So Worcestershire now 156 for 6. Hose is 55 of 86 deliveries, and weight is 13 of 13.
Made his Worcestershire debut in 2022. His highest score was 59 not out for Yorkshire against Surrey at Scarborough. So he can clearly hold a bat.
Yeah.
And that was a good shot for 6 runs. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC. If it's the first time you've joined us or listened to our coverage today, or indeed first time listener, every ball of every game of every county championship 50 over T20 match is right across the BBC, right through the summer months, as we follow the championship and the other competitions as well. Overcast here now in Worcester. That lovely blue sky from this morning is gone, and Henry Crocombe is going to pick up the Sussex attack. I thought Ollie Robinson might be going to have a breather.
Yep.
Having bowled those 15 overs, 2 maidens, taken 4 for 57, and Henry Crocombe back into the attack. 7 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 20. He's coming in from the Digley's end of the ground. Racing in, comes in and bowls and driven. First ball for 4 runs. Over pitched. And Adam Hose absolutely belted that through the covers for 4 runs. That was a lovely shot. Just sort of describe that for us, Chloe. What was so classic about that shot?
It's just textbook, isn't it? He's got all of his weight into it. He's just timed it beautifully through the covers. He hasn't overhit it. He's just got all into the ball.
Beautiful shot, slightly over pitched, and there's a short offside boundary. So for those of you who know New Road, the short boundary is on the Graham Hick Pavilion side of the ground. For those of you who don't, the boundary is probably only about 50 yards. It's very short. As in comes Crocombe and bowls. And he's bowled him! What a response from Henry Crocombe. He yorks at Adam Hose, who looks back to see his off stump out of the ground. And that's a really good reply from Henry Crocombe, who picks up his first wicket of the match, and the very good innings of Adam Hose comes to an end. Worcestershire 160 for 7, and Adam Hose gets good applause, but he's really disappointed as he makes his way off the ground. Good innings of 59 that come to an end as Sussex pick up their 7th wicket of the innings.
Yeah, he's really done well to get Worcestershire into this position. He came in and they were 44 for 5, I believe, and he's really just got them into a much better position. His partnership with Roderick of 92 has really saved Worcestershire a little bit here, hasn't they?
It has, and that was quite unexpected, to be honest. But for Sussex, the work isn't done yet, because Joe Leach, coming in at number 9, is a very handy player to be coming in that far down the order. But good response from Henry Crocombe, actually, Chloe, not least because he'd come back, the first ball had been driven through the covers for 4 runs. And the temptation with the next delivery might be to bowl slightly shorter.
Yeah, absolutely. That might have been a preempted. Thought he'd go shorter, but he's found the Yorker length really well. It is a textbook Yorker, but he can't keep it out, as you saw.
Bit of bowling by Henry Crocombe. That's his first wicket of the day. So Worcestershire now 160 for 7. Leach and Waite together. I say still work to be done as far as Sussex are concerned. Josh Tong and McGibbon numbers 10 and 11. So Crocombe will be delighted to have picked up his first wicket of the day. 2 slips and a gully. I'll give you the rest of the field in a moment as in comes Crocombe racing in bowls and Leach is forward, plays down the offside of the track, and there is no run. So 2 slips, Tom Alsop and Steve Smith. Tom Clark is in the gully. There's a third man, Finn Hudson-Prentice, there under the watchful eye of Paul Farbrace, the Sussex head coach, who's standing down at the edge of the boundary. Cover is James Coles, Cheshire Pujara at mid-off. And comes Crocombe. Bowls, all Leach is beaten. Good delivery by Henry Crocombe, and Leach looking to drive that away through the covers. He rehearses the shot, but he was beaten by that. Ollie Robinson is at mid-on. Alistair Orr at square leg, clapping his hands. And away to our left-hand side, Sean Hunt at fine leg. Crocombe wants a change in the field. He's now moving Ali Orr back deeper down towards deep square leg on the cathedral side of the ground. Crowd's just getting a little lower here at Worcester. As in comes Crocombe again, bowls, and Leach drives firmly down the ground. Good stop of his own bowling by Henry Crocombe. And there is no run. A couple of emails come in. Simon Carr has been in touch. Hello, Simon. He says, you read out my greeting from Chinchon, Shinchon. I'm not sure how you pronounce that in Spanish. I'm going to have to hand it back to Frank, actually, because here comes the update.
Well, the Worcestershire recovery that I was so fulsome about has been derailed. Literally the ball after my last report, Gareth Roderick was caught behind off the bowling of Sean Hunt for 39 to end a partnership for the 6th wicket of 92 with Adam Hose. And then just a couple of minutes ago, Adam Hose comprehensively yorked by Henry Crocombe, having made an excellent 59 off 88 balls with 9 fours. So Worcestershire with a bit more rebuilding to do now. Matthew Waite is on 13. Joe Leach is yet to get off the mark. And at one stage, remember, they were 44 for 5. They are now, after 39 overs, 160 for 7.
Hunt in from New Road End, just a little inside edge towards square leg round. We've taken a single from it.
I'll just read out this email, which said, you read out my greeting from Chinchon in Spain the other week, just before exercising the commentator's curse on Ali Orr. Yeah, that was awful. I'm now in Montenegro with my daughter, having just returned from buying tripe for her dog at the local market. Watching Sussex v Worcestershire is far more pleasurable task. Greetings. Best wishes, Simon. Simon Carr. Great email. Tripe for dogs. Yeah, that's sort of horrible meat, is it? I better go. I've got an update to do, so I'll leave you with Chloe and with Frank.
Hunt from the New Road End, left arm over, just worked off a hip there. Man at fine leg's done very well to get round, to stop the boundary, and they've taken 2 from it. And I've been rejoined again.
You have. I'm back. All change in the box here. We get thrown when the updates come at times when you don't expect them, like that last one. Then suddenly you hear in your headphones, and they're about 5 minutes early. But there we go. We shall survive. So yeah, a bit of rebuilding again now, I suppose, for these two.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got
Adam Ho's good delivery, let's face it, from Crocombe. And as Adrian said, great response, having just been driven through the covers to produce that Yorker.
Hunt in, left arm over, just on a length. Defended by Leach there, and that'll be just a single. Yeah, that's the response you want from a bowler, isn't it? If you've just been driven 40, you want a wicket-taking ball to follow.
Yeah, it was a complete surprise, wasn't it, by Hose? Picked his bat up quite high, adrenaline pumping. Just, you know that feeling, I'm sure, don't you, where you've just whacked one, you want to get after the next one, and he's done him with a Yorker. And as it approaches you, you just think, oh no.
Hunt full of length, worked again to that leg side. It's been cut off just for a single this time. That's thrown back in and passed back around for ring fielders. Yeah, Worcestershire have a bit of rebuilding to do. If they can get to 200 from here, I reckon they'll be in a good place to be able to bowl at Sussex.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think if you're 40 odd for 5 and you go and get 200, you've got to be fairly happy. That said, when you're 160 for 6, you might be hoping for more, but wasn't to be.
Hunt full of length, driven handsomely down the ground by Leach, and that will be another 4 runs to Worcestershire's total. That's a lovely shot.
That's the shot of the day. That is the shot of the day for me. Of course, Joe Leach, he started as a batsman. A lot of people don't realise that. Started as a batsman and has become a bowler and a sort of lower middle order batsman. But every now and again, he does produce an innings that reminds you of his pedigree. That was a great shot, wasn't it? Absolutely beautiful.
Hunt running in from the new road, and slower ball this time. That's just a little inside edge down to a man at fine leg who has like who's in the circus.
Second misfield.
2 misfields down there, and they've taken 2 runs from it.
He's finished the first run, Joe Leach, turned around, looked, seen the misfield by Crocombe down at fine leg, and decided it hasn't gone far enough away from the fielder to justify a second. So he says no. Then Crocombe goes to pick it up and he misfields it again. This time he throws it away from himself about another yard or 2, and Leach says, oh yeah, okay, if you really want me to have another one, I will take it. And he goes to 7. I think he goes to 9 actually. They haven't put that on, have they?
The scoreboard sometimes
Maybe
stops it.
No, maybe not.
Just for a little bit.
Anyway, 169 for 7. And Joe Leach has 7. But that shot for 4 straight down the ground, arguably the best shot we have seen all day. Crocombe, top of his mark. Diglis end, moving towards us, right arm over, arms pumping, he's in, he bowls, and Matthew Waite is turned round slightly by that one, and then gets an outside edge, picks up a single as Hudson Prentice comes in off the boundary in front of the ladies' pavilion, and the score goes on to 172 for 7. I was right, the scoreboard was behind. Joe Leach has got 9. And it's finally corrected itself. Don't usually make too many mistakes on the board here at Worcester, but 1 or 2 hiccups today. Another good looking shot from Leach on the up, driving Crocombe, but straight to Pajora at mid off. I was talking about the weather forecast and saying that we keep an eye usually when we're playing here at Worcester. If there's rain in the forecast, we keep an eye on Bristol. Because what comes through Bristol generally comes here. They're not playing at Bristol today, so we keep an eye on. This one's beats Leach outside the off stump. They're not playing today at Bristol, so we keep an eye on Taunton. And I understand. Oh, it says in play now, so maybe they had some rain at Taunton. It's not raining currently, so play is still underway. Elsewhere, I can tell people in Division 2 that Leicestershire are 81 for 6 as Leach drives for a single wide of Pajara this time. Leicestershire 81 for 6 in 30 overs against Derbyshire at Derby. Lancashire in Division 1 129 for 5 against Notts. And in Division 2 Glamorgan 87 for 3 against Yorkshire. Let's see what the weather's doing in Cardiff. Oh, they're at Headingley, so that won't tell me much, will it? Northants 115 for 1 at Taunton. Crocombe beats Waite outside the off stump. A bit flat-footed from Matthew Waite. They didn't get very far forward and just waved the bat at it. And at the Aegeus Bowl, Hampshire are 97 for 4. Leicestershire. Oh, my scores are slow. They're way behind. Adrian steps in with updated news. Ignore everything I've just said. So is it raining? No, they're playing though at Taunton, aren't they? So that's good news. I must update my app then. Thank you, Adrian. Waite gets a run this time. Squeezes this one out square on the offside. Thank you, David. This man who reached in front of me with a flashy phone was David, not Adrian. I didn't look. Thank you very much, David. Single to Waite to complete the over. He keeps the strike, Matthew Waite. 2 men out since lunch then are Roderick for 39 and Hose for 59. They shared a partnership of 92 for the 6th wicket, but since then it's Matthew Waite 17 and Joe Leach on 10 who've carried things on, and Worcestershire are 174 for 7.
Yep, Sean Hunt to continue. He's at as he's returning left arm over, and that's just on a length. Extravagant dive there from the keeper. That'll be 4 runs. That's for leg byes, as it's
leg byes signalled.
Yeah.
Yep. I think I can now. I have got updated scores. But anyway, they're all on the Leicestershire all out for 122. So their bubbles burst a little bit. They've been going well, Leicestershire.
On a length, and that's
6.
just been flicked off a pad, and that'll be 6 runs. Go fetch that. Wait, beautifully timed. He hasn't overhit that at all. It's just targeting that shorter boundary over towards the ladies' pavilion.
To be fair, it's cleared the boundary by quite a margin as well. That's at the Digley centre of the ground. It used to be 3 of those lovely horse chestnuts, Chloe, and we lost 2 to disease a couple of years ago. But it was always on a hot day, that was one of the most perfect places to sit on the ground in the shade of those trees, where that gap is now, and they are a sad loss, I'm afraid. But they can't find the ball. The ball's a sad loss as well. It's in the car park. That's where the players park. They'll be crawling around on their hands and knees looking for it. Meanwhile, umpire Peter Hartley's come to the side of the ground to rummage through the boxes of balls that they keep at the side of the ground.
Yeah.
So probably is a good chance for me to tell people what's happening elsewhere while we've got a pause in play. I'll try and keep it to division by division. So in Division 2, Leicestershire 122 all out at Derby, and Glamorgan 128 for 3 at Headingley against Yorkshire. And in Division 1, Lancashire 182 for 8 at Trent Bridge, so Notts on top there. Essex 139 for 3 at home to Surrey, and Northants 137 for 3 at Taunton, and Hampshire 121 for 6 at the Ageas Bowl against Warwickshire. So it's not a day where there are lots of runs around. Given that they were 44 for 5, be quite happy now to be 184 for 7 with that boundary.
Yeah, they've definitely kicked on a little bit. That 200 mark is getting ever so close now. As it's Sean Hunt in again, full of length, driven there, just back to him. His hand comes off the bat. He's going quite hard at the ball now, isn't he?
Yeah, he does. He often takes that hand off in that way when he plays on the onside, I think. But he's made a good start to his Worcestershire career. Made 100 in the first game of the season at Derby, batting down the order, and made a good solid start. Got 4 wickets in that game as well.
Hunt just short of length, attempted pull there, but it just goes through to the keeper on the leg side.
And yeah, it's a sort of, in many ways, a like-for-like replacement for Ed Barnard, who's made the journey up the M5 to Edgbaston, and Waite has come in to fulfil that role. He's slightly different style of batsman, different style of bowler, although similar in pace, and so far doing a good job.
Sean Hunt coming left arm around this time. It's a big edge going over the slip cording as that goes for third man boundary.
Yeah, looking to whack it over mid-on, really, I think. It's sliced over the slips, but that won't bother him.
No.
Pugnacious cricketer. You can see he's going to play that way, isn't he? 27 off 23 now.
Yep, he's definitely going hard at the bowlers here. We've got quite a small margin for errors where good balls being sent back over them. So Sean Hunt, even with a change of angle, is just looking to get out of his over in his final delivery as he's running in left arm round for his final ball from a new road. Enavas has just beaten the outside edge where it's gone through for a dot ball. He's looked to just run that down, but ended up missing it, and that brings the end of the over. So Worcestershire now 188 for 7. Leach is 10 off 11 balls, and Waite is 27 off 24.
Yep, very, very good effort for that 6th wicket from Roderick and Hose, and it just changed the mood, didn't it, that partnership? And as you know, without that, I think without that solid determination for an hour or so before lunch, you wouldn't have the platform for these two to come out and play in the way that they have. So good stuff. As Crocombe comes into Leach, and Leach looks for the big hit on the leg side. He's taken on the pad. There's a shout for LBW, but umpire Hartley not interested, and they take a leg by. 189 for 7. Definitely gloomy now, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that's where the rain it looks that way, I'm afraid. I think we'll be alright for an hour or two,
Yeah.
but maybe for your journey up to your meeting at Edgbaston tonight, you'll be driving through a bit of rain. Here's Crocombe again, short and nicely controlled pull shot by Waite. Got into end. 190 for 7 the total. As Crocombe is in again. Tall, angular figure, elbows pumping, moves towards us, right arm over, and Leach goes for a big hit on the leg side. What are you doing? And I dare say Joe Leach would have grinned at him. Bowler to bowler. Not going to hang around, these two. Crocombe once again in, and Leach drives. Beautiful shot. Absolutely beautiful. It wasn't quite a full half volley. It was over pitch, but he just leaned into it, kept his shape. He's a big man, timed it well. Good piece of willow, and it pinged away. It was only just wide of Pajara at mid-off. Didn't have a chance of stopping it. Super shot.
Yeah.
Played a couple of beauties, Joe Leach. He's on 14 off 14. And they're going along at faster than a runner ball, these two. 194 for 7 now. Crocombe in again. Bowls and tries for that Yorker again, didn't he? Tried to do what he did to Hose, and he almost deceived. Get that many days of county cricket like you often used to get pretty dull ones. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but you don't get many days like that. Looking at those scores around the country, the games are moving on at a pace, aren't they? As Crocombe bowls, full toss, and Leach misses out really. Gets a single, but he would have wanted 4 for that. Full toss, could have driven it straight down the ground. Maybe on him a bit quicker than he thought. Hit quite high up on the bat, and he just drove it up to mid-on where it was saved, and they got 1. So 195 for 7 at the end of the 43rd.
Lovely. I think we are playing musical chairs in the commentary box. Okay, I've been told to keep talking, so we have a change of bowler from a New Road end. It looks like Hudson Prentice is coming back into the attack after Sean Hunt has bowled 13 overs, 80 runs for 1 wicket, 2 maidens. It's bowled very well, good tight lines, and it's like Adrian Harms is back in.
I've been impressed the way Worcestershire are counter-attacking here. Matthew Waite's playing very nicely, isn't he, on 28?
Absolutely. Hudson Prentice running in. That's full of length, worked into the leg side towards mid-wicket. We've taken a single from it. Yeah, they've really attacked the bowlers now after that partnership, which really rebuilt the Worcestershire innings. We've just been given a platform to kick on a little bit here.
I just wonder if it's one of those wickets where maybe you think to yourself, do you know what, I'm better off playing the shots here because it's one of those wickets where maybe a baller's got your name on it, and they're thinking, well, actually, let's get some runs in the bank here. It's been very effective.
Yeah, absolutely. Hudson Prentice again, right arm over, just again worked off the hip in towards deep square, who chucks it back to the keeper. Another single.
Jamie Will has been in touch. Hello, Jamie. He says, I'm listening alongside my husband in sunny Sicily via the YouTube stream. We're currently in the beautiful town of Iris at high altitude, which can only be reached by cable car from Trapani. I don't know Sicily very well, so I hope I'm pronouncing those correctly. We'd also both like to add that Chloe sounds a delightful girl. So there you are, Chloe.
Lovely.
There you are. You've got a fan in Sicily.
Thank you very much.
There you go.
We've got some emails from Montenegro and Sicily, some much sunnier places than New Road today. Hudson Prentice, again, just short of length, work 2-point there.
Have you been to Sicily?
I haven't, no.
No, nor have I. Do you think there is much prospect of Steve Smith rolling his arm over with some flighted half trackers before the close of... I've just got an email, I can't feel, which has obstructed my message. Looking forward to seeing him swatting Joe Leach about baseball style. This could be an assault worthy of the Sicilian crown, says Jamie. Thank you for getting in touch. All the way in Sicily. So Sicily, Cambodia, Australia.
Hudson Prentice just short of length, worked in towards the leg side. Deep mid wicket, comes around to pick it up, and another single taken from it. Yeah, really reached the far corners of the world today, haven't we?
Well, this is the thing, Chloe. You're never quite sure who's listening and where they're listening from, which is one of the great things about the job and interest. Places in the world, for example, we had Dean in touch from Cambodia a little earlier on, and I'm not sure how much cricket is played out there, but I wouldn't have thought a huge amount. Maybe I'm wrong. But if it spreads the word of the game, then that's great news.
Hudson Prentice steaming in this time, full of the length, and just worked into that leg side. It's a deep square and another single. We're really milking that shot now, aren't they? He's just bowling consistently in that area, but just working it into that leg side.
And let's not to forget Simon, who was listening in Spain the other week and is today listening in Montenegro.
Montenegro is a lovely country.
You been there?
Yeah, I went there in October. It's beautiful.
Right,
actually.
okay.
They've got
What was beautiful about it? The scenery, or?
Yeah, it's such a mix of scenery. Hudson Prentice in from a new road and full of length and drifted aerially towards deep mid wicket, and that brings the end of the over. So Worcestershire now, I'm sure they've reached 200 for ripple of applause. Yes, they have. So 200 up for 7 for Worcestershire, Leach 18 and Wait on 30.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester, Chloe Brewer and Adrian Harms. And Chloe's now going to tell us in 30 seconds why you should go to Montenegro.
So there is one of the biggest lakes, I believe, and it shares, I think, with Albania. I could be wrong.
It was warm at that time of year?
It was warm, actually. I think it was 25 degrees.
Lovely.
It's a lovely bit of sun. And they've got a UNESCO heritage site as one of their main towns.
Okay, sounds good. Well, Jamie might be going there. In comes Crocombe bowls and forward comes Leach. Punches that to mid off. That's a well taken single. Good running between the wickets between these two, because it was played to mid off. I think actually Pujara was slightly on his heels at
as long as they don't hesitate, those are normally safe.
These two have already added 41 for this 8th wicket. As in comes Crocombe running towards us. Bowls and Wait just eases this one out into the covers. James Coles needs to move to his left. He sends in a not very good throw, in all honesty. Misses the stumps, misses the keeper. Ali Orr is backing up. And there is a single to Wait. These two rotating the strike. 202 for 7. The field, just to describe it for you, 2 slips. A deep backward point, a cover, an extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Ollie Robinson is currently off the field, and I think that's Bertie Foreman who's come on to replace him, young off-spinner. In comes Crocombe. Bowls, that goes a little low, but Leach still manages to play it away onto the onside and picks up another single. So 3 singles off the first 3 balls of the over. You can see Henry Crocombe's frustrated, isn't he? He's sort of looking at his field, and he's now asking Tom Clark, and not that it went onto the offside. Clark's not quite sure where he should go, but they've moved Clark to an orthodox point, but still just the one man on the onside in front of the wicket. Effective batting from these two. We've now added 43 for the 8th wicket. Crocombe in and bowls short, and interesting their Wait was sort of practicing the, what do you call that? Should you call it the uppercut, Chloe? Is that something that you would play?
Maybe, yeah.
But it's that shot where you're sort of looking to lift the ball over the slip cordon.
Yeah, it's one of those shots that you don't know much about. You've just played it.
Right. Is that something you'd practice though? Is that
Yeah.
a good? That's a good one-day shot.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's turning normally dot ball into a boundary.
In comes Crocombe and played back to Crocombe. He fields of his own bowling, and there is no run. And we see so many different shots now played in cricket. I mean, for example, when you're going through the winter months and all those nets, are you practicing particular shots, or are they new shots that maybe the coach encourages you to play?
Yep, absolutely. So we'll do a period of like standard shots, your solid shots.
Comes Crocombe and pulls that one away. It's going to go for 6 runs. Sean Hunt wasn't on the boundary edge, but it's pulled away and it's gone all the way for 6, and that wasn't necessarily the short boundary. Hunt is a couple of yards in. It was short from Crocombe, pulled away. That's a lovely shot by the way. It's gone all the way for a maximum 6. Super shot. He goes to 37 off just 31 balls, and Worcestershire 209 for 7, which is a good recovery at one stage, having been 44 for 5, and these two have added 49.
Yeah, they've batted ever so well together. They've hit the gaps, they've hit it over the boundary, so you can't really ask more.
Yourself in the groove, and then you to go to the more expansive shots.
Yeah, so then we'll have a period of trying new things, what you can, what you can't do. Slightly more, say, T20 shots, so reverse sweeps, paddle sweeps, ramps, all that business. Just have a little play with that for a month to see what you can add to your repertoire, I would say. So then keep on practicing those shots, and when you get into the season, you've got a whole range of shots in your locker.
And without giving too many secrets away, you could well be opening the batting for the Sparks on Saturday at Old Trafford.
I hope so.
Yeah. And so initially in that innings, would you be looking to play more orthodox shots at the start of the innings, and then...
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Hudson Prentice into short of lamp, defended off the back foot there. Yeah, definitely start of the innings you look to go with just your textbook shots, the one you can rely on. Just good strong shots, find the middle of the bat, get the shine off the ball, because once the shine is off the ball you can start to use those more adventurous shots where you can really capitalise on later bowlers.
Are you under pressure when you're opening to score, because obviously it's the power play? Does that bring more pressure for you to score quickly?
Hudson Prentice just on that worked into the leg side for a single. It definitely depends on the situation. You have to assess what the wicket's looking like, what if you're setting, how much you think is a good score. And there's applause.
I think the applause for the 50 partnership between the two.
There we go.
Sorry? Sorry, I interrupted you though. Close it. So yeah, so we were saying about the first however many overs is 10 overs. Are you under pressure to?
It's more hitting what's there really, because you don't want to be a wicket down in a power play.
No.
There's a lot of stats saying that if you lose a wicket in a power play, you're more likely to lose the game, which obviously you have to bowl well if you're a couple wickets down in your own power play. For sure, Hudson Prentice in full of length, and that's a lofted drive over extra cover there, and that'll be another boundary to Wake's name. He's really getting on here. He's now 41 of 32 deliveries.
Well, that's a cracking shot, isn't it? Because Cheteshwar Puchara has changed the field around now, and all of a sudden the Sussex are on the defensive here. There's just the one slip in place. They spent a lot of time rearranging the field. The ball is over pitch. He just belted away by weight. That's a lovely shot. Beautifully played. 41 off 32 deliveries. If you talk about a counter-attacking innings, this is it.
Absolutely. From a position of 44 for 5 to now being 214 for 7, you wouldn't have foreseen this coming earlier today, would you?
No, some really good shots from Matthew Waite.
Hudson Prentice with a reply, full of length, and that is the same as the one before. He's lofted it over, covers it, that's plonked in the outfield. It's been chased down by mid-on. They've taken 3 runs from it, so that's very well run there. This lovely shot is.
Well, I like the look at Matthew Waite. I mean, he's taking the attack. You talk about adventurous cricket. I mean, he's come in here. He's scored 44 off 33 balls, and what he's doing is he's grabbing the impetus back here for Worcestershire.
Yep, absolutely. He's taking it back into Worcestershire's favour here a little bit. They still have to bowl at Sussex, but they've put on a fair few runs to be able to defend here, as Hudson Prentice is running in again, short of length, defended this time.
He's looking for the single again,
by
isn't he? There,
Leach there.
Well,
Yeah.
I think we'll have a change in the commentary box in a minute. I think Dave's going to come in for you, Chloe, but just stay there for a minute, because we were talking about Cambodia, and I said I don't know how much cricket's played there, and Dean has been back in touch. He's obviously listening. He said it's mostly volleyball that they play in Cambodia. Not too much cricket, apparently. But thank you, Dean. Great to know you're still listening. It's probably about, I don't know, midnight in Cambodia?
Oh, wow.
6 hours, Dave says. 9 o'clock in the evening.
Oh, good effort. Hudson Prentice running in from the New Road end. Right, I'm over. Full of it. That's flicked onto the leg side. And that is huge. That is 6. And that's brings the end of it over. That's a big over there for Worcestershire batters. They've powered on to 223 for 7. Leach is 27 off 26, and Waite is 44 off 33. They're really getting on with it now.
They are. Chloe's going to have a little break. So Frank and I will carry on commentary. We'll just have a little play around with the headphones here. So we're just going to disappear. And as if by magic, we're back again. What a counter-attack this is by Worcestershire, Frank. And can I talk to you about Matthew Waite? Because he's only...
No, he's a bit older than that.
Is he? I thought...
I'll tell you a little bit about him. We were talking about him when you were off air as well, actually, Adrian. He's made a good start to his Worcestershire career. He got 100 in the first game at Derby. 27 he is.
Why did I think? Where was I looking? Was I looking in there?
Well.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
But yeah, made a good start. Came in, played a couple of games on loan, few games on loan last year, and has come in this year. Got 100 in the first game, 4 wickets as well. Made a good start. James Coles is coming into the attack at the Diglis end, left arm spinner. First spin that we've seen, and no surprise that Cheteshwar Pujara feels the need to make a change, because these two have changed things a bit. Here is Coles, he's in and he bowls, and his first ball is pushed through to Waite and tickled around the corner by the Yorkshireman for a single. Update for FM listeners to BBC Hereford and Worcester's news coming shortly, and things have picked up a little bit since they were last here, and the game's changed quite considerably. They lost a wicket a minute after my last but one report. Coles in again, bowls, and another single for Leach here, tucked away on the leg side. And then they lost another one. Roderick and Hose went in quick succession, but since then, an excellent partnership so far. 64 added so far for this 8th wicket in fine style by these two pugnacious right-handers, Joe Leach and the man on strike now, Matthew Waite, who hits this one off the back foot through the covers, out to the man sweeping the offside boundary in front of the ladies' pavilion, and he picks up another single to go to 46. 226 for 7. Light's improved a little bit in the last 10 minutes or so. Coles is in again round the wicket and bowls, and on the back foot Leach is tucking this one away on the onside, but straight to the man at mid wicket, Tom Clark, and no run this time. There's Coles again, he's in, bowls, and Leach turns this for a single on the leg side. At one stage, 92 added for the 6th wicket by Gareth Roderick and Adam Hose, but those two both falling in fairly quick succession. Roderick for 39, Hose for 59 to leave Worcestershire 160 for 7. But since then, Matthew Waite, who's on 47, and Joe Leach on 29 have taken the score on to 228 for 7 after 47 overs. Single to Waite there to keep the strike at the end of Coles' first over. And well, we've been saying it's been entertaining stuff throughout the day. David Townsend's back.
It has been entertaining. Yeah, Coles coming on does two things in my book. For Worcestershire, they can just nerdle him. There's not much in the pitch for him. They can just work him around. But on the other hand, that does slow the momentum a little bit. It's going to apply a little bit of a break, isn't it?
It was just, you can see why Pajora felt the need to do something, because it was just slipping a little bit, and the one thing you could say about this Sussex attack is that it is a bit samey, isn't it? You've got Hunt, who's left arm, but the other three are all of similar pace, I would say. Robinson obviously a class apart, it would be fair to say, and he showed that this morning with those 4 early wickets. But Coles does offer a slightly different problem, and I always think, David, that a decent left arm spinner generally gives the captain a bit of control, really. Here's Hudson Prentice, meanwhile, from the New Road end, bowls and Waite just lets that come and plays it quite late, just pushing it out square on the offside, off the back foot, no run.
Talking of decent left arm spinners, I was watching a very, very decent left arm spinner in Sri Lanka last week, Dimuth Jayasuriya. He became the second fastest to 50 test wickets. It's not second fastest Sri Lanka, that's second fastest.
Yeah.
I mean, somebody did it in 6 tests, he did it in 7 test matches. Not bad, Frank, 50 wickets in 7 tests.
Not bad at all. Hudson Prentice in bowls, and given a bit of room, Waite hammers that, but straight to Pajora at mid-off, and there's no run. No, the Sri Lankans have a phenomenal capacity for producing spin bowlers. Well, the subcontinent generally, doesn't it, really, when you look at the paucity of top quality spin bowlers in England, certainly. Josh Baker back to fitness for Worcestershire, hasn't yet had a go in the first team, but obviously high hopes for him. But Worcestershire have tended to go with a pretty much an all-seam attack in these early games. Had a little bit of leg spin from Brett D'Oliveira. He's Hudson Prentice from the New Road end in. Man on the drive now on the offside. This one's wide and square driven by Waite. Very good piece of fielding by Ali Orr out on the cover boundary. Diving to his left stops Waite from getting a boundary which would have taken him to 50. Instead he moves to 49 off 39 deliveries. It's 230 for 7.
It's Steve Smith at short cover,
isn't it?
He might actually field a ball for the first time today.
Yeah.
Hasn't done anything at second slip. He's seen catches go either side of him, Frank, when he sat there with his sort of 5 or 6 layers on, trying to keep ball.
He waits now as Hudson Prentice is in and bowls, and Waite drives, and that will be his 50. It's gone past the diving man at extra cover, only a single, but warmly applauded by the New Road crowd. Matthew Waite's 50 comes off 40 deliveries, and quite spectacularly it contains 3 4s and 3 6s. So it's been good to watch, and it's been good for the Worcestershire scorecard as well, because he came in when they were in big trouble, and he's played very positively indeed, as has Joe Leach, who is on strike now. So Hudson Prentice is in and bowls, and Leach just steers this very nicely away on the offside, but diving James Coles at backward point makes a good save. He timed that really well, didn't he? Just no more than a little steer, but it really flew off the bat. a batsman who bowled, a batsman who didn't even really bowl that much, and his career has changed completely, really. Has Hudson Prentice in, bowls, and we nearly did him, didn't we? We nearly did him. Combined effort, that would have been, we'd have shared that wicket. But he missed it. It was an airy-fairy, sort of flat-footed little push.
It looked quite a good shot,
Yeah.
and he didn't make
It looked a good
contact.
shot, yeah. They often look good shots when you miss it. But it was actually probably, to be fair, as well, a somewhat better delivery. Anyway, he missed it, and he got away with it. And it's 2-3-1 for 7. I think Worcestershire have done well to get 230, given that they were 44 for 5 with Ollie Robinson rampant. But two main partnerships, 92 for the 6th wicket between Roderick and Hose, and this one, which has so far seen 71 added for this 8th wicket. And it's forced Cheteshwar Pujara, the Sussex captain, for the first time to turn to spin in the form of James Coles, who's about to start his 2nd over from the Digley end. He's in now and he bowls, and Waite taken on the pad as he kind of falls over this one, just looking to flick it away on the onside, and it dribbles out to short mid wicket. There's no run. Coles in again, bowls, and this one again is pretty rapid. He's not floating the ball up, pushed through quite hard and turned away on the leg side for a single by Waite, which takes him on to 51. And here's Coles again into bowl to Leach, who gets inside this one and tucks it away for a single himself on the leg side. And again, it is Sean Hunt doing the fielding. So Worcestershire in recovery mode once again as Coles comes in and bowls to Waite, who this time is content just to push it to mid-wicket, where Clark is the fielder.
Interesting stance, isn't he?
It's not...
It's sort of crouched and...
Yeah. And comes Coles again and bowls, and Waite tucks this one away on the onside.
And the bat almost at 45 degrees.
I'd say both of these two batsmen, and their stance speaks of aggression, I think. Coles in, Waite on the back foot. It's a run, just punching this one away through the covers. And he goes on to 52. And yeah, not in any obvious way, but it doesn't look like a man who's out there to block it, does he? That's what I'm really saying. And I think Joe Leach is the same. He just has a very purposeful way in which he raises the bat. 12th man, I think it's Mitchell Stanley going out there taking out the drinks for the two batsmen. It's a chilly day, but you get pretty warm when you're running up and down and putting the effort in that these two have, and they're both in need of hydration. No doubt a word or two of encouragement from the dressing room as well. Keep going, lads, you've done a great job. 234 for 7. Suddenly 250 looks on.
Busy cricketer as well, Matthew. The stance, you see that occasionally in club cricket. It's a very sort of deliberate stance, isn't it, with the bat at 45 degrees, something like that, and crouching down, and it's almost forcing himself to concentrate with a stance like that, isn't it? Not sort of standing up and waving the bat in the air somewhere. He's head down.
It's quite unusual, isn't it? To be fair.
I mean the gloves are level with the knee almost when he's done.
He is waiting now as Hudson Prentice bowls, and that's a very purposeful shot, hammered away on the offside for 4 behind square. Lovely shot. Ali All made good ground out on the cover boundary and then dived, got 2 hands to it, but waited, really hit it hard and timed it well, and it eluded his grasp. He was like a goalkeeper who got a hand to it and it trickled into the net.
I don't know whether we're still allowed to say it's a bit like a Scottish goalkeeper. Diving over the top of it.
Definitely don't think you can say that. Well, you can say it, David, but
Scottish second division,
people won't like
sort of sometimes see on.
What David's trying to say is that it went for 4.
A poor goalkeeper there. But you often used to see that.
Yeah, you did used to say it, yeah. 56 to wait, 238 for 7. Hudson Prentice in again, and he's in defensive mode this time. The Yorkshireman pushing out on the onside and takes a single because he realised that Ollie Robinson is A, quite deep at mid-on, and B, perhaps not concentrating as much as he might have been.
Could of course be a Danish goalkeeper playing in the Scottish leagues.
It could. Keep digging. 239 for 7 with that single. Matthew Waite goes on to 57. And it's been a highly entertaining and interesting day's cricket. Both sides have had their periods of dominance, and I'd say honours are fairly even at the moment. Hudson Prentice in from the New Road End bowls, and Leach plays an attractive drive up to mid-off Pajara Fields. I say honours fairly even. I mean, if you win the toss in these circumstances, you probably fancy getting one or two early wickets, and you might look at the scoreboard and say that Sussex have had the best of it. But given where Worcestershire were and the helpful conditions that Sussex had to bowl in, I'd say honours are fairly even. But then you've got to bear in mind that both Steve Smith and Cheteshwar Pujara are in the Sussex lineup. So
Don't think they'd have found it easy.
I don't think they would. No, I don't think they would. Hudson Prentice in bowls, and that's loose from Leach. Width from Hudson Prentice, and Leach very fairy really driving at that one. He might have sliced it down to third man for 4, but it wasn't his best shot, and he knows it, I think, as he goes for a little stroll and prods the pitch. 30 to the former Worcestershire captain off 34 balls. Waite's 57 has come off 47, so it's been lively stuff since the lunch interval. Robinson warming up again, yeah. Hudson Prentice in bowls, and Leach goes for a big hit. That's horrible when he gets a leading edge. He's looking to hit it away on the leg side, leading edge. And yeah. To be fair, he has bowled that much better than everybody else. He really has. Hudson Prentice, who got a wicket in his first over this morning, comes in now, bowls, and on the back foot, Waite gets in behind, pushes out on the offside. End of the over from Hudson Prentice. Just give you the bowling figures in full to emphasise what I said about Robinson. 15 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 57 for the England man. Hunt 13 overs, 2 maidens, an expensive 1 for 80. Hudson Prentice 9 overs, no maidens, 1 for 42. And Coles, the spinner, about to start his third over, has gone for 8 so far.
Yeah, he's just put a little bit of a break on it, the left armour. They've been milking him for singles, but those big shots haven't been coming, have they?
Here he comes now. Bowls. That's
Oh,
4.
he's got that away.
That's a really good shot, to be fair. It was a tad short from Coles, but not very wide. And Leach went back, gave himself room, and played a really very, very well played by Joe Leach. Goes to 35, 244 for 7. And Coles round the wicket again, bowls, and Leach is on the back foot, just pushing this one defensively back to the bowler. Still bowling it pretty quickly, James Coles, as spinners tend to do these days. Comes in again now to bowl to Leach. Robinson's warm-up continues. Leach drives, 4 more. Lovely shot. Over pitch from Coles this time. Leach on the front foot, timed to perfection. He really has played exceptionally well, Joe Leach, with that.
I've done him though, haven't I?
Excusing that one horrible shot in the
Poor
previous
old James Coles. I'd just say they've just been nerdling about it. 2 gorgeous shots for 4 there.
Great shot.
That late cut was lovely.
39 to Leach now, 248 for 7. And Worcestershire, well, they were dreaming of this morning. And Leach goes back to this one. It looked as though he was setting himself to give that one a whack, and then he just controlled himself and held back a little bit. pushed out on the offside in the end. So Worcestershire just 2 runs away from the first batting point as Leach plays this one back to the bowler. Riches that they would not have expected this morning when it was 44 for 5. Coles again in, bowls Leach. Oh, there's that late cut again. What a great shot. Beautifully played. If anything, you know, I think that's even better than the first one, because it was quicker, that one. It was on him. What a lovely shot from Joe Leach. And the 250 is up for Worcestershire. Joe Leach, taking 12 from that over, has gone to 43 off 41. Waite 57 off 48. 2 men out since lunch. Roderick 39 and Hose 59. And Worcestershire 252 for 7 off 51.
I think he was taking that almost off stump, wasn't he? That
I think
last
so.
one.
Yeah.
It was,
Yeah, I think you're right.
I think after those 2 sort of tidy overs from Coles, I think it might be. Well, thank you, James. Take a break.
Yeah, you might be right.
Warm up, Ollie. Let's see if he's going to.
You might be right. I mean, it was.
Here he goes. There he goes, the big man.
He's Hudson Prentice short to Waite. Bit quicker that one, bounced a bit, and Waite looking to cut it. Just well, got it wrong, didn't he? Got inside it, and be glad he missed it as it climbed over his bat outside the off stump. Robinson's warm-up is becoming increasingly vigorous. I think we're going to see him next over from the Diglis end, and I think, as you said, Bajara will say, "Come on, let's see if we can sort this out." And I guess, you know, that's what you want. That's what makes your test bowlers that bit better. Hudson Prentice in, bowls, Waite drives, sliced away behind square on the offside for a single. You know, those bowlers that have really made it and become test regulars, and they go back to their counties over the years, have been the ones that the captain will chuck it to and say, "Come on, you know, do me a job here, just finish it off. We've had enough of this." And there have been many of them over the years who would have done that. And maybe that's just the next stage that Robinson's got to go to in his career. He's got to become the man who can do exactly that for Sussex. Certainly bowled beautifully this morning. Hudson Prentice in to bowl to Leach, and Leach is solidly forward and pushes up to mid-off. Pajara fields. But, you know, it is annoying now, isn't it? You know, if you're a Sussex fielder, a Sussex captain, Sussex supporter, somebody watching this on our live stream, you're thinking, I know I would be, you're thinking, they were 160 for 7.
Seems a long time since
happening?
that Yorker from Henry.
And we saw
Crockham.
This as Worcestershire fans. We saw this on the first day against Gloucestershire, of course, when Tom Price got his 100 batting at number 9. Exactly this sort of thing, and it is very annoying. Hudson Prentice in, bowls. Leach goes for the big hit on the leg side, misses it, taken on the pad. Ball runs out on the offside. Yeah, it was a great
Yorker
response, that Crockham Yorker, because he just had that. Been driven through the covers, hadn't he? And Hose just picked his bat up that bit higher, adrenaline pumping, just hit a great shot. Whoa! And it's through him.
Perfect Yorker as well.
Really, really good.
Absolutely.
Yeah, a really good response.
Nice to see the stumps flying. We saw that earlier on this morning, of course, with Robinson removing the middle stump.
Yeah, that was a clinical extraction, wasn't it, that one? Hudson Prentice in, bowls, and Leach heaves him away on the leg side, and that's 4. Proper old-fashioned heave-ho, that one out to the deep square leg and Ladies Pavilion. The ball nestles into the rolled-up sheeting out there, and that's 4 more to Leach. 47 to him, 257 for 7, and Ollie Robinson completes the final stage of his warm-up. He's peeled his sweater off and given it to the 12th man. So he is all set to enter the attack after one more delivery. And here it is from Hudson Prentice. It's into Leach, bowls, and that's smashed down the ground by Leach. And that's his 50. It's come off 45 balls. And that has been splendid entertainment for the crowd. Joe Leach, 45 balls, 6 fours, and 1 6, and that is the 100 partnership as well between Matthew Waite and Joe Leach. And if there's one thing more annoying, David, than an 8th wicket 100 partnership, it's a 9th wicket 100 partnership.
Yes, indeed. I mean that's Joe Leach, if I'm counting correctly, 3 boundaries in the previous over, 2 in that over, so 20 runs in a couple of overs. I don't. Will they go after Robinson the same way? I mean, Robinson
No.
He's not. You know, he's not express pace, is he? It's not as though.
No. My feeling is that
you're not.
that it's the length. His length is difficult
Yeah.
to get after, I think. We shall see. He comes in now from the Diglis end and bowls, and that's outside the off stump, left alone by Waite, and taken by the keeper. 261 for 7. Get in touch with us if you'd like to. Always keen to hear what you've got to say, particularly Worcestershire fans. Adrian gets a lot of emails from his Sussex fans. I'd like to hear from Worcestershire fans about... it's been a topsy-turvy season so far for Worcestershire. They've been on the wrong end of it, really, for quite a lot of the time. But they've shown, in the first game particularly, and in this one, that they've got a little bit of spirit. Robinson in, bowls, Waite drives up to mid-off, Pajara Fields, no run, 261 for 7. At Frank Watson 58 on Twitter, if you'd like to let us know, and if they're reasonable and they're legible and they're decent, I'll read out your tweets or refer to them on air. At Frank Watson 58, if you'd like to get in touch. But yeah, good stuff. It's been entertaining cricket all day, and I've particularly as a Worcestershire supporter, I've enjoyed the post-lunch period as Robinson comes in again and bowls, and Waite pushes up to mid-on and takes a single. He didn't nearly, he looked at it and then thought, yeah, I've hardly hit that. It's dribbling up to the fielder, we'll have a single.
Shall we? Go on then.
But I'd like to think also, David, and I'm sure you'd agree that we've all got to give credit where it's due. It's not just about your team, and I thought Ollie Robinson bowled really well this morning. He was backed up by some top catching in the slip cordon, and Sussex made good use of the conditions, but his bowling has been that much better than everybody else's, it must be said. He comes in again now and bowls, and that's a good bouncer. Leach ducks underneath it and logs it in the memory bank in case he bowls at Robinson later in the game, I'm sure. Similar sort of pace, I suppose. Robinson might be a yard quicker than Leach, who's maybe not quite as quick as he was a couple of years ago. Till Gareth Roderick stood up to him for a fair bit of time the other day and did some good work. Just a shout out as well, if I may, for Worcestershire supporters in the next over or two, or ball or two, as Robinson is in and bowls to Leach, who drives up the ground, gets 1, goes to 52. 263 for 7. Just a shout out 4 and 2 Charlie Morris, who announced yesterday that he was his knee injury has beaten him and he's decided to retire from all forms of cricket. Best wishes, Charlie, not just from me but from all the listeners and all the Worcestershire supporters, to a man who always gave everything for the cause. Robinson in, bowls, and he's bowled him, so he's done the job that his captain wanted. He's got a 5-foot, and he's ended Matthew Waite's innings with one that maybe just nipped back a little bit, hit the top of off stump. So good innings from Matthew Waite. He's gone for 59, the same number as was made by Adam Hose. Just hearing that partnership was a record 8th wicket partnership for Worcestershire against Sussex, I think, as Matthew Waite departs. Bowled by Robinson for 59, so he's done the job, and Worcestershire are 263 for 8. If I may just finish that point about Charlie Morris, forced to retire through injury, and I said always gave everything for the cause, and undoubtedly widely considered, quite rightly, to be one of the true gents in the game, Charlie Morris. Absolutely lovely chap. So all the best, Charlie, for the future, and many commiserations on the fact that your career has been ended by a knee injury. He will be much missed here at New Road. Right, here we are, 2-6, 3 for 8. Josh Tongue is the new batsman, and Ollie Robinson has done the trick for his captain. He's done exactly what Cheteshwar Pujara would have wanted, and it was a really good delivery. It was nagging length that he's been bowlers.
And he'll want to finish this Worcestershire innings off now. Sussex, when they had the home side, 44 for 5, they would have been thinking they'd be batting by now. But 263 for 8, still not a bad effort. They'd just about have taken that at the start of play, wouldn't they, having won the toss?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, here's Hunt round the wicket, bowling to Joe Leach, who becomes the senior partner, joined by Josh Tongue. Leach drives up to mid-off, and there's no run. I reckon, Worcestershire would snap your hand off for 300 now, wouldn't they?
I was going to say, if they get to 300,
if they could
320.
eke out 37 more in these last 2 wickets, and they'd be pretty happy with that, I think.
They'd be pretty happy with what they've got already.
Yeah.
I think they'd be delighted with 300.
Yeah. Hunt to Leach. He's in, he bowls short. Leach swivels round, pulls it down to long leg. He'll only get a single. Fielded down there by Crocombe. Leach goes to 53 to 64 for 8. But really good innings from Matthew Waite.
Yeah.
And really enjoyable partnership between these two. Between those two, I should say, Waite and Leach. Tongue on strike. Tall man, Waite, bat raised. Hunt is into him, takes him in the midriff. This one drops down in front of him, and there's no addition.
Just starting to close in a little bit, the weather, isn't it?
Yeah,
you can just feel it.
Get that feel, don't you? The pressure seems to drop, and you get that little downdraft, don't you? The trees are moving a little bit more. But I think we're all right for a bit, looking, that's where it comes from, over there, towards Malvern, southwest, and it doesn't look too bad at the moment. Here's Hunt, in again, bowls, and Tongue clips this one, full delivery on leg stump up to mid-on, and it's fielded there by Ollie Robinson. Robinson then, the key man, 5 for 59. Must have got great satisfaction out of that one, when your captain says, come on, do me a job, and you just come on and do it. Yeah, that's absolutely great, isn't it?
I
David Townsend leaving us, and we've got Chloe Brewer coming back in a minute. Thanks, David. Good to have you back at New Road today. Josh Tongue driving this one up to mid-on, and there's no run as Robinson fields. Yeah, 16 overs, 2 maidens, 5 for 59, Ollie Robinson. And easily the pick of the bowlers, and able, as we were just saying, Chloe, to do that job. The captain gives you the ball and says, come on, I've had enough of this partnership, sort it out for me, mate, and he does it. That's good, isn't it? That's good stuff. Here's Hunt again. He bowls, and Tongue is forward, pushing out square on the offside. And there's no run, end of the over. Update for FM listeners coming shortly, I would imagine. And it'll be able to tell them that we've seen the end of that 8th wicket partnership.
Yeah, absolutely. You want a bowler who you can rely on to just pass the ball and do the job, really. That's what they needed from Sussex here.
Here is that update. Coming now. Well, Worcestershire have fought back twice in this game. At one stage they were 44 for 5. We had a partnership of 92 for the 6th wicket between Gareth Roderick and Adam Hose. They were then parted. Roderick went for 39, Hose followed for 59, and then we had another excellent recovery. Joe Leach and Matthew Waite adding 103 for the 8th wicket. But the man of the moment with the ball is England's Ollie Robinson. He took the first 4 wickets to fall this morning, and he ended that excellent 8-wicket partnership, bowling Matthew Waite for 59. Joe Leach still there though. He's made an attractive half century himself. He's on 53, and he's just been joined by Josh Tongue, who is yet to get off the mark, and Worcestershire, after 54.1 overs, are 264 for 8. As Robinson comes in again from the Diglis end and bowls to Leach. Bouncer, and Leach just ducks underneath it, taken by Ollie Carter behind the stumps and flicked behind him to the slips, and there's no run. I like Ollie Carter. He's one of my favourite young keepers. I'm a wicket keeper, or was, Chloe, so I always watch the keepers, and I've watched Ollie Carter over the last couple of years, and I like him. And I'm pleased to say he's a bit tidier this year than he used to be. He often used to have his trousers flapping a bit too much out of his pads for me. But he's a good keeper, and he got a big 100 the other day as well. Robinson in, bowls, and that's taken Leach on the pad, and there's a big shout, and they liked that one, the Sussex fielders, but umpire Peter Hartley says no, and he was a bowler, Peter Hartley, so generally tends to give them out, and I think looking at the replay he's got that right, the umpire, just missing leg I think. But yeah, going back to Carter, a really promising young keeper, and got a big 100 the other day, as I say, and I watch him. I like his glove work, and he's good up to the stumps as well. One to watch, I think. I was at Lord's last week briefly, just for the Friday of the game between Middlesex and Kent, and saw John Simpson put some good work in, standing up to the stumps for a few overs in the afternoon. Leach is gone on. Robinson's got his 6th. Just pulls the length back a bit. Leach feeling for it and edges to second slip, and so Worcestershire's innings looks as though it's almost coming to a close now. Ben Gibbon will be the last batsman to come out to join Josh Tongue. Steve Smith taking the catch at second slip, and Ollie Robinson has got a nice little 6 for, and Worcestershire are now 264 for 9.
Yeah, Robinson's really torn through the Worcestershire.
He's been a class apart, hasn't he? Good innings from Joe Leach. 53, faced 71 balls, 7 fours and a 6, and shared that excellent partnership of 103 for the 8th wicket with Matthew Waite. And here comes Ben Gibbon. Had a decent season, Ben Gibbon, so far. He's still quite a rookie, really, even though he's not in the first flush of youth, as it were. He's not a teenager, but he's had a good season so far. He's taken 11 wickets, so he's equal top wicket taker for Worcestershire, and made a couple of useful little contributions down the order with the bat as well. 13 not out against Gloucestershire last week in the week before last in the low scoring innings. Anyway, it's Tongue on strike. No, it's not, it's Gibbon on strike, I beg your pardon, and he pushes this one out on the offside from Robinson, and it's fielded by Pajara. We're back to 4 slips, and Robinson, outstanding figures, 6 for 59, and he has bowled that well. Those figures do not flatter him, really. He has bowled extremely well, and just when, as we've kept saying, Pajara said, you're the man, you're the top man, come back, I need to finish this innings off. He's come in and taken 2 wickets, and he comes in again now and he bowls, and he's got another one. He's got a 7-fer. Gibbon is out, LBW, without scoring, and Worcestershire's innings is ended in rapid fashion by Ollie Robinson. Josh Tongue remains unbeaten on 0, and the Worcestershire innings closes on 264, which represents something of a recovery. And as we're just hearing from the crowd, Ollie Robinson, 17 overs, 3 maidens, 7 for 59. That is top class bowling in any language, and he takes the applause of both the Worcestershire and Sussex supporters as he leaves the field. The full scorecard I'll give you now, and then we'll be leaving you for a few minutes before we come back with the Sussex reply. Pollock was out for 4, Ali for 11, Haynes for 1, Libby for 15 and D'Oliveira for 1. Good afternoon. Welcome back to New Road Play. About to resume. We've had the tea break, and what we're about to see is the Sussex response to Worcestershire's first innings, 264. An innings which saw two substantial partnerships, without which it would have been pretty disastrous for Worcestershire. 92 for the 6th wicket between Gareth Roderick and Adam Hose, and 103 for the 8th between Matthew Waite and Joe Leach. But the pick of the bowlers and the star man was Ollie Robinson. 17 overs, 3 maidens, 7 for 59. Ali Orr is starting the Sussex innings, facing Joe Leach, who comes in from the Diglis end round the wicket, as he tends to favour against left-handers, and Orr pushes this one away on the onside. Leach will be hoping to have an impact in these early overs. Bowls at the stumps, very much at the stumps, Joe Leach, and as will often pin a left-hander LBW in the early overs. That'll be very much what he's targeting here as he comes in to bowl to Orr, and Orr is slightly turned round by this, punches it up to mid-off, and it's fielded there by Ben Gibbon. Ali Orr, left-hander, very talented, good looking batsman to watch when he gets going, quite wristy. And he's one of the best bat spinners in the business, David, if you watch him closely. And there's like a left-handed Alex Stewart. Here's Leach bowls and Orr is forward, pushes out into the offside.
Is he the lad that's been run out at the non-striker's end 3 times?
I think he is. Yeah.
I mean, that is
3 times in very quick succession in 5 innings. There's bad luck. And then there's rotten luck. And then there's Ali Orr. It's mad, isn't it? If ever a mode of dismissal reminded you to stay level-headed, Leach bowls and he drives up to mid-off again. Gibbon fields and there's no run. You know, the batsman who takes his game very seriously and worries when he fails or worries when he struggles needs only to have that happen to him 3 times to be reminded that Mother Cricket is much bigger than you.
How many times did that happen to you in your career? Once.
Yeah.
Me? 0.
Yeah.
Never happened to me.
Yeah, no. But then you didn't run much, did you? Leach in round the wicket bowls or pushes out of the offside, and Gibbon fields. I was also
3 in 5 innings. It's
just amazing.
Extraordinary.
Yeah. I was also run out once without facing a ball, which was, if anything, was even worse, really. There we go. So Sussex yet to get away. 1 ball left in this first over from Leach. He's been right on the mark, it must be said. Fairly gloomy light.
Yeah, I think Worcestershire need to whip a couple out tonight.
Yeah, they do, definitely. In comes Leach, bowls, and beaten. Beauty from Leach. Held its line, that one, and always turned round a little bit, felt for it. And through it goes to the wicketkeeper Gareth Roderick. End of the over, a maiden to start things, and Sussex yet to score in their reply to Worcestershire's first innings of 264.
Yeah, so that 264 represented a heck of a recovery, really, from 44 for 5 after about an hour's play this morning. Two sizable partnerships in there. First of all, Hose put in the runs together with Roderick, and then of course we had the big partnership, the record partnership.
Yeah, record for Worcestershire against Sussex for the 8th wicket. Surprising that, wasn't it?
Joe Leach and Matthew Waite.
Which means if you carry your Playfair annual around like we tend to do, you've got to make your first alteration. You go to the Worcestershire records page and... Oh no, you don't.
No, you don't.
Only the ones against all counties.
Well, what's the record for all counties?
For any.
For Worcestershire, I reckon that would be in the. It would have to be in the 200s. I would have thought for all the years they've been playing.
Yeah, you're probably right. You do get the odd one that's just a bit of a freak, don't you? Here's Gibbon bowling to the left-handed Tom Clark, and this one takes him on the pad and runs away on the onside.
I'm going to go for 215.
Okay, Worcestershire record 8th wicket partnership ever against Derbyshire at Kidderminster in 1991. I was commentating on the game. Forgive me for not remembering it. 184. Stuart Lampett and Stephen Rhodes.
Stuart Lampett.
Still here, Stuart Lampett. Works as a cricket development officer outside the off stump. This one from Gibbon. And through to wicketkeeper Roderick. Batsman Clark having nothing to do with that.
Would I be unkind in saying he was a Matthew Waite type of cricketer as well? He used to
good cricketer.
He used to be this. He batted a bit and bowled.
Bowled off the wrong foot a little bit.
That's right. Yep.
Yeah, had a great season in '89 when Worcestershire won the championship the second year running. Clark off the back foot forces this one into the offside. Let's get his figures up, Stuart Lampett. While we're discussing him, I'll be about to do an update shortly, so to break off. In fact, here it comes. Well, play's just resumed in the evening session. Sussex beginning their first innings in reply to Worcestershire's 264 all out. The innings wrapped up in quick fashion by Ollie Robinson, the England seamer. He finished with 7 for 59 from 17 excellent overs. Key men in the Worcestershire innings really: Adam Hose, who made 59, Matthew Waite 59, Gareth Roderick 39 and Joe Leach 53. Something of a recovery at one stage. They were 44 for 5. Worcestershire 264 all out. Sussex in reply yet to get off the mark. They're 0 for 0 in the second over. Yes, Stuart Lampett. Let's see, numbers wise, I think he might have been a bit. His numbers might surprise you a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't know, because I don't know what surprises you. So I'll have to check. And there's the first runs of the innings. 4 leg byes as this one is flicked at down the leg side by Clark, and he makes no contact, but it hits his pad and runs away to the boundary. So 4 without loss. Sussex. Yeah, Stuart Lampett 100, 20 50s, and a first class average of 23, having made 5,649 runs, and in first class cricket 601 wickets.
Ooh, 5,000 runs and 600 wickets.
Yeah,
that's
601 wickets at 28.65. That's not bad at all, is it? Here's Gibbon again, coming in to complete his first over, and he bowls, and this one is punched back up the ground by Clark, but a good diving save by Josh Tongue at mid-off, and there's no run. So the end of the over from Gibbon, also a made 4 without loss after 2. Sussex replying to Worcestershire's 264, and after further comments from David Townsend, it'll be Adrian Harms.
Yeah, so Frank, what's going on? He's lost his glasses. So it's clouding over. It's got a little bit colder. You got that feeling that maybe rain is on the way, but certainly won't be with us for 15 or 20 minutes. I think probably the light is a bigger threat to play at the moment than any possible rain. So I'll let Adrian pick up the commentary.
Thanks, Dave. In comes Leach, bowls to Ali Orr, lets that one go through to keeper Roderick, and there is no run. I agree with you. I think the light is a bit gloomy. I think the weather's coming from the Digley's End, so it's a little brighter down there. So let's hope we get through these remaining. What have we got left today, Dave?
Just 39.
39. I mean, so if we get through these, we're looking at. I don't know.
9 o'clock.
Yeah, late.
Well, you are. I'm just here helping. I can go when I want to.
Leach on his way, bowls and Orr is forward, plays down the ground, and Ali Orr gets the first runs off the bat of the innings. He gets a single down to mid-on. As you were talking about Ali Orr, yes, those 3 dismissals where he was out backing up were all with Tom Haynes at the striker's end as well. They were all identical dismissals, and one was on 198 against Glamorgan, and then 2 this season. It was interesting, really, because we did pose the question to Grant Flower, who's the Sussex batting coach, who dismissed the notion that it might be bad luck in any way. In comes Leach, bowls to Tom Clark, and Clark covers up, plays down the offside. There is no run.
Well, it is bad luck because it's not something that happens too many times in a career. You know, you don't need to leave your crease very far. You're supposed to back up. You know, once the bowler's delivered the ball, you know, a couple of yards down the pitch, and a fierce drive, a fingertip, and on your way. There's nothing you can do about it.
Leach wheels around and comes running in around the wicket, bowls to Tom Clark, and Clark is forward, plays into the offside. There is no run. There will be Sussex supporters saying, well, why is Tom Haynes not opening the batting? Well, the reason is that Tom has a knee injury. We understand it's not too serious. Tom Clark was left out at Bristol last week with an ankle problem, and I don't think Tom Clark would have expected to have played in this match, and certainly not opening the batting. He normally bats at number 5. He's been a bit short of runs in the couple of opening matches of the season, but he gets an opportunity here. And he waits with 3 slips and a gully. Leach is in and bowls, and Clark is beaten outside the off stump. Good delivery by Leach. Just plugs away on a good length.
I'd have given Clark the benefit of the doubt there. I think he just played inside that one. Well, what are you doing here, Adrian?
Well,
you want to take your machine over that side?
Well, I don't know if I've got a long enough lead, to be honest. So I might have to just leave it there. But we're getting a few emails in. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you'd like to get in touch. There's a cameraman here with a lens that's about 2 feet long in front of us. As here comes Leach and bowls. Clipped away by Clark. Good shot. Beautifully played. Clipped away for 4 runs. Through backward square. Beautifully played. And that's his first boundary and the first runs, or the first boundary off the bat in the Sussex innings. Clipped away by Clark. He goes to 4 and Sussex to 9 without loss.
Make you feel a bit better. We saw a few shots like that off the pads in the Worcestershire innings. A couple of them lifted for 6, 1 or 2 big 6s.
Yeah.
In that, I heard you do in your report. You reckon that that 8th wicket stand was worth 100 in 13 overs.
Yeah. 13 overs on 4 balls.
It was obviously quick. Well, I didn't realise it was quite that quick.
It was terrific entertainment.
It was.
Ben Gibbon is coming in. Bowls to Orr, who struck. Well, I thought round about the midriff. There was a stifled a bit. Was that in the in the unmentionables?
I think that was sort of in the protective box area. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, Orr's not making a fuss about it, so maybe it's sort of just missed.
He went down and bit of reflex going on there, as if to say that was a bit close, but it's a very optimistic appeal for LBW.
Gibbon runs away from us, left arm over the wicket. He's in and bowls to the left-handed Ali Orr. Orr tucks this one nicely back to a square on the leg side. They're going to pick up a couple of runs. Joe Leach needs to run in from fine leg to field, and Orr goes to 3, and Sussex into double figures, 11 without loss. If you're just joining us, a very good afternoon from New Road, Worcester, where the lovely early sunshine has disappeared, but some brighter skies are making their way towards the ground. So fingers crossed, we'll get a good bit more play. Worcestershire got out for 264. Ollie Robinson taking 7 for 59. And Ben Gibbon runs away from us. He's in and bowls and let go by Ali Orr. Through to keeper Roderick, there is no run.
Oohs and ahs. I think he played that very well, didn't he? He just looked at it, picked up the line, and removed the bat. Did it rather flamboyantly. Maybe that brought 1 or 2 up the.
That was the word I was looking for. That was a flamboyant leave from Ali Orr. Nonetheless, a good leave.
It's the thing about leaving a ball. You've got to get your bat out of the way quickly. You take your bat out of the way too slowly. There's a chance you might just nudge it through.
Gibbon in again, bowls and Orr thumps this down the ground. Now it was thumped by Ali Orr straight back down the ground. I reckon Gibbon fielded that with his boot.
I'll just watch it again on the replay there. He did field it with his boot. It's almost like that sort of modern way of goalkeeping, wasn't it? When they sort of go down and there's a foot either side to stop the shot, and it was very effective. That
could be painful. As I thought, well, if you get that on the ankle, that would be sore. Nonetheless, he stopped in. It was a good shot by Ali Orr, drilled it down the ground. Well stopped by Gibbon. 3 slips go down. He's in again, bowls, or he's always looking to go on the attack. His forward plays this to mid-on, and there is no run. I don't know how much you've seen of Ali or back, Dave?
Not a lot. He's certainly looking to get on with it here, isn't he? And to take the game to Worcestershire, to their opening attack. If we are going to get a bit of rain here, which has been forecast, then Worcestershire will want to have made inroads this evening. They'll have wanted to pick up a couple of wickets at least.
Gibbon is on his way, bowls and all, shoulders, arms. Lets that one go through to keeper Roderick. There is no run. End of the over. 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 2 for Ben Gibbon. Sussex 11 without loss after 4 overs. That in reply to the Worcestershire total of 264 all out.
Joe Leach going to continue. He's been threatening the stumps. Different sort of seam bowler to Ollie Robinson, but you fancy him to pick up a few wickets on this pitch as well, with a little bit of help and at the batsman, trying to particularly bowling round the wicket to the left-handers, just looking for that little bit of movement early on, as we saw this morning with Robinson.
In he comes, round the wicket, bowls, let go by Clark, through to keeper Roderick. There is no run. 3 slips and a gully, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a finally. What did you make of Ollie Robinson's performance, Dave?
It was excellent, wasn't it? He's at the batsman all the time. I was thinking maybe one ball that you can easily let go a couple of feet outside the offset every maybe 2 or 3 overs, but that's all. The rest of the time you're having to play. Is that one coming back in? Is that one leaving? Got my feet in the right place, and it was excellent spell.
Leach in, bowls to Clark, a ball of good length that Clark plays out into the offside, and there is no run.
I just enjoyed the little chat that wasn't too far away from us actually, when Pujara came over and had a chat with Robinson, who was fielding at mid-on, and Pujara was at mid-off, and it was towards the end of that partnership, that 8th wicket partnership of 100, and you could just see Pujara saying, "Come on, Ali, can you come back and just finish off this? We've had enough of this nonsense." And that's exactly what he did. Came back, and I think he took the last 3 wickets in 2 overs.
And comes Leach, bowls. Clark is forward, plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. You've got a fan, Dave.
Yeah, I have.
Stephen in Cookfield.
Oh!
He says, "I'm a regular listener."
They're usually female.
Well, this is Stephen, and he says, "I'm a regular listener, but first time email. Just wanted to ask who your co-commentator was today. David ? He's dreadful." No, he doesn't say that. He said he's very enjoyable, a bit like blowers.
Oh,
so there you go. In comes Leach, bowls, and Clark turns this nicely off the hip down towards deep backward square. They're going to take one and come back for the second. A very short boundary on this leg side. If you know New Road, the Graham Hick Pavilion is just to our right hand side. It's a very short boundary on this side of the ground. I would say no more than 50 yards.
Might be a little bit more than that. You can't imagine if you've got a 100-meter race, maybe 55, 60, maybe something like that. It's not much more,
no.
Especially into the corners.
Yeah.
Into the corners.
Clark goes to 6, 13 without loss. It's getting brighter all the time, which is the good news.
Blowers.
In and bowls, over-pitched and drilled by Clark to mid-off, and there is no run.
I'm just trying to think if I know any Stevens from Sussex.
Yeah, I was going to say, is he related to you?
No, it's very kind, Stephen. Thank you very much for that.
Simon's been in touch again. Simon's listening over in Montenegro. And Chloe Brewer, who's now gone because Chloe's playing for the Central Sparks up at Old Trafford on Saturday. She's got to check in for a team meeting up at Edgbaston later. So hope you're driving safely, Chloe. As in comes Leach and bowls, and Clark covers up, plays to mid-off, and there is no run. End of another accurate Leach over. 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 7. Sussex 13 without loss after 5 overs in reply to the Worcestershire total of 264. And Chloe was saying that she'd been to Montenegro, and Simon says Chloe is 100% correct about Montenegro. It's stunningly beautiful, and it indeed shares a huge lake with Albania. I was driving along the banks of the lake all day yesterday and saw no more than 10 cars. Not much cricket though.
Fantastic.
Says Simon.
Never been to Wales myself.
Have you been to Montenegro?
Well, no. It's a lovely part of the world, though.
In comes Gibbon bowls to Orr, who thumps his bat down the ground, and Gibbon is down well.
Do they play much cricket there? Is that what the question was about earlier?
No, we were just, a little bit, and we were just talking about Montenegro as a country, and Chloe said that she'd been there in October last year, and the weather was fantastic, and she really enjoyed it as a country.
Those countries around there, as you say, Albania, and again going over to sort of Croatia, and there's some gorgeous places and gorgeous old architecture as well, Adrian.
Gibbon is in bowls, and Orr drives firmly to mid-off, doesn't beat the field, and there is no run. Ray Yates has been in touch. Hello, Ray. He says, good afternoon, Adrian and Chloe. So not you, Dave. So sorry about that. He says, I'm enjoying the commentary. Very pleasing that after a long spell in the doldrums, Sussex appear to be making headway this season. Unfortunately, we are still missing some comments when the side-on camera is being used. It's just the one from about mid-wicket. I wonder if a message could be passed on to the camera crew to avoid using that particular camera. Best regards from a Sunny. Where do you think Ray's listening from?
Sunny, I don't know, Spain.
In comes Gibbon bowls, driven by Orr, straight to mid-on. That's 3 right at the meat of the bat. He's a Sussex supporter.
Somewhere on Bexley on the Sea.
Yeah, it's a red herring. That's a bit naughty, but Inverness. Yeah, Ray Yates up in Inverness. So Ray's a regular contributor from Inverness, and Steve Harris is a regular contributor from Aberdeenshire.
I have been to Inverness. They do skiing there, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
Certainly used to. Yeah.
Up in the Cairngorms, I guess.
Yeah. That's a lovely part of the world as well.
Yeah. As indeed is Worcester, with a lovely cathedral away to our left-hand side. In comes Gibbon, the ball to Ali Orr, and Orr is forward, plays it onto the onside, and there is no run. I'm just going to make a point here about Ali Orr, because he does like to get on with it, Dave, and he's hit 3 in this over, straight out the meat of the bat. They've all gone to fielders, and he's just rehearsing his shots there. And, this is a good test, because you hope that he doesn't think, I need to get on with it. There's no need to get on with it. There's oodles of time left in the match, but doesn't play a rash shot. And I guess this is what opening the batting and learning is all about. He looks in good touch, but as I say, just 3 that have hit the field. He's 3 not out. Sussex 13 without loss. Gibbon with 2 more balls of his 3rd over is in and bowled. Orr is beaten outside the stump. He was fishing at that.
Yes, he didn't leave that one. He was definitely having a little dabble at that. Watch the replay again. It's there, and maybe about 5th stump line. Sussex the keeper. Yeah.
Sussex cricket at bbc.co.uk.
You do get a lot of emails, don't you?
Yeah, we do. It's good. Yeah, it's really good. But it's great that people take the time to get in touch, as Gibbon is on his way. Over the wicket bowls, and Orr is solidly full. That's a good over from Ben Gibbon, and well played by Ali Orr. Good contest. 13 without loss, a maiden over. 3 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 2.
Yeah, Ali Orr will be thinking, how on earth was that a maiden over? Because he'd really struck the deliveries very well. Could easily have had a couple of boundaries in that over. On the subject of the emails, I think we should make this point from time to time. There are probably people out there watching or listening and thinking, well, I'll be wasting my time writing an email, because they wouldn't. Most of them, if they're making a point, we will read it. We will read it out on air. It isn't something that is like winning the lottery or something.
In comes Joe Leach, bowls to Tom Clark, who's forward to ball of good length, plays onto the onside.
You'd read nearly all of them, I would imagine.
Yeah. I mean, one of the dangers of reading them out before you've really looked at them. So you do learn that lesson. You sometimes get halfway through an email, particularly perhaps when we get texts and tweets when we're covering football in the winter. And
sack the board and that sort of thing.
You suddenly think, anyway, thanks very much for sending that tweet.
Oh, my screen's just gone blank. We seem
yes.
That one, yes.
Leach again bowls, and Clark again 4 plays into the offside. There is no run. We had an email in this one that we probably didn't do justice to, actually, Dave. It was from Peter Turner, who said, "It seems to me this is the most open Division 2 for ages. In recent seasons, there's been an obviously dominant team like Notts last year, but I think all teams look very equal this time. What do you think, and who are your favourites for promotion?" So I think we should, perhaps ask you, Dave, what do you think about Division 2? How open is it?
I think, yes, it is. It is open. I think there were one or two teams that are favourites and one or two that are sort of quite dark horses.
Leach in bowls, Clark defends into the offside, no run.
But some teams are so people would look at Middlesex and say, well, they were promoted last year along with Notts, but they weren't dominant like Notts last year. They've gone up, and they might, who knows, they might struggle this year. So you're looking at the teams, the early runners. Is there a Nottinghamshire in there somewhere? And you think, as he's saying, not really a team that is head and shoulders above the rest, although Durham have made a good start, haven't they?
Leach in bowls, Clark lets it go outside the off stump, taken by Roderick, no run.
But if you look at all the others, you can't think of, there's 8 teams, you can't think of a match where you would say, well, they've got no chance there. This game, maybe first thing this morning, Sussex on top and Worcestershire coming back and all the rest of it. Yeah,
I would agree. I would agree. Leach comes running in around the wicket, bowls, and Clark plays that firmly. Done a good bowling here from Joe Leach, keeping it really tight.
And again, a team that somebody would think was strong in there, being Yorkshire. After a few matches, they haven't had good luck with the weather. I think they probably should have won at Hove, Adrian.
And they would have. Sussex have had the good end and the bad end of that, because they would have lost to Yorkshire at Hove, and I think they'd have beaten Gloucestershire last week. So it's as broad as it's long, I guess. In comes Leach and bowls, and Clark clips this nicely off the hip to backward square leg. Well fielded there by Azhar Ali, but Clark goes through for a single.
And another team that I think, just looking at the table, actually below, the only team below Yorkshire, Derbyshire. And I don't think they're a bad side at all. So you can look at every team.
Yes. And
there isn't an obvious leader like Nottinghamshire were last year, and there isn't a sort of you just wonder who are going to be the Middlesex and come through to finish second. This year, you're wondering who are going to be the team that comes through and. The teams that come through in first and second place.
End of the over, 14 without loss. Adrian Harms and Dave Townsend here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. And Ben Gibbon, who's bowled 3 very good overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 2, comes into bowl to Tom Clark, who's forward and plays onto the onside. I don't think he intended it to go there, and there is no run. Hannah Collins has been in touch. Hello, Hannah, from semi-sunny East Sussex. And she says, I've been wondering where George Garton is. Is he suffering with long COVID again? Such a shame. Well, George eventually was diagnosed as not having long COVID, and he was diagnosed with a blood clot, he was telling us pre-season. Now, he'd worked his way back to full fitness, and I spoke to him at the press day, and he was really looking forward to the new season. As in comes Gibbon again, bowls, and Clark drives, lovely shot. That's a lovely shot. Beautifully played on drive all the way along the deck. That's a quality shot. He goes into double figures. Clark to 11 and Sussex to 18 without loss.
Certainly the shot of this innings.
Beautifully played. But George was then hit the first game of the season on the head. He batted on but didn't come out for the third day against Durham, and we haven't seen him since. So it's a question we'll have to ask Paul Farbrace about how George is. I'm assuming the concussion protocols are all over by now.
Where was the blood clot? That was earlier, wasn't it?
I think it was but they thought it was long COVID for a long time. In comes Gibbon bowls. Clark drives down the ground right at the meat of the backfield and at mid-off, no run. And George was explaining that he was completely exhausted, could barely walk to the ground, and it took a long time for a diagnosis. So, and it came at a time when he was breaking into the England T20 side, and so he was really looking forward to the new season. So we'll have to find out what the latest is. But Hannah, thank you very much for your email. David Sharp's been in touch. Oh dear, this is depressing. Gibbon turns. 3 slips go down and he runs away from us. Comes in and bowls to Clark, who drives to mid-off. There is no run. David says, I confirm it's sunny and warm here in Marbella. 28 degrees.
He is in Spain.
Thanks, David. No more emails required today. Thank you very much. Cloudy and grey here in Worcester, about 14 degrees. Cardigan and coat needed.
As I always say, grey and miserable, but less about me, and let's talk about the weather. Yeah.
Martin Mahoney's been in touch. I'll read your email. Then I know Dave's... sorry, not Dave. Frank's got to come in and do an update, and I'll go do my update. So I'll leave you with the guys in a second. As in comes Gibbon and Bowles. Quicker delivery from Gibbon, who... Clark lets that one go outside the off stump. There is no run. So Martin says, Goodness, I am now on my own in the office and can get back to listening. So forgive me if already discussed. I would imagine that Sussex will be a little disappointed, having had Worcestershire 44 for 5, but a good fight back by the home team and a great day so far for Ollie. Unfortunately, it looks like the weather may intervene in the coming days, but still hoping for a Sussex win. Martin in the sunny Holmer Green in Buckinghamshire.
A lot of sun around, but none here, Adrian.
He's on his own in the office. That's interesting, isn't it? In comes Gibbon and Bowles, and Clark drives firmly to mid-off. There is no run. It is the end of the over. Sussex are 18 without loss, all on 3. Clark on 11. I'm going to leave you in the hands of Dave and Frank.
That was certainly a recovery earlier from Worcestershire, as you were saying. If you've not been following during the day, 44 for 5 through to 264 all out. They'll be very pleased with that. But I think Sussex will be quite pleased with the way they finished it off. They shouldn't have let that 8th wicket partnership go on quite as long as it did. That was only 13 overs, Frank. I don't think you and I were commentating on it. It really went quickly.
Yeah.
But
yeah, he did the job, didn't he, Robinson? You talk about finishing it off. He certainly did that. Here's Leach. Round the wicket from the Diglis end. Bowls to Ali Orr, who drops that down on the offside. Leach has been very, very tidy, hasn't he, so far in this innings. Ali Orr has faced 20 deliveries for his 3 runs. Leach has given little to hit. 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 8. Gibbon 4 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 6. So tidy stuff. My only disappointment, if I were a Worcestershire coach, would be that they haven't passed the bat that often.
they haven't, have they?
There's Leach again round the wicket. Bowles and Orr is forward, pushing out square on the offside, and there is no run. Yeah, they haven't passed the bat that often, and that with the new ball would be my concern. But they've been tidy, they've been straight, they haven't given much to hit. We had that one lovely shot down the ground by Clark off Gibbon, but other than that, few in the way of free gifts from the bowlers. Here comes Leach and Bowles, and Orr again is pushing this one up to mid-off, fielded there by Gibbon. So halfway through the 9th over, Leach 3 slips in place. Pollock at first, Haynes at 2nd, Tongue at 3rd, Libby in the gully. Worcester have had to reinvent their slip cordon in the last couple of years with the retirement of Darryl Mitchell and the movement on of Ricky Vessels. Leach is in. Bowles and Orr edges this through the slips. Don't think it was a chance. Went through Josh Tongue at 3rd slip. Bounced just in front of him, I think. And they get a single, but full shot from Orr. He hasn't played many. Just having a look on the replay to see if it carried. No, it didn't. Bounce about halfway to Tongue. But yeah, Pollock's become quite reliable at 1st slip. Haynes has caught some good ones at 2nd. Tongue's new into the cordon really this year, with Barnard having moved on. He was a regular. Leach is in and Bowles, and this one turned on the onside by Clark. Fielded at mid-on. Oh, it's Tongue at mid-on, sorry, who's at 3rd? Oh, it's, of course, it's Adam Hose at 3rd slip, sorry I should say, not Josh Tongue. Adam Hose. Not quite as tall as Tongue, not far off. But yeah, it's one of those things you take for granted at a lot of teams, don't you, the slip cordon. There's Leach again, Bowles, Clark forward, pushing up to mid-off, no run, end of the over, another tidy one. 19 without loss after 9.
Not the same movement. Not the same
No,
movement.
not the same. Not the
uh,
same movement at all. And as I say,
Not-
I think
not-
it'll be a slight concern.
Not just for Ollie Robinson, but he was magnificent. But the other Sussex bowlers were getting more out of it.
Yeah.
In those, certainly in that first hour or so.
Yeah. Gibbon's been tidy though. 4 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 6. And as I say, joint top wicket taker coming into this game, Ben Gibbon with 11, and he's still really in the fledgling period of his career. Coming in now, moving away from us, number 21 on his back, left arm over the wicket, bowls a very full delivery which all drives for 4 to long on. Just slightly ungainly. It wasn't a graceful shot, but he got a lot of bat on it and he timed it very well. And
It was halfway between a drive and digging out a Yorker.
yeah, it was, wasn't it? It was just a bit. It wasn't quite a Yorker, was it? But he got a good bat on it. Timed it really nicely, and it raced away. I mean, there was no catching that. So 4 more to Ali Orr. He goes to 8. Clark has 11. And it's 23 without loss. Sussex replying to Worcestershire's 264. Update coming. And Sussex have made a very solid start to their first innings in reply to Worcestershire's 264 made earlier today. The innings finishing on the stroke of tea. Ollie Robinson, the England seamer, took 7 for 59 for Sussex. Worcestershire's top scorers Adam Hose and Matthew Waite, who both made 59. In reply, Sussex solid, if unspectacular, against an accurate but perhaps not particularly threatening Worcestershire new ball attack, which is being shared by Joe Leach and Ben Gibbon. At the moment, Sussex on 23 without loss in the 10th over. Ali Orr is on 8 and Tom Clark on 11. That was about the loosest shot we've seen, I think, on that last ball. Ali Orr playing a really airy drive at that one from Gibbon, but made no contact and through it went to Gareth Roderick.
Yeah, Adrian was making the point that he doesn't like being tied down, and that if 1 or 2 firm drives go to the fielder, then you feel that he might do something rash.
Waits now as Gibbon bowls, and well, maybe he nearly did. It was a drive for 4, but it was in the air and only 4 or 5 yards to the left of Azhar Ali at extra cover, but it eluded him and it went all the way to the rope down in front of the pavilion, and Orr has moved into double figures. He's overtaken Clark, his partner, but it was a loosest shot, and it's 27 without loss, so perhaps a bit of encouragement for Gibbon. But that said, having been very tight, he's gone to the boundary twice in this over. He comes in now and bowls, and Orr is driving this one nicely off the back foot. There's a diving stop at backward point by Libby, which prevents a 3rd boundary, because if he hadn't got to that would have raced away too. And he's finding the middle of his bat, Orr, but not entirely convinced by that shot over extra. His heart would have been in his mouth a little bit when he first hit it and he realised it was going towards Azhar Ali in the air.
And his bottom hand was nearly coming off the bat as well, wasn't it? There was not the control there.
Here's Gibbon again. That's umpire Watts. Balls, and that one's left alone by Orr. Lifts the bat well clear of it, and it climbed a little bit, bounced a bit more through to the keeper. End of the over from Gibbon. 5 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 14. His figures: Leach 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 9. Or 12, Clark 11, and Sussex are 27 without loss, and we're going to see Josh Tongue at the Diglis end.
Yeah, a bit disappointing that for Joe Leach, that he's not been able to make the breakthrough. He bowled tidily, as you say. He likes to attack the stumps, but he'll be thinking to himself, I could have done a bit better than that, won't he? He wasn't not quite on his game. Or see whether Josh Tongue can produce something a little bit different. Going to be bowling over the wicket Leach bowled his whole spell around the wicket. He likes to do that, doesn't he, to left-handers?
He does indeed. Here's Tongue. In, bowls down the leg side, flicked at by Clark, taken by Roderick. Josh Tongue, who still not right back into any kind of proper rhythm, following a lengthy absence from the game with a very serious shoulder injury. At one stage everybody thought his career was over, and I think he reached a pretty dark place, but a new diagnosis in the middle of last summer, and made a brief comeback towards the end of the season. He comes in now and bowls, and that's a pretty quick one. Takes Clark on the pad, runs away on the onside. They go through for a leg bye, 28 without loss, and he is the quickest of the Worcestershire attack.
Bowling shoulder?
Yeah. Very serious injury. But the quickest of the attack. Played for the Lions in the winter, did pretty well, got a fifer in one of the Lions games in Sri Lanka, and capable of real, genuine hostility. Josh Tongue, when he gets it right. In he comes now, bowls, and that's a quick one, and that's turned Ali all round. He's looking to play that away on the leg side, and he's got an outside edge down to third man. They complete 3, but it was a full shot and encouragement, I would say, for Tongue. Score goes on to 31, or goes to 15. And he hasn't, and he's had little spells this season without really. It's about rhythm, isn't it? When you've had a long time out and you've got to rediscover that real sort of that indefinable quality of rhythm that fast bowlers depend on so much. But he's got great potential, no question about that. Comes in again now, passed umpire Hartley, bowls, and Clark on the back foot pushes out on the offside and fielded at mid-off by Gibbon.
Yeah, I think he's the fastest we've seen on display. It turned out very good yard.
He's capable of high pace and lift, and can be really quite a handful. I don't think there's great pace in this pitch, to be fair. No surprise, given the weather and the time of year. Here's Tongue again. He's in. He bowls, and that one's clipped by Clark.
Oh,
wide of Joe Leach. Mid-on, and Joe Leach makes a great save, sprawling to his right, and prevents any more than a single. Good work from Joe Leach. 32 without loss.
His whole body goes into his action, doesn't it, Josh Tongue?
Yeah, it's pretty good action, I think. He's a bowler. He's got great potential, I think. That one's fired across the left-handed oar and allowed through to Roderick. No run. End of the over from Tongue. 4 runs came from it. 3 off that rather fortuitous edge by Ali Orr, and that single to Clark. But nonetheless, pretty good start by these two left-handers. They've been reasonably untroubled in this first 11 overs, and it's 32 without loss.
And of course, the thing that Worcestershire will be thinking, well, next in will be possibly India's best batsman, and following him, possibly Australia's best batsman. So
yeah. So nothing to worry about, really.
A lot of people will say, "Oh, Kohli's not playing for Sussex, is he?" But I think in this sort of cricket, I might just go for Bajara above Kohli. I know it's controversial, but
I think he got a double 100 here last year. Here's Gibbon bowls, very full, and clipped away on the leg side by Clark, who's disappointed that he didn't do more with that, but I thought it was almost a Yorker, just squeezed it out on the leg side. But yeah, going back to our point, David, I think I'd be a tad worried if I were the Worcestershire captain or coach or whatever by the fact that they haven't looked too troubled. Gibbon in again, balls, and Clark just pushes this one out on the offside. There doesn't appear to be any great pace in the pitch. Doesn't appear to be any extravagant lateral movement. Matthew Waite is warming up at mid-off. busy player, as you said, David, and
That might just be his
bowled pretty well this season.
all action, isn't he? All
Yeah,
action.
he just wants to.
Matthew Wade.
You think he might just be dropping a hint, do you?
He could well.
Time
He
for a
could
change. Skip. Let me have a go. Batted well, feeling good. Gibbon in again, bowls, and that's wide and full. And he got into a bit of a mess with that one, Clark. It wasn't good cricket all round, really, because it wasn't where Gibbon wanted it to go either, but he ended up just sort of squeezing it into the ground, and it trickled out on the offside.
Surely, Frank, as a opening batsman in your day, if a ball's that wide and you start to play it, you've got time to pull out, haven't you? And not.
Yeah, so long since I played, I can't remember. Here's Gibbon again. He's in and he bowls. That's down the leg side, and Clark flicked at it, but he got so far inside it actually that he missed it by quite a long way, I think.
It's Gibbon's final over, isn't it?
It looks like it,
he's
doesn't it? Yeah, it looks like it. He's taken 11 wickets so far, Gibbon.
Yeah.
The fact that Waite's taken 6, got 4 for 50 in the one game, but the fact that all of the Worcestershire seamers really are averaging 30 plus explains why they haven't had a great start, I guess. Can't put it all down to stats. Given a little bit shorter with this one, and Clark in behind it pushes out on the onside. 32 without loss then. Ali Orr 15, Tom Clark 12. No Tom Haynes in this game for Sussex, but a reasonable batting lineup with Pajara and Smith due to come in the next two when the next 2 wickets fall.
A couple of the big beasts from what used to be Fleet Street are here.
Yeah. Ollie Carter, who has got a big 100 already this season as well. This one takes Clark on the pad and runs out on the onside, and it's fielded by Gareth Roderick, and that's the end of Gibbon's over, and in David Townsend's book anyway, the end of his spell. 6
Well, I
overs,
think
2 maidens, no wicket for 14.
I think it probably will be. So
I
the
think you're right.
press box been very busy today with and outside as well. Just seeing Dean Wilson, and he's still still writing for the Mirror. I imagine he probably is. And Paul Newman of the Mail has been here today as well. A couple of the other.
They've rediscovered
Nick
Worcester
Holt,
on
I
the
think
map.
we saw Nick Holt as well.
Yeah.
The big beasts.
Here we go. Here's Josh Tongue from the Diglis end, and he comes in and bowls to Orr, and that's full, straight. Orr just punches it back, and the bowler does his own fielding. Yeah, there was a time, we often used to say, there was a time in the late 80s, early 90s, when all the broadsheets had a reporter at every game, as you'll remember, David, and Worcestershire had that period where Ian Botham and Graham Dilley were in the side, and it was packed pretty much every game in the press box here. But those days are long gone, and it takes an odd event like Steve Smith turning up to make it like it's been today. There's 4 from Ali Orr.
That's a nice shot.
Leg stump half volley from Josh Tongue, and just clipped beautifully through mid-wicket to the boundary by Ali Orr. He moves to 15 off 33, and 19 in fact off 34, and Sussex 36 without loss.
Of course, the big beasts want a couple of wickets, don't they? They want to see Steve Smith in, and preferably out cheaply as well, which would be good for copy.
Yeah.
But then he might not want to talk to them afterwards if they do that. So.
Well,
who knows?
Who knows? Who knows?
Smith snubs press after Sussex duck.
His Tongue again in to bowl, and that's better length, but Orr is pushing it out on the offside, and picks up a single as Gibbon comes to do the fielding. And welcome to listeners to BBC 5 Live Sports Extra, who are joining us here at New Road on this first day of this county championship game between Worcestershire and Sussex, a day which to all intents and purposes really has been dominated by Ollie Robinson, the Sussex and England seam bowler, or just break off as Josh Tongue comes in and bowls across Tom Clark, who leaves this alone, and it's taken by the wicketkeeper Gareth Roderick. Robinson, who struck 4 times in the first hour this morning to leave Worcestershire reeling at 43 for 4, and went on to complete innings figures of 17 overs, 3 maidens, 7 for 59, coming back to pick up the last 3 wickets. So he took the first 4 and the last 3, and it was an outstanding performance. Tongue bowls, Clark drives, D'Oliveira fields, and there's no run. And either side of Robinson's heroics, we saw Robinson's heroics were either side of a couple of significant partnerships in that Worcestershire innings, without which it would have been in dire straits indeed. 92 added for the 6th wicket by Gareth Roderick and Adam Hose, and 103 added for the 8th wicket by Matthew Waite and Joe Leach. His Tongue again bowls, and the first wicket goes down as Tongue lures Clark into a drive outside the off stump. He gets a nick. It's a regulation catch for Gareth Roderick standing back, and Sussex, replying to Worcestershire's 2-6-4, lose their first wicket with the score on 37 for 1, and the man out is Tom Clark, caught behind by Gareth Roderick off Josh Tongue, and he made 12.
Yeah, just a little bit of extra pace that Tongue's brought into the attack, and looking for sort of a punched drive there, and a little edge, and immediately the slip cordon went up before it hit Roderick's gloves, and everybody was happy. The batsman turned on his heel, and now we'll see one of the, or should see, one of the stars of the Sussex middle order. He's taken a while to appear from the...
Oh no, it's Tom Alsop actually.
Oh,
so Steve Smith's probably going to bat 5 then if Pajara comes in at 4. We're going to be kept waiting as Tom Alsop comes out to join Ali Orr. So another left-hander comes in, and that was the last ball of the over from Josh Tongue, picking up that first wicket. Just to go back to the Worcestershire innings, so we saw those 2 significant partnerships. Roderick made 39, and there were half centuries for Hose, his first for Worcestershire. He made 59. Waite made 59 as well, and Joe Leach a hard hit 53. 264 in just 55 overs. Worcestershire. It was lively stuff throughout the day, but it looked a different game when anybody other than Robinson was bowling, it must be said.
It did, although I think we should make mention of Henry Crocombe, who bowled an absolutely perfect Yorker, didn't he, to end Adam Hose's stay at the crease, and that was one of the highlights of the day from a bowling point of view, to see a couple of stumps splayed.
Yeah, very good effort from Crocombe on that particular occasion, but Robinson by far the most impressive bowler. Matthew Waite is into the attack for Worcestershire for the first time from the New Road end. Right arm over the wicket, medium pace, and his first ball is played defensively by Ali Orr. Back to the bowler, and there's no run. So just to reiterate, Robinson 17 overs, 3 maidens, 7 for 59. Excellent length he bowled, I thought, particularly got a little bit more bounce than everybody else as well. Just hit the seam, move the ball either way, an outstanding performance. Waite is in, bowls, and Orr pushes out on the offside. And there's no run, but good batting, good entertaining stuff from Roderick and Hose. They built a very good, solid response after Worcestershire had slumped to 44 for 5, and that partnership of 92 either side of lunch was invaluable. When they were parted, then Waite, who has made a good start to his Worcestershire career, having joined from Yorkshire, made 100 in the first game of the season. He and Joe Leach then batted attractively as well. Orr drives this one out on the offside. Azhar Ali does the fielding in the covers, and again there is no run. And Worcestershire, for their part, with the ball since this innings began, have been tidy, but perhaps not as threatening as they would have wished. Joe Leach 5 overs with the new ball, 1 maiden, no wicket for 9. Ben Gibbon 6 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 14. And Josh Tongue picking up that wicket in his second over has 1 for 9. His Waite again, bowls to Orr, who is solidly forward, pushing up to mid-off, and Ben Gibbon is the fielder. We've had a pretty good crowd in, over 2,000 I understand, here at Worcester, which is not bad for the first day of a championship game. It was bright and sunny before lunch, but since then it's been a little bit chilly and overcast. We have rain in the forecast, but it looks pretty good. I think David's quite optimistic that we'll finish the day. We've got 28 overs left in the day. The light's still pretty good as Waite is in, and bowls and all drives. Lovely shot, really attractively driven, and a very good tumbling stop at mid-on by Tongue, who's a big man at 6'4", fast bowler, and moved smartly to his right and got down well and rolled over and completed a stop that certainly saved a boundary. All's hit 2 or 3 attractive drives, times the ball really well. Tall left-hander, holds the bat quite high up on the handle. Long levers. As Waite bowls, and he beats him with a good one that goes across him, and he gets that little nod from the batsman that the bowler gets sometimes when he knows he's bowled a good one, and Ali Orr gives him that little nod of recognition. So the end of a tidy maiden over from Matthew Waite, 37 for 1.
Yeah, we see a lot of the little rollovers, don't we? After the fieldings.
I see what you mean. Yeah,
fieldings
yeah.
happened. Even from the big fast bowlers, Josh Tongue. Even Frank, you can look back probably only sort of 10, 20 years, and you wouldn't get your fast bowlers doing too much of that.
He's built like Gus Fraser, but he doesn't move like Gus Fraser. I know what you're trying to say, David.
I didn't mention Gus Fraser.
David Townsend alongside me, who spent many hours commentating on Middlesex back in the day. And I think David's going to leave us now, and we're going to be joined again by Adrian Harms from BBC Radio Sussex, as Josh Tongue comes in and bowls a quick one at Allsop, first ball, and he ducks underneath it and allows it through to Roderick. Bit of pace there. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC, on the BBC Sports app, and on BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra. I'm Frank Watson of BBC Hereford and Worcester, and alongside me is Adrian Harms of BBC Radio Sussex, and we've watched a very, very entertaining day's cricket here today.
It's been excellent, isn't it? Very good.
Josh Tongue in once more bowls, and covering up. Allsop pushes this one away on the offside, and there's no run. 37 for 1 it remains.
Yeah, I think Tom Clark will be annoyed with the shot that he played to get out, Frank. He's been put into the side today as a makeshift opener. Tom Haynes out of the Sussex side today with a knee problem, which we understand isn't too serious. But he felt he'd almost done the hard bit at Tom Clark. He just felt for one outside of the off stump.
His Tongue in again, bowls, and again pacey. Allsop just gets a bat on it, just drops it down on the offside. But yeah, bit of pace I think probably played a part in Clark's dismissal. He is sharp, Tongue, and quicker than any other bowler that, well, in the game I would hazard probably. I thought Sean Hunt bowled 1 or 2 fairly quick deliveries, but here comes Tongue, tall man, he's in, bowls, and that one is steered down to third man by Allsop. That'll get him off the mark. 2 runs taken as it's pursued back by Jake Libby, whose throw is misjudged and clears wicketkeeper Gareth Roderick by a good 6 feet or so, and is backed up by Azhar Ali at mid-wicket. I was just saying we've had a good crowd in for a first day.
Yeah, very good.
Over 2,000 I understand. Swelled probably by a little bit of interest in Steve Smith playing for Sussex. Certainly the journalistic contingent here at New Road is greater than usual. As Tongue comes in and bowls, and that one will be 4, I think, probably. Will it get there? He steered it off the back foot down to third man. It's not going to get there. Jack Haynes in pursuit, pulls it up just inside the rope, and they take 3. So Allsop just using the pace of the bowler there to steer that one off the face. Perfectly safe. He goes to 5, and the total to 42 for 1. Yeah, lots of journalists here today. Press box pretty packed. It reminds me a bit of the old days, Adrian, when the broadsheets had somebody at every game, and it was regular to see this many journalists here. But they're mainly here, I think, to see how Steve Smith performs. Whether they will see him bat today or not rather depends on how well Worcestershire can bowl in the next hour or so, I would guess.
And maybe the weather as well.
And maybe the weather. Here's Tongue in bowls. That's a quick one. That was a quick bouncer, and it was very well negotiated by Ali Orr, who ducked but kept his eye on it and watched it all the way as it went past his nose. But it's a good delivery, that. A bit gloomy to face that kind of pace, I reckon.
A bit more effort, wasn't it? Which, perhaps that was the reason for the no ball.
Yeah.
Overstepping the line.
It was a no ball. In he comes. And he bowls again and again. That's a good rapid delivery across him. And that's an impressive end to the over. Even though it was a no ball, if you're the batsman and you get that one flashing past your nose, I don't think the fact that it's a no ball makes you feel any more comfortable. I really don't. And he's followed it up with a real jaffer as well, hasn't he? So that was a good finish to the over from Josh Tongue, who's introduced just a little bit of threat into the attack that wasn't there before. He's picked up the 1 wicket to 4, but Sussex going along nicely. 220 behind now. They're 44 for 1.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC 5 Sports Extra, BBC Hereford and Worcester, BBC Radio Sussex. Adrian Harms and Frank Watson with you on commentary, and it's going to be Matthew Waite who's going to carry on coming into bowl to the left-handed Tom Alsop. The 3 slips go down, he's in and bowls, Alsop covers up, plays onto the onside, and there is no run. We had a few people inquiring on email, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, about George Garton and why he isn't playing in this game, and hasn't actually figured for Sussex since the opening game of the season against Durham, where he was actually hit on the head. And but I've had a couple of messages through to say that he scored 75 and 45 for the seconds at Horsham early this week and took a wicket in the first innings, and he's also playing in a T20 warm-up game today. So it sounds like George is on the way back as Waite is in and bowls, and also works his way into the offside, fielded there by Libby, and there is no run. Some heavier cloud away in the distance at the Digley's end of the ground. I'm not sure if that's coming this way, Frank. If it is, that looks a little more angry than some of the cloud we've seen earlier on today. So fingers crossed that stays away. As Waite, to listeners to 5 Sports Extra have left us now. As in comes Waite over the wicket, bowls and clipped away by Alsop to mid-wicket. And there it is.
Yeah, I've read. We get a message telling us that 5 Live Sports Extra have left us from the guru Kevin Hells, and yeah, we understand. I
mean, there's another 26 overs to be bowled tonight, so you'd have thought there's every chance if the wickets of 11 wickets today. There has to be a chance that if there is bowled, we might see Steve Smith tonight. Who knows? In comes Waite and bowls. Clipped away. That's a lovely shot by Tom Alsop. I don't think that's going to go for 4 either. It's a very lush outfield here at New Road. It was struck beautifully by Alsop right out the meat of the bat. But he comes back for a 3rd run. Good bit of fielding actually, and a good throw coming in from D'Oliveira, but not before Alsop goes back for 3. He goes to 8. Total 47 for 1. We say this a lot, Frank. Most cricketers are very nice people, and Tom Alsop is absolutely in the category of very nice cricketers. Very composed, very polite, always happy to speak to the press. Really excellent.
I don't think you were on air before when I was talking about somebody who's just had to retire.
Waite in bowls, hammered away by Orr. That's a good shot off the back foot, and he punched that one away through the covers to Daddy Orr. That's beautifully played. He goes to 24, and Sussex go to, I think that's the 50 up for Sussex. The scoreboard is, yes, there we are, 51 for 1 at Sussex. We talk about Charlie Morris.
Charlie Morris has had to retire because of a knee injury. And when you talk about nice people in the game, and it's a bit, it's so easy to say, isn't it, to sit here and say, oh, he's such a nice guy, and it's probably embarrassing for him if he's listening, but a real total gentleman, Charlie Morris, and he'll be much missed here at New Road, and very sad that his career has been brought to an abrupt halt.
Here comes Waite, bowls to Orr, plays into the offside, there is no run. End of the over. Yeah, it's always sad. 51 for 1, Orr 24, Allsop on 8. Live cricket here on the BBC. An email in here from, well, the name says ARGARTU. How on earth do you pronounce that? Argartu. He says, "Hi guys, I go away to Australia for 3 weeks and we blow through a team in the first day with Steve Smith waiting in the wings. I think my flight passed his on the way over. Some late night listening for me at the moment, but as always, he's enjoying the coverage. So thank you very much. I'm not sure of your name. That may be just perhaps you could just let us know. Lovely to hear from you anyway. And thank you for getting in touch, everybody. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Listeners from all around the world today, which has been smashing, Frank.
And if you're a Worcester fan and you want to get in touch with me, it's Twitter at FrankWatson58. As Josh Tongue starts a new over from the Diglis end and gets tucked away on the onside by Tom Allsop for a single. He goes to 9. Update coming for BBC Hereford and Worcester FM listeners very shortly.
Quick, isn't he, Josh Tongue?
Yeah, he is quick and he's quite mean. He's quite threatening. He's quite capable of bowling a really hostile delivery. Played for the Lions in the winter. Got a 5 foot in Sri Lanka in one game. But as I was saying earlier, just back. Came back for that game at Hove actually last year from a career-threatening injury really, and he comes again and bowls, defended by Orr. A shoulder injury which at one stage genuinely really looked as though it might be the end.
Really?
And then a new diagnosis from a surgeon, I think midway through last season, brought about some new treatment, and his career was revived. And that game at Hove was, I think, possibly the first one that he played for about 2 years. So he's still finding his way back, really, and I don't think he's actually properly discovered a true rhythm yet. That one again is quick, across Ali Orr, left alone, and taken by Gareth Roderick.
Well, time's on his side. What is he, 25 looking here?
Yeah, he's and still, I mean, I still don't think we've ever seen the best of Josh Tongue, but I think he's capable of dismissing the very best players, and he gets it absolutely right. And here he comes now from the Diglis end, and he bowls, and Orr is forward, just tucks this one. Oh! And they've fallen over.
Collided with
Run
each other.
into each other, Allsop and Orr took a tumble. And, well, just as well it wasn't a quick single.
Yeah.
Because Azhar Ali was coming in off the boundary. But had that been one, where they just nipped through for a quick one, then could have been disastrous, really. 2 left-handers. And they're just taking a time. Orr's just taking a bit of time to gather himself.
What do you think that Worcestershire would have done there if Orr hadn't got up and was sort of stranded?
I think they'd run him out.
Do you think they would?
Yeah, I do. Yeah. Well, it's a batting mistake, isn't it? I would have done that, I think. That's quick from Tongue. Flick tap by Allsop, taken by Roderick. Yeah, I think. It's a mistake by the batsman rather than, and it's not like somebody's pulled a hamstring or something like that. What do you think, David? Do you agree? Yeah, I think they'd run him out. There was one at Northwood last year, against Middlesex.
I don't think they would.
Oh well, we'll ask them after.
Yeah,
ask them. I genuinely think they would.
They'd have run him out.
Yeah. Because if you're looking at the ball instead of looking where you're running, and therefore you run into your partner, that's a sort of technical fault, really, isn't it? As Tongue bowls again, and Allsop tucks him away on the onside and runs about 9 yards away from Ali Orr this time on the other side of the pitch. Keeps the bowling. End of the over. 53 for 1. And this is in reply, remember, to Worcestershire's 264. And here comes that update. Solid start for the visitors Sussex in reply to Worcestershire's 264 made earlier today. Half centuries for Worcestershire from Adam Hose, Matthew Waite and Joe Leach, but the standout performance, Ollie Robinson, 7 for 59 in the Sussex attack. We're still waiting to see Steve Smith bat. At the moment Sussex are 54 for 1 off 17 overs. Ali Orr is on 25 and fellow left-hander Tom Allsop on 10. The 1 wicket to go down, taken by Josh Tongue.
In comes Matthew Waite, bowls to Tom Allsop, and Allsop plays straight back down the ground. There is no run. 3 slips, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. The clouds do seem to be getting lower, sadly. The night is still playable, But whereas before today there's been sort of some lighter breaks in the cloud, it does look as if it's filling in a little. The forecast, I could just see the umpires actually just having a sort of a look around. It just kind of feels like rain is in the air. As in comes Waiton Bowles, Allsop plays into the offside, no run. A friend of mine got in touch actually about half an hour ago and said it had started to rain, but then it stopped, so it clearly wasn't very much. But and at the risk of being pessimistic, the forecast certainly for the next couple of, I think Sunday's okay, but I think Friday and Saturday are not the best. And I'm just got a break in play. I think someone's moving behind the bowler's arm, or maybe the sight screen needs a bit more secure. I'm not too sure. No, someone was moving behind the bowler's arm as Waite runs away from us. Right arm over the wicket, in and bowls to Allsop, who drives through the covers. I don't quite time this, does Tom Allsop. He's going to pick up at least one and maybe two. Need to get a move on if they're going to come back for the second, and wisely Allsop decided against it. One more to him. He goes to 11, the total to 55 for one. And I just wonder, I mean, the outfield looks amazing. They do a fabulous job here at Worcester, but I just wonder if there is how much rain it would take for it to cause the outfield to be unplayable, Frank.
Yeah, it wouldn't be too bad, I don't think.
Okay.
It wouldn't be too bad.
I see the ground staff are actually over by the covers there now, lying on the grass.
Yeah.
They might have been there for a while, for all I know. In comes Waite, bowls it or drills that down the ground. Nice shot by Ali, really well fielded at mid-off by Ben Gibbon. Excellent fielding. I like the way he bowled as well, actually, Frank.
Yeah, Ben Gibbons on a steep learning curve, still quite early in his career, even though he's mid-20s, came to the game late through minor counties cricket, and he's turned in some good performances, equal top wicket taker this season. I always say still in the sort of fledgling period of his career, really, I think it's fair to say. But encouraging to see him bowl like that.
Liam O'Brien, hello Liam. He says, what a performance from Robinson today. Get a feeling this could be a run fest for the Sussex batters now they've got through the new ball.
Steady on.
Enjoying the coverage as always and watching today from southern France. Is that Liam? It is Liam, who's been doing some commentating with us. He'll be back with us for the Glamorgan game. What are you doing in the south of France, Liam? It's the cricket season. You're meant to be practising. Great to hear from you. Oh. Wait. On his way. Runs in over the wicket, bowls and let go outside the off stump by Alior. And there is no run. So thank you, Liam, for getting in touch. And it was a great performance from Ollie Robinson. 7 for 59 for Ollie Robinson today. Jordan has been in touch. Hello, Jordan. He says, I'm a long-time listener and first-time emailer. I moved a few years back from Sussex up to Altrincham, hoping for this game to last until Sunday, as I have to schedule in more away games nowadays. More in a moment. In comes Waiton Bowles, all forward. Plays defensively into the offside. There is no run. End of the over. 55 for one, or 25. Allsop 11. Ran out Tom Clark, who was caught behind by Gareth Roderick off the bowling of Josh Tonga for 12. John goes on to say, I only get down to Hove a couple of times a year now, and hopefully get a chance this weekend to see Bujara and Smith back together. Otherwise, I'll have to wait until Leicestershire away later this month. He says great news about Kaivelos. Harry Kaivelos, who got a new contract yesterday for a couple of years, and Harry had a nasty knee injury at the end of last year, but good to see him back. So but you never know. When we sometimes forecast doom and gloom, we get more cricket. So let's just hope that that is the case this weekend.
Here's Josh Tongue in to bowl to Allsop, who gets a quick one, ducks inside it, keeps his eye on it very nicely, and through it goes to the keeper. I don't think the rain is far away, I have to say.
No, I agree.
It might be a bit miserable to say that, but I've just looked at my phone app as well, and where I live, it is apparently raining already, and it's a little bit further to the southeast than we are from here, but it looks very gloomy now.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Tongue is in. Allsop waits. Left-hander, slightly squat stance, bat raised, lets that go outside the off stump.
Well, to be fair, the general feeling when I got here this morning, and I'm sure with you, Frank, people were saying 4 o'clock it's going to rain. So we've had an hour more than perhaps we expected, and we're into 23 overs. So those that have come today, are pretty much where they expected to.
And it's been a
and Joe Leach, that partnership of 100 was terrific. In 13 overs, Frank, that came.
Yeah, very good. Here's Tongue again. He's in and bowls, and again that's left alone by Alsop outside the off stump, taken by Gareth Roderick.
Liam's going to make us very jealous. I wonder what the temperature. We've heard in Marbella it's 28 degrees today. I don't know what it is in southern France, Liam.
Well, I was in Madeira a couple of weeks ago, and it was about 23 or 24. It was
nice.
Very, very pleasant.
That is nice. That's
just right.
Shorts and t-shirts. Yeah,
just right. And I was listening to the game between Worcestershire and Gloucestershire. Initial delight turning to horror as Tom Price had the day of his life.
Yeah, amazing. It's getting gloomier by the minute, you know. It really does feel.
Leg slip coming in now for Tongue, bowling to Alsop, and instead of bringing the leg slip into play, he fires one across the left-hander who reaches for it, and he's beaten past the outside edge. Good spell this from Tongue.
It is.
Helped by the fact that he's sharp and it's dark.
Yeah,
you can tell, look how brightly the lights on the scoreboard are standing out now.
I just wonder whether Sussex might have someone else padded up other than Pujara here, because it just feels as if we may be due an interruption.
A dark night watchman. In comes Tongue. He's in and he bowls, and that's a good leave from Alsop. Keeps his eye on that one. Make sure he's covered up, lifts the bat well clear of it, skids through that one a little bit to Roderick, took it about knee height.
Made 95 against Yorkshire, Tom Alsop, and you never know if someone gets 95 if they really want to be interviewed. But we asked for Tom, and he, no problem at all. And I said to him, disappointed to miss out on 100, Tom, and he said, well, yeah, but
it's only fine.
He said I could have been out earlier on. I could have played on a number of times. He's very relaxed and matter of fact. It was great, really.
That one fired across it.
I think the umpires are having a natter here about the light.
I think they are. Well, it is pretty gloomy, I think.
Yeah, I wouldn't be a bit surprised to see us go off here. It has got noticeably gloomier in the last few overs. It must be bought. I mean, I think if we were at home now, we'd have the floodlights on. Of course, there are no floodlights here, and I suspect. Let's see. The ground stuff is still sitting on the grass. Are we going to take them? What happens? Do we take the meter reading, and that's what we use?
Well, I thought that's what happened. It's not a problem while Matthew Waite's bowling, I don't think, is it? He's a sort of military medium, isn't he? But different kettle of fish when Tongue's bowling. Waite's going to be bowling now. They've started to try and be a bit imaginative with the field. Adam Hoser's gone into silly bit off, and there's 2 slips, and 3 other men saving one on the offside as Waite comes in and bowls, and wouldn't you know it, he bowls on leg stump and it's clipped away to mid wicket where D'Oliveira fields. That straight silly mid off position, I always regard it as like a schoolboy position, under 12's position, isn't it? You always crowd the batsman, make him feel uncomfortable, but
he's almost in the
very straight as well. Isn't
he? And he's almost in the batsman's eye line there, isn't he? So I'm sure that Ali Orr is well aware that he's there. Is it me or you?
Sorry?
Is it me or is it you?
It's me, I think. No, it's you. I beg your pardon.
Well, Waite bowls and thumped away by Ali Orr, and he picks up a boundary, but slightly overpitched and driven away by Ali Orr through extra cover, despite the attempt of Ben Gibbon to stop the ball. He got a hand on it, but couldn't take he took the pace of it, but it's a very short boundary on this offside, and Orr picks up a boundary. He goes to 29, and Sussex do 59 for 1.
Yeah, it's you. I very rudely.
No, not at all. No, not at all. I couldn't remember whether we
just lose.
No, you do. Yeah. But we speculated, and you can see the lights really bright on the scoreboard now as in comes Waite and bowls, and Orr is forward, plays onto the onside. There is no run, and I think that Frank may be right here that if Josh Tongue is going to bowl the next over, I suspect we may be going off because it's getting gloomier and gloomier, and
it is really.
You could just see that.
I honestly think it'll be raining for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
I'd be very surprised if it isn't. but it's been a good day's cricket. Really enjoyed it. Great bowling from Ollie Robinson. Some pugnacious batting in adversity from Worcestershire's lower middle order.
In comes away to get bowls to Orr, who drives firmly through the covers. That's 4 more. Slightly over the pitch. I'm not sure that's the greatest bit of fielding out there in the covers. Nonetheless, Orr picks up another boundary and he goes into the 30s. He's on 33 and Sussex 63 for 1. Well, Azarali seemed to dive over the ball there, Frank.
I think it just bounced on him, didn't it, as he dived? I think it just... If it had stayed on the ground, he might have got a hand on it and just bounced over his arm.
I think the umpire at square leg, is that
That's
Peter Hartley? Yeah, I don't think he's happy at all. I think he almost feels we should be off, and I'll have to say, it really is very, very gloomy. And it's difficult for the fielders here as well, in this light. Waite is going to come around the wicket. The fielder there at silly mid off will almost be in his way, on his follow through, I would think. As in comes Waite and bowls and all covers up, plays down the track. There is no run. Waite fields off his own bowling. The umpires have another look at each other. Peter Hartley looks towards... I think he's looking at the scoreboard and realising how brightly the lights are shining. Now, having said that, that darker cloud is now virtually crossing. Behind it is some slightly lighter skies, but I'm not sure in the distance if that isn't a bit of rain.
No umbrellas up yet.
No, there isn't. Wait again around the wicket bowls and let's that go outside the off stump. Go through, taken by keeper Roderick. There is no run. The umpire's going to have another natter here, and don't be surprised if we go off. And if we go off, I think there'll be some doubt as to whether we get back on. 63 for 1 Sussex in reply to the Worcestershire total of 264. The umpire's now in deep consultation. I think Allsop and all will be quite happy to come off now. It's one of those situations where you feel you've got everything to lose as the batting side, and indeed there we go. And immediately Peter Hartley signalled to the ground staff, and I think that was a signal sort of get the covers on, because you get the feeling that rain may not be far away. So the players are leaving the field with Ali Orr on 33, Tom Allsop on 11, 63 for 1. And if the weather forecast is in any way correct, it could well be that that's the end of play for the day. However, there are still 20 overs to be bowled. Maybe this will blow through and we may get some lighter skies, but certainly at the moment it's too dark to carry on playing. The ground staff are coming. Having said that, the ground staff aren't bringing any covers on, so maybe they don't think there's any rain imminent. But good session, I think. Sussex have done well to only lose the 1 wicket, to be fair.
Yeah, I would agree. So early today, Worcestershire 264 all out, half centuries for Hose, Waite and Leach, 7 wickets for Ollie Robinson, and in reply, Sussex are 63 for 1 off 20 overs. The 1 man out, Clark, who was caught by Gareth Roderick off the bowling of Josh Tongue for 12. Ali Orr is on 33, and Tom Allsop is on 11, and Bad Light has stopped play here at New Road. And we'll keep you posted. Do join us again when play resumes, or if play resumes. If not, join us tomorrow morning from around about 5 minutes to 11. And I hope you've enjoyed our coverage today. Thank you for listening and watching.